it say I'm live? It should be then, if that's the case.
So you say you did it? You
Yeah, I
recording
did it.
live
It
now?
say I'm live. I mean it's going. You see it on your end?
I gotta go to it and see.
Okay. Hey. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, it's up there.
Okay, so you see me on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So now I just hit this. We going marathon, gangster marathon, TBP Nation, all gangsters, man. Y'all tap in all day, man. Leave comments, talk to me. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Boom.
Only like 300 and something people on the whole compound.
Hold on, let me start
Every
it over. So
man
we
had his own
missed.
room, which that
We
part was great.
missed. So
And
we gonna
everyone
start
argued
this
together
thing
because
over.
As a veteran,
Here we go.
I was
We
taken care of
going
here at ECPI.
Consistently named
with the
best for
marathon.
vets college.
I was really interested
Alrighty.
in making my transition, and ECPI offered me the quickest path.
The support that we were able to get was amazing.
Whether it's GI Bill,
It
or
is full screen
counseling,
now, ain't
it
it?
seemed like everybody had dealt with veterans.
Yeah, it's full screen
When
now,
it
ain't
came to preparing for my future, ECPI was definitely one of the best
it?
decisions.
Yeah, I just made it
Your
full
next
screen.
mission starts here.
Yeah, it's full
ECPI
screen
University.
now.
send them, the people send them back because they don't want to be they don't want to be there, so they send them back, right? So I think when I was on Mecklenburg, I think Bo was coming back from Florida. It was either Florida or Texas, and the word is that when he went, he put some work in and made sure they wouldn't keep him there. And what I mean by put that work in is he was known for doing whatever he had to do. It's like world news, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all get big news out here, we get big news in the penitentiary. It's like when somebody like that hit the compound, it just spreads, the rumor is going around, you know. And he came on the compound and like I said on Mecklenburg, that was the time. It was the place that they housed all of the inmates that had violent events or had a tendency to create violence or always was in some type of conflict situation. At that time, you got sent to Mecklenburg. They only housed the people that was
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 handpicked products that are trending all over the world, basically validated by AI from a trending product database from one of the top vendors on the planet. And the reason that we can do this completely free for you is because, well, Shopify is paying me to do it. You've probably seen me before because for the last year, Shopify has loved the AI-paired software that we built so much that they've been paying me to build people just like you, complete beginners, a completely free store. Now, again, it's free for you, right? Shopify is paying me a commission to do it. And if you don't keep your store for more than 90 days, I don't even get paid. But your store is still free, right? And after 90 days, it's still your store. I don't own a percentage of the store. I don't control the store. It's yours. You can delete products from it, add new products to it, all that good stuff. It's your store, okay? Not only that, I'm going to give you my courses completely free. I'm not going to try to upsell you a bunch of courses. I know you've seen gurus trying to sell courses for $1,000, $2,000, so on and so forth. I can afford to give you my courses for free because, again, Shopify pays me when you use this software and open up a Shopify store. So you get a free store, right? I get a commission from Shopify, and Shopify gets a new merchant to their platform that's being trained by me. It's a win-win-win situation. All you have to do is click here right now. I dare you to do it. I dare you to see if it's free. You're going to go to the next page. You're going to create a free account. You're going to get a free account to our AI software that's going to build you a store in the next 20 minutes is ready to start taking orders. The sales pages are going to be done. The product descriptions are going to be
but that was as close as we came to them at all times. So you had the segregation. But he's not really gonna start no trouble, And Bo is just the opposite. Bo is a trouble starter. Bo will look for the problem, Bo will create the problem, and then Bo will end the problem. So this is how he was, man. And I know this might sound strange to y'all, but this is real. This is true story, true fact. And I'm telling you how he was, but in actuality too, and I know it's complex, but he was a good dude, man. He really was a good dude, and I know that's kind of hard to understand, but I talked to him and I got to know him very, very well, you know what I'm saying? It's like people in there, they just got different mentalities, He was just a mean old cuss, as they say. He was mean, but to people that he knew and respected, he was alright dude. You could talk to him, you could laugh, have fun, joke with him. I gave him a nickname myself. I used to call him Bulldog. I didn't call him Bull, but then I called him Bulldog because it just always seemed like he was just always barking at somebody, always growling, always mad, always, had this anger issue with everybody. So I used to call him a Bulldog, and I used to joke around, I said, man, you better stop acting like that with everybody, man. Somebody will kill you, man, I'm telling you. And I used to say that just to piss him off, because I wish somebody would. I wish they would. They ain't gonna try me. These PUSSY, they ain't gonna do nothing. They don't do, he just go off and rant, and I just like to make him like that sometimes, just to get a kick out of him. But he was a mean dude though, man. I mean, some of the things I seen him do, oh Lord, and especially the words that come out of his mouth. He's probably one of the most disrespectful talking guys I've ever been around in my life. If you had any backbone at all, he would make you want to kill him. Even if you didn't think you could, you definitely would want to, because he just talked to a man like a man should not be talked to. And I would see him say stuff to guys, man, that it made me cringe,
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is the first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT when I drop the prompts directly in Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
coming out here after 30 years, yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm gonna get some personality, you know, and I'm looking love, my family love me, and that's really all that counts.
Shout out everybody out there on Team Banky Pound, man. I appreciate the love. Appreciate the support. Boom. Boom. Duck them hooks. We out here, man. 33 years of prison stories. Big love to everybody out there who support me. Big love to everybody out there who are on Team Banky Pound Nation, man. We're on the road to 100K. Let's get it. Let's get it. Can't get there without you. Let's go. Tell a friend to tell a friend, man. If you watching and you are getting something out of this and you enjoy this content, man, somebody else enjoy it as well that you rock with, man. Birds of a feather stick together. We're on this positive movement, man. Feed the positive, stop the negative. We need all the help we can get, man, especially in 2023. So let's go. Oh, man, today I want to talk about somebody we all come to know, you know, so well, man, Mr. Bo Billy himself. You know, Mr. Bo Billy himself, man, free Bo Billy. You know, shout out to Constant Nugent. You know, we trying to liberate Bo Billy, man. He's dead almost 50 years. History on Bo, man. I'm gonna tell you why they fear Bo Billy, you know, and to be honest, the first thing that comes to my mind is the reason they fear Bo Billy is because he is fearless. He's fearless, man, and since I've known him and since I've heard about him, he's always been fearless, and people fear people that's fearless. You know, because most of us in life, we display a level of fear when it comes to certain things. And Bo fearless, man. He just one of them type of cats that's just fearless. He ain't scared of nothing. He ain't scared of the outcome. He ain't scared of the competition. He ain't scared of the opposition. So, you know, when you dealing with somebody like that, you know, you dealing with the unknown. You don't know what he gonna do. You don't know when he gonna do, how he gonna do, but you know he ain't gonna back down. And administration fear that. They fear that because they can't break you. Their objective is to break you. And for almost 50 years, they couldn't break him. You know, dudes feared him because of his disposition. And when I came across him, when I came to meet him, before I had heard about him, before I actually came to know him, you know, he had already been through what he had been through in the wall, and, you know, had got testified on and got, you know, all this time, which he's doing now. Bo is actually doing more time than he was actually sentenced to. You know, he's actually been locked up longer than the original sentence. You know, I think his original sentence was 30-some years, and here it is, he's going on 50. But when, to my understanding from his mouth, is when his disposition took a real turn for the worse is when, you know, the dudes, you know, testified on him and lied on him, you know, and, you know, in hopes that they was going to get some favors or some, you know, some leniency for whatever they was involved in. So, and we talking about in penitentiary. We're not talking about to his trial, and then you talking about dudes that testified on Bo with this in-house stuff, this in-house penitentiary stuff, which got him more time. That's why he had the disposition towards dudes. He hated weakness. He hated softness. He hated dudes that snitch because he felt like all of those things equated to what got him all of this time. So if he around a dude that he deemed to be weak, he felt was timid. You know, he was hard on him because of the simple fact that he felt like these the type of dudes that, you know, try to stab me in my back or did stab me in my back. So he ain't had no mercy on them, man. You know, if they spoke up or spoke out of turn, man, Bo was down on him. He was down on him, and like I told y'all, man, he probably number one. You know, if not, he definitely in the top 3 of all the dudes that I ran across since I was locked up. This mouth is just vicious. Bo can destroy you verbally. You understand me? I mean, he will break you down to the point where it make you feel so bad and so weak that if you don't
physically do something or stop him, then you gonna be deemed a coward. You know what I'm saying? Because he gonna talk to you in a way where as to if you got any type of manhood in you, any type of pride and stuff, you gonna have to respond. And I've seen some of the so-called tougher ones, man. Bow down and cower to Bo, man. When he on that rant, man. I told you he get mad. He get to biting that tongue, and they know what's coming after that. It's like whatever you want to do, he with it. So that fear dudes, man, that made dudes scared, and his reputation definitely preceded him because, like I said, all that I heard about him was even in the wall. I believe that during the time that he was in the wall, but I wasn't actually around him. I was on a different part, a different section of the penitentiary. But when I actually was around him, at Mecklenburg, I could see it. You know what I'm saying? I could see all of that. What I heard come to light. I could see the magnitude of his presence on the compound. You know what I'm saying? The talk, the whispers, the chatters. I mean, through the administration and as far as through the convicts and the inmates, they knew he was there. It was like he had a presence that was larger than life. You know what I'm saying? Bo Billy on the compound. You know what I'm saying? It was, later on during my bit, it was the same thing. When Big Lamont came on Powhatan, it was like an aura around the penitentiary, like Big Lamont here, man. Lamont came. So his reputation was larger than life, man. And his reputation was earned. It wasn't given to him. Bo done put in some work, man. He done put in some work, man. Like I say, he not just one of the dudes that's gonna talk that talk. He will walk that walk. And I've seen him in action a few times, man, and thankfully the actions that I seen him in was not deadly. And Bo and none of them was deadly because Bo never even killed nobody. You know what I'm saying? Not to my knowledge or not to anybody else's knowledge. Definitely didn't come to penitentiary for murder, and he hasn't had a murder while he been in penitentiary. But he's had multiple altercations, and
with Google Play Games, you can play unlocked. Unlock bigger screens and better controls.
I've been around in my life.
John's wife got him one of these electric screwdrivers last year, and I'm getting one for my dad this year for Christmas, and he's gonna love it. These are better than any drill. They're super handy to have around.
And personality, and I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts. All right, we back again, man. Big shout out to all my supporters. Shout out to everybody on Team Banky Pound. Shout out to everybody on my family, all my family members and my membership. Big love to y'all. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. I appreciate y'all for riding on this journey with me. Man, we back with the stories, man. I'm gonna keep them coming because y'all seem to like them. I appreciate all the love I got for the Sam Pitt story. I appreciate
okay, now can you hear me?
All the good things y'all said, all the good comments y'all left.
What's
man.
up?
I try to read them all.
Little technical difficulty, but we starting over. Hopefully everything will be all right. Can y'all hear me?
Which what we like over here,
Can
like
y'all
I said,
hear me on
we
YouTube? Let me know in the chat.
We don't want no negativity over here. So if you got that energy, man, you just keep that with you. And
they in the chat, they just congregate.
But for the most part, man, y'all love Sam, man, and maybe I'll revisit Sam and tell y'all some more stuff about him. There's a lot of stories about Sam. But
is it working?
Evidently, some of y'all have been locked up, but y'all know some of these stories
all right.
about these people.
Hey, man, if y'all can hear me, man, y'all just go ahead and rock out.
Other characters.
Hold up.
The name kind of goes hand in hand with Sam a lot when you hear their names in the penitentiary. But this is for the
that's
dude
what's
Harry
up.
Potter.
Y'all can hear me, man. We had a little technical difficulty, but we got it right. And now we're going to go ahead on and take off. So y'all hold on what you got. And we be right there, man. Marathon all day. Let's go. Big time.
About the legendary Bo Billy. Another
no, not this
from
time.
the VA DOC, Virginia Department of Corrections.
I am
Bo Billy, man.
Careful.
Hey,
I am.
Bo
Bo Billy was a different type of character, man. He's a different type of character.
No, desktop audio is them. Desktop audio is the music. It's the video,
vicious,
right?
no nonsense dude, man. And just like Sam, when I heard his name a lot before I even got to prison, and I always heard his name, man, and it was always connected with some type of, violence or some type of vicious act, where that you knew that this cat, was a serious cat. So I remember when I ran into him as well, I was on Mecklenburg. I think this had to be like 91, 92. And he came on the compound. He had just came on the compound from another state. Bo was one of them dudes they sent out of state, the system at one time was sending people out of state to save money, was sending like Virginia prisoners to other states and let other states house them, and those states would pay Virginia for housing those inmates. So Virginia usually try to send, the worst inmates out of state so they can get rid of them. And as normal or as expected, Bo was at the top of the list. So to my understanding now, they done sent Bo to a couple of different states, and everywhere they sent them, the people sent them back because they don't want them either. They don't want them either, so they sent them back, right? So I think when I was on Mecklenburg, I think Bo was coming back from Florida. It was either Florida or Texas. And the word is everywhere he went, he put some work in and made sure they wouldn't keep him there. And what I mean by put that work in is he was known for doing whatever he had to do when it needed to be done. So when I was there at Mecklenburg, he came back, word on the compound was, Bo is on the compound, it's like world news, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all get big news out here, we get big news in the penitentiary. It's like when somebody like that hit the compound, it just spreads, the rumor is going around, And he came on the compound and like I said on Mecklenburg, that was the worst of the worst institution that you could be on in the state of Virginia at that time. It was the place that they housed all of the inmates that had violent events or had a tendency to create violence or always was in some type of conflict situation. At that time, you got sent to Mecklenburg. They only housed the people that was so-called in trouble all the time and death row. It was the only place that death row was housed in the state of Virginia at the time was at Mecklenburg. So you got if I remember correctly, it was only like 300 and some people on the whole compound. Every man had his own room, which that part was great. They didn't want to house you together because, like I say, everybody was on there was supposed to be known to, to do something if something needed to be done. So each man had his own individual space, which was great because everywhere else you had to sleep with another person in the room with you. So out of the 300 and some people was there, I think 150 spots was preserved just for the death row. And they was housed away from us. We could never be around them. We could only see them through fences or in passing, or if they was on the rec yard in a caged-in fence and we had to be out on the yard moving moving at the time, we could look through the fence and see them or whatever. But that was as close as we came to them at all times. So you had the segregation. Half of the dudes was in segregation. That was like in the hole. And the other half was on population. The thing about Mecklenburg was, if you get out on population, when you come there, you go straight to the hole anyway. You come in there for some type of troublesome events that you was involved in. So you go straight to the hole. Then you got to get on the waiting list to get on the yard. And then when you do get on the yard, you got to make sure you stay on the yard because if you go back in the whole process starts over. So it was a real crazy place to be. Crazy tension in the air, but it was mad respect there because everybody knew that everybody was, had a level of danger to them. So it was crazy.
So, like I said, when Bo got there, it was known he was there. And eventually, you know, he made his way to the yard, man. And then I was able to actually put eyes on the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Bo Billy. And let me tell you, he lived up to the billing, man. He lived up to the billing, man. Now, see, the difference between Bo and Sam was, Bo was a touch-off as well, man. You know, he was known to you know, like I say, to cause the ruckus and bring the ruckus. But the difference was, Sam would be like that and was known like that, and Sam is normally going to be, in a baseball term, like the closer. He going to close the show. When there's a problem, he going to close it, you know, but he not really going to start no trouble, you know. And Bo, just the opposite. Bo is a trouble starter. Bo will look for the problem, Bo will create the problem, and then Bo will end the problem. So this is how he was, man. And and I know this might sound strange to y'all, but this is real. This is true story, true fact. And I'm telling you how he was, but in actuality too. And I know it's complex, but he was a good dude, man. He really was a good dude, and I know that's kind of hard to understand, but I talked to him and I got to know him very, very well. You know what I'm saying? It's like people in there, they just got different mentalities. You know, he was just a mean old cuss, as they say. He was mean, but to people that he knew and respected, he was all right dude. You could talk to him, you could laugh, have fun, joke with him. I gave him a nickname myself. I used to call him Bulldog. I didn't call him Bo, but I called him Bulldog because it just always seemed like he was just always barking at somebody, always growling, always mad, always, you know, had this anger issue with everybody. So I used to call him a Bulldog, and I used to joke, I said, man, you better stop acting like that with everybody, man. Somebody will kill you, man, I'm telling you. And I used to say that just to piss him off, because I wish somebody would. I wish they would. They ain't gonna try me. These PUSSY, they ain't gonna do nothing. They ain't gonna do, you know, he just go off and rant, and I just like to make him like that sometimes just to get a kick out of him. But yeah, he was a mean dude though, man. I mean, some of the things I seen him do, oh Lord, and especially the words that come out of his mouth. He's probably one of the most disrespectful talking guys I've ever been around in my life. If you had any backbone at all, he would make you want to kill him, even if you didn't think you could. You definitely would want to, because he just talked to a man like a man should not be talked to. And I just seen him say stuff to guys, man, that it made me cringe, you know, like, please, God, don't never let nobody talk like that to me, because there's no way I can take that, you know. So that's how he was. He was ultra aggressive. I seen him get on the basketball court and play basketball. I remember the first time I seen him, I was like, there's no way this dude can play basketball. Because he big, but he's not like big like Sam was. Like Sam was big, like muscle big, like, you know, that was built in the weight room. Bo is big and solid, like built like that's in his genes. He come from a big family, obviously. Dudes in his family is big, thick, and strong, and that's how he was. But it wasn't like cut up, muscular like Sam. But he was strong as an ox, make no mistake about that. I witnessed his strength, and I just didn't know if he could actually play basketball. But I seen him get on the court, he couldn't really play, but he'd be out there. And man, he just was a bully on the basketball court, man. When dudes was so scared of him, man, it was just insane, man. I seen him grab a rebound one time, bring the ball down, turn around, kick the dude that was defending him in his back, and knocked him down, and then threw the outlet pass, and just ran that court like he didn't do nothing wrong. And oh man, it was hilarious. And the dudes that he kicked, it had been anybody else, the dude would have wanted to fight, you know. That's another thing about Bo, man, that the fear of him was, I ran into him, like I say, I met him after Sam. I had already met Sam. The fear of Bo was different. The fear of Bo was obvious to anyone around. I mean, they just were scared of him.
maybe because, like I say, he was more aggressive with the way he talked, the way he act, and the way he dealt with people. Especially, like I say, in the way he talked. And I've seen people scared to death with this guy, man. I mean, I've seen him say things to dudes that they would not accept from no one else, but he was saying it to them, and they tucked their tail. I've seen him do things to police and COs that I've never seen anyone do. I've seen this man actually with these eyes. I've seen this man, the police was so scared of him too, that I've seen female COs walk through the hall and Bo pat him on their butt. That right there alone will get you locked up, beat up, and everything else. I mean, they just gonna rain down on you like you just shot the president if a female go run tell them the inmate testimony behind. That's you get ready to go through some hell. Not Bo. Bo, I've seen Bo touch female on the butt, and the brother literally turns around and say, come on, Bo, don't do that. I'm like, I'm in awe. I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's just how scared they was of him. They was that scared of conflict. I've seen them cuss out officers, sergeants, lieutenants, captains. Get out my face, man. Get out my face. Get the MF out my face. You know, all of that. They negotiate with him. Same thing like I say with Sam. They use white gloves because they know if they turn it into an issue, he's actually going to fight. He's actually going to wage a war. He's actually going to do whatever it takes for you not to take him easily. And they don't want that, you know what I'm saying? Because then a lot of dudes mess with him, they might rise up. It's just with so many issues when dealing with him. And they respected his gangster, as you would say. They respected his gangster. And dudes feared his gangster. So he talked any kind of way he wanted to. He walked around the compound like he owned it. And like I said, you was cool with him, man. You was in a good space because he wasn't coming at you with no foolishness. But everybody else, man, it was a free for all. I mean, he might walk by you and say something about you. That's just how he was. Like I say, he looked for problems because he just felt. I asked him about that one day. He felt like he didn't respect dudes. They didn't respect themselves, and he said he can sense it. He's told me out his own mouth. He said I can sense when a dude is weak. I can sense when he's a coward. And I don't really respect them type of dudes because the rumor is when he first came in the penitentiary, I think he was involved in something that, you know, resulted in someone's demise. And some other inmates or convicts supposedly had, you know, testified on him and got him even more time, which made it to the point where he would never get out. So that created the animosity that he had for the next man because he felt like, you know, he's been betrayed already, so he trusts no one, you know, and that's what he told me was the reason he was about his attitude towards the next person.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you can be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it.
Playing on iPhone? Now you can play Unlocked on PC with Google Play Games. Unlock bigger screens and better controls for even sweeter battles. Go play on PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
So it kind of made sense in a way, but like I say, to each his own, but that's who he was. Hate him or love him, you definitely had to respect him because he was a force to be reckoned with. I actually seen a man do
some crazy type stuff, man. I really did, man. And like I say, it might have to be a part 2 to this story if y'all really want to know about it after this one. Let me know in the comments. But yeah, I've seen Bo do a lot of things, man. A lot of things that would just probably blow your mind. I actually seen him one time. He did a lot of gambling too. You know, a lot of dudes in prison get caught up in gambling. I was caught up in gambling one time for years. You know, it's a dangerous thing to be caught up in. It's, you know, in retrospect, looking back, it's a foolish thing to be caught up in. But, you know, when you're in a spot like you're in a prison and you ain't got too many things to do, something that gives you adrenaline, something that gives you excitement and profit, you know, you just get caught up. And I did, you know, for a while. But Bo was caught up in it. He gambled every day. And like I say, with gambling brings drama. So in order to get in it, you got to be willing to, you know, to do it up. That's just a part of it. So I seen him in a game one day. He was losing. He's a poor loser. He's a very poor loser. Every time he loses, it seems like every time he loses, somebody got to be cheap because he just can't be losing on his own. Somebody's got to be cheap. So when he get to losing, he's the type of dude, man. He get to slamming cars down. He get to cussing and start saying stuff about people at the game, or man, I better not catch now one of you bees cheating. If I find out one of y'all cheating, I'm telling you right now, and it's gonna be some, you know, that's just how he was, you know. And dudes would just listen to him, knowing that, you know, he just mad because he's losing. But I've seen him do that a lot of times, man. And he ripped the cards up and, man, get a new deck of cards, man. Or, you know, he just snaps out from time to time. Well, this one in particular time, I seen him snap out in the game, and it was running the game, and he got so mad that he said, man, I want all the money. Just give me all the money. You know, I'm taking everything. I'm taking it. And, you know, he pulled his knife out and said, he's robbing the game. He's actually robbing the game that he was just in it himself. You know, and where you gonna go when you rob something in prison? Where you gonna go? To your cell and come right back out and be right around the same people, which is just asinine. It's crazy, but he actually did it, and it was a shock to me to simply. And he was like, I want all the money, man. Everybody, just give me all the money. And he was serious, and they knew he was serious. And the dude that was running the game was actually a big dude himself, real big dude. And he ran the game, and his name, I asked, well, it's his nickname. So his name was Lil Buddy. But he was big, huge dude. And Lil Buddy was like, oh man, you gonna do this to me? You gonna do this to my game? He said, yeah, B, I'm doing it to you. I'm doing it to you. I want all the money. Give me all the money. I ain't gonna ask you no more. And when Bo get mad, he do this thing right here where as he get to chewing his tongue. And when he get doing that, you know he get ready to do something. He tired of talking, he get ready to do something. He get to doing like this. Give me the money, man. And you know what it is. So Lil Buddy done gave him the money. Go ahead, take the money, man. Take the money. Now you mind you now, Lil Buddy's running the game, so he's responsible for all the money in the game. But you got other people playing too, 4 or 5 people, their money is in the game. Some of these dudes is killers, so they're actually being robbed too. But in actuality, the weight falls on Lil Buddy because he's running the game. That's how it goes when you gambling in penitentiary and you got poker game or dice game, or skin game, whatever it is. Whoever is running that game is responsible for all the money. Now in actuality, like I say, he's robbing everybody at the game right there. You present, you see him robbing the game. But my beef ain't with him. My beef is with the dude running the game, because when you take on the responsibility of running the game, you take on the responsibility of securing the bag, securing the money. So if you got to secure the money, you got to stop this man from robbing you by any means necessary. But he don't, because it's Bo. So he's like, okay, go ahead and take it, man. You got that. Because Bo was right there, mad, loud, with a knife in his hand and ready to put in work. So he took it, he just took it. Dudes on the yard and stopped playing basketball, everybody's just looking. Now the whole atmosphere done turned into this great big tension on the yard. Don't nobody know if somebody get ready to pop off and somebody get ready to get killed. Don't nobody know. So we had to sit back out there on that yard like that for 20, 30 more minutes before the wreck was finally over. So when the wreck was finally over, we leaving the yard. And when we leaving the yard on Mecklenburg, as I may have mentioned in other videos, is 2 separate buildings.
that you may sleep in. You either gonna sleep in 2 building or 3 building, or it's 3 and 2. Some people going over here, some people going over here. The officer gonna come and open the gate, and everybody got to go to their, prospective places. So when you get out there, everybody's going, and then you separate. You go where you're supposed to go, and the officers is out there, waiting to close the gates or whatever. So when Bo and us, I sleep in the same building with Bo. So we go into our building, and they go into their building. So when the fence separates you now you got actual barriers between you. So now dude don't feel under the threat because the knife has been put away, the police is right there, so they don't feel under that threat. You got the fence there. So your buddy hollers out, yeah, Bo, that was real crazy what you did, man. You know you can't get away with that with me, man. I just can't accept that, bro. So Bo hollered back, said, you can't do what? He said, man, don't worry about it. That normally means what you think it means. Is something gonna happen. So Bo was like, you ain't say that when I was over there. Ain't no need to talk about it no more. That's all right, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. Boom, leave. This right here shows you the actual power and fear of this man, this one individual. That right there was heard by the officers as well because they out there, right? And whoever else was on the yard who was leaving. Don't you know when we go back to our buildings and get in our cells and stuff for count, they actually count, and we do not come back out when count is clear. They have actually locked the whole compound down. They locked the whole institution down. We are officially on lockdown, which means you are not coming out yourself for anything besides a shower, and you will be escorted to do that, and that will be within a 72-hour period. And it will be for 10 minutes, if that. So, we go on lockdown. Nobody know why we on lockdown. Everybody whispering, everybody hollering out the door there, man. What we on lock for? What we on lock for? Down that line. Why you got us on lock? All the time, we on lock because the police have heard Bo and this dude arguing. They know Bo. They know his reputation. They have been told to keep an eye on him at all times. So when they heard this verbal altercation, they assume automatically, which they was probably 100% right, it's going to be some violence when these doors open, and it's going to be some bloodshed, and maybe possibly even somebody might lose their life. So they go and report that to the rest of the administration. Thus, we go on lockdown. Man, they get to moving around and shaking and baking and trying to do this. They so nervous, they don't want to let nobody out. We stay on lock for like 5 or 6 days, and them people actually moved Bo Billy up off of the compound, as well as Little Buddy and 2 or 3 other people that was involved with both of them. Off of the compound. They cleared the compound with the people because they didn't want none of that smoke. They didn't want none of that drama. They was too scared to let them out. They did not think it could be verbally handled. They thought it was going to be something that was going to be in the bloodshed, and they didn't want that paperwork on their hands, and they got rid of everybody. Everybody. So I'm telling you that just by Bo, his reputation preceded him so much, just by him arguing with a dude and the police heard it, they shipped him up off of the compound. Yes, they did. So this is something that I witnessed. This is something I was right there with. So this is not some of the things I've heard. These are some of the things I've seen. So it just was, it was crazy, man. And we ended up staying on lock, and them people were so nervous and scared. So when we come off, everybody's talking about, yeah, that's why they locked us up, man. They knew Bo was going to probably try to kill Little Buddy, and they knew, and they were scared, and yeah, so it's just rumors all around, and people were just talking, man, but it's just, that right there could have been anybody else, but being that it was him, they was terrified, man, and they knew that he was going to do something, and they got rid of the problem, man, and Bo is, like I say, his reputation precedes him, and the administration know about him. They know that he is a no-nonsense, zero-tolerance dude. And they know if he actually get disrespected or feel disrespected or feel threatened, they know he's going to follow that up with some type of chaotic event, man. So yeah, they got rid of him, man. Bo, like I said, is so many stories about him, man, that I could tell y'all it would just probably blow your mind. It's stuff that you're not used to out here in society.
and a lot of people would not believe how, like I say, you actually forced to live in there in certain situations and in certain conditions that you're forced to live in while you're incarcerated, because it's like a microcosm of another world, man. And to us, and like I say a lot to people now when I'm out here and I talk to people about these type of things, and to me now, in retrospect, I can look back and see some of these things and see that I was really living in a crazy world, you know what I'm saying? But when you're actually in the middle of crazy, you do not understand that it's crazy. To me, it was kind of normal, you know. After a certain amount of time, it was normal to me, you know. And like I say, Bo reputation is like that to this day, all over prison, although he's older now. Now, let me tell you something about prison too and Ganstas, man, which is crazy. Like I say, there's a lot of things about gangsters in prison. First of all, when you say, well, okay, a lot of people used to ask this question too, well, why didn't Bo or Sam ever get a beef? And I said this before, as I said on ASP, you know, on After Prison Show, when I was talking about them before, it's like, if you know this a killer and you know this a killer, normally each one of them knows as well. So two killers are not going to really beef unless it's an unavoidable situation. But they're not going to never really beef. Why? Because he's a killer and he's a killer. So they know someone is going to have to die. And it's no other outcome. Anything else would be uncivilized to them. Someone is going to have to die in order for your reputation to live. So most killers going to avoid each other. They're not going to really have conflict, especially two of these magnitudes that names were so high and big up, you know, in the system that normally they're going to coexist or get along if they're on the same compound, but normally they're not. But if they are, they're going to usually coexist because they're usually going to get along instead of getting it on, because if not, somebody's going to have to die or their reputation is going to die with them. So that's normally what happens when you're dealing with two killers, man. And like I say, when it came to Bo, man, he was a different type of animal, man. He was definitely not friendly at all. He was not a friendly dude at all unless he was actually your friend. You know, he was not a friendly dude. And like I say, he had Bo had a lot of demons going on with him, man. And this is another thing about prison as well too. When you live like that and you got a reputation like that, there's no other way a dude can have a beef with you or come at you unless he's willing to try to kill you. And that's known. So that's a target on your back as well. Now, also the drawbacks of living like that in prison and being like that in prison, being larger than life, is Father Time. Father Time is undefeated. When you get old and you've been this mean cuss and this vicious dude like you've been, and then you become less physically threatening when you're old and your body is getting weak and you can't produce the violence that you was capable of producing, man, it's bad for you then, because first it starts with administration. See, now the administration starts to play tit for tat. Now when you was a problem and causing so much chaos and they couldn't deal with you because now they started to lean on you. Now they started to mistreat you. Now they started to drag you. And that's what's happening to Bo now. Bo is actually still locked up. And he's older now and they got him all the way up there in the mountains, trying to keep him up there with all the young gang bangers and young killers and young wild out dudes are, where the police is shooting you with guns for stepping across the line, where they sicking dogs on you, where they beating you with nightsticks. They got him all the way up there with them people, and they refuse to let him down on Flatland, what they call like the regular prison. And they refuse to let him down there because it's like their retribution for the hell that he's caused them in the system. And Bo probably in his 70s, you know. And this is what they're doing to him now. They dragging him in the penitentiary now because of what they did. And then inmates, you know, you may have sad but true, like generational people that be incarcerated. So you might have young dudes in there now in gangs that Bo might have did something to their father. Bo might have did something to their uncle. Bo might have did something to their older brother. So now they may, you know, try to do something to Bo. May try to, you know, impose their will on him because they're in a gang, because they got youth behind them, not realizing who he actually is
or what he still may be capable of doing, because he may not be physically capable of hurting you, you know, or beating you up with his hands like he used to be, which I'm telling you, physically back in the day, he was strong. I literally seen him have a man by his neck with two hands off of his feet, literally choking the life out of him, and it took 3 dudes to actually make him release. So he was a physically strong dude as well, and he may not have those capabilities no more, but in his mind, he will always be a warrior, and he will always be a person to be reckoned with. So as he loses his physical skills, he may still have the mental cunningness to rock one of them little young dudes to sleep or make him think, okay, yeah, and sneak right up behind him, and man, it ain't no telling what he might do. Because I don't think they ever want to let him out, you know. Same as with Sam, you know, they want to see his demise. They want to hold his body until it don't have no life in it, because that's just how mean and vicious the system is. Now, all these dudes that I tell you in the system that was mean and vicious and had these mentalities, none of them, not one of them, is more mean and vicious than the actual system itself and what they would do to a human being and what they would do to a human life, you know, because it's worse things to do really than die, you know, and that's being treated, you know, inhumane while you are alive. And that's what the system does to you, treats you inhumane while you are alive. And to me, you know, that's worse than dying in itself, you know. So, yeah, man, so Bo is still alive. The last I heard about him, he was still up in the mountains. I heard he was older. I did hear a couple of little things that transpired between him and some younger dudes. But for the most part, the last I heard, I will check up again though, and but last I heard he was still alive. I know he's older now, but I heard he ain't stopped being him with his mouth though. You know, so you know, like I say, people are who they are, and that's who he is. And even though he gets older, that's who he's gonna be until his last day on this earth. And I'm here to tell you, good, bad, or indifferent, he is most definitely a warrior, and he is most definitely one of the most notorious dudes to come through the Virginia penal system. And that would not only be said by dudes who've done real time, but that would be said by the administration itself, that he was a force to be reckoned with. And you know, peace to him. Shout out to Bo. Shout out to anybody who knows Bo. You know, the dude who asked for the video, I'm quite sure you must know him or know about him. So yeah, shout out to you too, Mr. AKA Harry Potter. But yeah, that's just a couple of things about the legendary Bo Billy. You know, I hope y'all enjoyed this video. If y'all really enjoyed it or want to know more about Bo, you know, y'all get back with me and let me know in the comments, and maybe we'll do a part 2 on Bo. Like I said, there's a lot of things I can tell you about Mr. Bo Billy. And shout out to everybody out there who did time, man. Who did time with Bo, who know Bo. Y'all know this is true stories, you know, real true stories. And y'all probably know a lot more than I can tell as well. But like I say, man, for every lesson though, man, there's a blessing, man. And the blessing is the Bo's still alive, man. So whatever demons he got going on inside of him, whatever stuff he had to exercise to get out of him, hopefully he has got it out of him. He's still living, so every day he wake up, he got a chance to be a better person, you know, to get right with himself, to get right with his God. So, you know, we pray for Bo, man, and we hope that he's doing all right, man, and we hope that one day, I hope that one day he get a chance to get out and see his family, man, because I believe everybody deserves that. I don't believe no one on this earth should ever come to the end of their life not being around people that love them and people that care about them, man. And so shout out to Bo, man, and shout out to all y'all, man, for rocking with me, man, for taking y'all time, man, to sit down and listen to these stories, man. Like I said, I got a lot more, man. I'm picking up the pace on this stuff. I'm gonna try to give y'all more content. I got some interviews coming up as well. Well, I'm gonna be talking to some of these cats in person. I'm gonna get some of these dudes that I've been locked up with, and he'll get back to my conversations with convicts. I'm also gonna try to talk to these dudes that be calling me on the phone
and try to let them know that I might record them if they consent to it as well, and start letting y'all hear conversations that I'm having with these dudes that are currently still incarcerated. A lot of them fighting for their freedom, man, fighting for their liberty, still trying to get out and got their back against the wall. So maybe we can come together and try to help each other, man. So with that being said, man, I appreciate y'all, man. I love y'all out there, team. Thank you, Pam, forever. Keep on rocking with me, man. We're going to keep going forward. Get these numbers up for me. Get them up, get them up, get them up, man. We got to build these numbers up so we can reach more people, man. So if you ain't subscribed and you watching this, please go subscribe. It don't take nothing but pushing the button. If you are subscribed, go get somebody that you know and tell them about this good love we got going on over here, this good positive energy over here, and bring them over here and get them to subscribe as well. Share this video, like this video, get the likes up on this video. When you watch it, hit the like button, hit the notification button so you'll know when I got my next video coming out. And we're going to keep this thing moving, and we're going to build these numbers up, and we're going to spread this good positive energy all over, man. And the most important thing is, if you see this video and you get something out of this video, if you got a nephew, if you got a son, if you got a little young person in your family that's a male or even a female, you let them listen to these type of videos so they can know what's waiting for them in prison if they decide to make those bad decisions, if they decide to hang around with the wrong people, if they decide not to listen to the people who actually love them and telling them the right things to do and listen to them in the streets, and they end up in these situations. Let them know to watch these type of videos so they can know what type of lifestyle that they would have to live in there in order to survive. And let them see if they really want to walk down that path, because hopefully these type of stories can change someone's course or trajectory through life, because prison ain't nowhere you want to be. I'm telling you that right now, it ain't nowhere you want to be, not for one day. So keep that in mind. So you show this video to some young people, man, and let them start watching these type of things and understand what awaits them if they don't get their act together. So I appreciate y'all, man. Again, man, I love y'all, man. As always, be safe, be smart, make good decisions, man, and I'll catch you next time, man. Peace and love, man.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, and I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
Actions that I seen him in was not deadly, where and Bo and none of them was deadly because Bo never even killed nobody. You know what I'm saying? Not to my knowledge or not to anybody else's knowledge. Definitely didn't come to penitentiary for murder, and he hasn't had a murder while he been in penitentiary. But he's had multiple altercations. And the crazy part about that is, I don't know too many people, man. I would have to go back to my Rolodex in my brain, but I don't know too many people that did as much time and had as many altercations as Bo and never even, got hit. Bo never got hit. To my knowledge, Bo never got hit, meaning, anybody never put that Bethlehem in, because, another reason why people feel, because he gonna move first. He gonna strike first, and he ain't gonna leave you no room to where you got any, get back, any type of, comeback at him. So, yeah, Bo, he, at the top of my head, I can't think of nobody else that's been in that many altercations that has not, took that Bethlehem, at all. And to my understanding, I don't think he have. Next time I talk to him, I'll clarify to be sure. But I'm speaking right now from what I believe to be true. I don't think he's been hit. And some of the most deadliest and dangerous ones in there have been hit. You know, Sam Pitts been hit. You know, the Rock done been hit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's very, very fortunate, man. I'm trying to tell you. Because ducking that Bethlehem, when you are active, when you out there and you involved and you hands on, that's a hard task, man. Like I done been hit, you know. Luckily, prayerfully, it won't no vital spot, won't nothing deadly or nothing. But I done been hit, you know what I'm saying. So it's like, you know, that's, you know, more so too to his warrior spirit, man. Because like I say, he true to this. He ain't new to this. He know how to survive. He know how to survive. Anybody who has endured what he done endured for almost 50 years, have been through the wars, the battles, you know what I'm saying, been on the battlefield, hands on like him, and can remain, you know, unscathed physically, then, you know, that's amazing. You know, and they done try to kill Bo, man. They have the administration with their dislike to him is obvious. They done try to kill him. They done sent Bo all out of state, you know, with these bad labels on his name. And it's just like when you go from one prison to another prison, if you go from segregation to segregation, you know what I'm saying? Like when I went to segregation from Augusta to Mecklenburg, segregation, man, they said all this foolishness on my record, man, where the people, you know, ain't even really want to let me out on the yard. And it's hard enough to get on the yard on Mecklenburg. But I had to meet with the warden, the assistant warden, the major, and everything before I could even get permission to be, you know, let back out on the yard after a speech and warnings and all of that. If y'all go back to the Mecklenburg video, you know, y'all will see, you know, remember what I said about that. But so just imagine that that's from prison to prison, and if they put that tag or put some foolishness in your record that you could never see, and you get sent out of state, and you going out of state with this stuff on your record, and these people don't even know you. All they know of you is, you know, that you're a convict, and this is what's in your record. So you got to imagine going out on the yard is different when you go from prison to prison and you go out on the yard. You got to scan the area. You got to be aware of where you at and what's going on and who's who. If you got somebody on here you got beef with, had prior beef, all of these type of things. Is somebody family member on here that you possibly had beef with? Excuse me. All of these things are considerations when you go from place to place. So just imagine going from one state to the other state and somebody sending a bad bone on you. You know, bone meaning a bad reputation, a bad tag on you. Oh, he troublesome, watch him, or he do this or he do that. They did all that to Bo. You know what I'm saying? In an effort, I believe, and he believed, and a lot of other people believe, in an effort to get him killed or to get him hurt. But the same thing is like when you're a warrior and you got that in you, you gonna survive anywhere. You know what I'm saying? And Bo won't be the same everywhere. If you move or he think you gonna move on him, he gonna move first and he gonna move to win. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, this is why people fear him. You know, and I've met dudes, man, that was out of state with him, that ended up in this facility. You know, I've had dudes that hit me, you know, in my comments and stuff and say, oh, I was at such with Bo. I was here with Bo. Or, yeah, I had a dude hit me, I think, from Chicago. He said, yeah, I'm from Chicago, man. I was locked up with Bo Billy, man. And yeah, Bo, you know, Bo came up there, man, and you know, dudes tried him, and Bo put that work in, man. He put that work in. He gonna play it, man. Yeah, Bo a real soldier. So these is all testaments from people who done did time with him, who know. You see what I'm saying? Who know what he about and what he will do. And by the administration knowing this as well, you know, they fear him because they know he not gonna back down from them. He gonna treat them just like he gonna treat the next convict, the next inmate, the next person who disrespect him. He gonna rise to the occasion, and whatever happens. You know, and I think in my mind, and I believe in Bo's mind, I've shared this with Bo. I believe, like I say, more so the administration is more so afraid to let him out even at 66, 67 years old. Hip replacement surgery, recently gallstone removal surgery recently, all of these type of things. I believe they know Bo just know too much about the system. And we're in a social media era where everybody is talking, everybody is sharing information. And I think Bo, for lack of a better word, man, like the old saying is, they know that Bo know where all the bodies is buried at, man. They know Bo know where all the bodies is buried at, and they don't know that, he older now, yeah, he ain't as physically capable as he used to be, but at the same time, they figure his mouth is still vicious as it ever been. And he come out here and get to telling all of these truths. And if y'all think I got 33 years of prison stories, just imagine his stories. Just imagine the things he's seen, the things he's witnessed, the things he know about the administration, about people, about convicts, about the system. He know it all. He know it all. So that information was out here for everybody. There's a lot of people that get exposed. There's a lot of people that have to have their information on display, man. Bo been there through every era that you've heard of in the Virginia penal system mostly. He been there through the Bradley brothers. He was on the compound, I believe, when the escape occurred. Bo have been in that wall, man, where they had bodies after bodies being dropped in there. Bo have been out of state where people done got killed. Bo have been in Lawton. Bo have been in all of these places, man, that, a lot of things have occurred in the system. Bo went through the era in the wall, man, when they had investigations coming on in there. They had COs and female COs, selling their body for profit. They had officers and administration bringing in, contraband and drugs and, getting paid off. And he know all of this stuff. He know all of it. Not only do he know it all, he know the names of the participants. So that may be the bigger reason why, the administration fear him or fear his release. But after 48 years, man, come on, man. How much more time can he do? I mean, how much more can he pay? But that's a question that the public have to propose to them, to make them answer that, because that's something that they're not answering. They just turning them down. The man been up in the mountains for over 20-something years, man. 20-something years in the mountains, period. Wallace Ridge, Red Onion, King Mountain, River, all of those is up in the mountains. That's segregation. That's segregation, man. Just a whole bigger plantation of segregation, whereas if you on lowland and you get in trouble, whatever, then they put you in seg, Up there, those whole prisons is segregation. It's just segregation prisons. They supermax prisons. You ain't hardly got no movement. You up under the gun. You up under the dog. You up under racism every day. Every day, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's Seg, and he been up there for 20-some years after coming from out of state. So, man, that's pressure right there. That's pressure on top of pressure from doing that time. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I say, the dudes now that he older with the incident he just went through, it's a lot of dudes that's gonna hate on him. I told y'all before, that's the worst thing you could possibly do in prison is to get old in prison. That's the worst thing besides dying in prison. That may be, second, getting old in prison. And then, especially getting old after you've been a warrior your whole bit, after you ain't take no shorts, after you had zero tolerance. Because now people looking to get a reputation off your name, people looking to eat off of you, people looking to take advantage of you, just to say, oh yeah, I did this to Bo Billy. Yeah, but we all know who has done time that you would not have possibly did that to him when he was more capable. You know what I'm saying? But he's getting old in penitentiary, and they leaving him there just so the fact that they want something to happen to him. They want to see him be destroyed. Same as they did with Sam Pitts. They let Sam suffer for years and years and decades, man, before he just passed away. Because of his penitentiary reputation, because of who he was and what he stood for. So, and like I say, Bo ain't never been scared, man, but a whole lot of people been scared of Bo. You know what I'm saying? And that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? That is a definitely fact. You know, and like I say, I seen Bo rumble. I seen Bo was strong, man, in his youth, man. I mean, strong. I've told you, I seen Bo hold a dude up by his neck. I'm talking about feet off the ground by his neck. You know, I seen Bo run dudes off the yard. I seen Bo make dudes check in. I seen Bo talk to dudes like they were, you know, children. You know, less than children. And they get scared. These dudes, the same dudes I done seen put hands on people. Same dudes I done seen put the Bethlehem in people for small things. But, you know, I done seen Bo make them, you know, cower. You know, make them back down. You know, because they feared that confrontation, because they felt like that confrontation would be deadly. Because they knew for a fact he won't back down. And then on top of that, you know, even though all the hate Bo get, and he get hate in prison as well, the dudes that rock with him, if they rock with him, they was already solid. They was already solidified. They was already certified. So they, you know, if they roll with him, then you know, you dealing with a whole, what's that movie Will Smith played in? Suicide Squad or whatever squad. You dealing with a whole squad, man. You know, the death is on the table coming from every end. So dudes ain't want that smoke with him. You know, because the dudes that was solid with him was dudes that had already did their time solid. They knew why he was the way he was and the way he acted because, like I say, if you get people to testify on you that's supposed to be with you, that's supposed to be down with you, and that you done, you know, befriended, that you done went to war with and stuff, and then all of a sudden they turn on you and testify on you and get you all this time in prison, then it's going to turn you sour with the people. It's going to turn your disposition. You know, it's going to turn your disposition. I'm not justifying that. I'm just saying that is reality, because we all human. We all human. If we get wrong, we got a problem with that. If we get wrong, we salty about that. You know what I'm saying? And I guess that's how he felt. You know, and like I said, I can't speak for him, but I have spoke to him. You know what I'm saying? But they definitely, the fear in there was definitely real when it came to Bo Billy, man. As it was for Sam Pitts, as it was for Lamont Kane, as it was for several other people, because of the way that they carry themselves, the way that they stand up for themselves, the way that they just say, this is who I am, unapologetically. And a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people don't have the guts to do that. You know what I'm saying? He has the guts to do that. And for that, he's still paying the price. For how long, we don't know. You know, but I know he should be getting ready to go up again soon, man. And you know, I'm praying for him. I know a whole lot of other people praying for him. I appreciate all the support that people done gave him, you know, through you know, TBP Nation, man, because, you know, like I said, for me to do 33 years and to go through the things I went through and endure the things that I had to endure, I can only imagine just adding, you know, almost more than a decade more on to that. You know what I'm saying? And each and every day in prison, man, it could be your last day in prison. Each and every day in prison is a threat to your life, man. It's a threat to your survival. So, you know, to do that, man, as long as he has and still be fighting and have people fight for him, man, it's just a testament to who he is, man. Because a lot of people, many people could not go through what he went through, you know. And then, like I said, the fear is real for him, man. It's real for him. Even at this older age, them dudes fear him. You know, they fear him. Because, man, Bo got a single cell. They won't even put nobody in the cell with Bo because they have put people in the cell with Bo. Even at his older age that he is now, and prior to that, his 50s and 60s and stuff, man, Bo still had that rumble in him, man. You come up in that cell with that foolishness, he ain't gonna try to get you out the cell, write you out the cell. He gonna beat you out the cell. You know what I'm saying? He gonna beat you out the cell. You know what I'm saying? Straight like that. You know, and they know that. You know what I'm saying? Because very rarely, you know, the space, the rate that they locking people up these days, you know what I'm saying? The space in there is rare. That's why they building more and more prisons, because this is a business now. But every cell in there is utilized. So for them to take and say, oh no, we can't even put nobody in the cell with him. Man, they put people in the cell with people that got COVID. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't got COVID. They put people in the cell with people that's wheelchair bound. They put people in the cell with people that got one arm. They put people in the cell with people that, you know, got one leg. And they won't put them in there with Bo no because they already know how he gonna respond if it ain't right. And then you may feel like they putting people in there to get information on them, to spy on them or whatever, and he gonna get you up out of there. You know what I'm saying? He gonna get you up out of there. To this day, he got a single cell. I think he done had a single cell for a minute now. You know what I'm saying? Where they got it on file, they don't even house nobody with him. That's fear. You know what I'm saying? That's fear. When they going against their own rules, that's fear. When you making new rules for certain individuals, that's fear. You understand me? When you sending an inmate that has been locked up and assigned in this state to do time for this state, when you sending him to another state, after that's fear. That's fear, man. That's fear. How can so many people fear one man? You see what I'm saying? How can so many people fear one man, man? You know, but and then to still fear him at 67 years old, man. You know, to still fear him. And it's amazing, man, but it's real. It's really real, you know. So yeah, Bo is a different breed, man. He's a different breed, you know, but you know, if you get to know him, man, you will have a better understanding of who he is and what he stands for and why he is who he is, you know. So that's what I try to shed light on. But I do say this, even if you didn't know him and you didn't know what he stands for, what you do know is 48 years is a lifetime. That's a lifetime, man. You know, for someone to be incarcerated, to be, you know, in captivity, to be away from human, you know what I'm saying, freedom and family and loved ones and life. It's a long time, man. A long time. So, you know, like I said, when you put it in perspective, man, you have people in the United States that have shot the president and ain't do as much time as Bo did. You have people who have killed legends and icons as Malcolm X and ain't do as much time as Bo did. You know what I'm saying? You got people, hundreds, thousands, probably walking around that has actual murder charges and ain't do as much time as Bo did. You know what I'm saying? So when you put it on the scale, we talking about justice or what are we talking about? You know, that's a real question. You know, so anyway, man, I just wanted to shed some light on that, man, to give y'all reasons why they fear Bo Billy. I mean, you know, give me your your feedback. You know, do you feel that how he's being carried and what he's having to endure right now? You know, 48 years and counting is justified, you know, and I know a lot of y'all may have a lot of different opinions, you know, but I'm speaking from my perspective and it's only my perspective and, you know, you entitled to yours and you entitled to your opinion. But, you know, like I say, talk to me, I talk back, man. I just wanted to shed some light on it. Bo Billy has been a part of this movement, you know, by me sharing this story. So, you know, this is just another part of it. So, you know, hopefully, like I said, man, he'll get some liberation this year. And we're going to keep watch on it. And, man, I'm going to keep y'all posted and let y'all know what's going on. But in the meantime, he wanted to send his love, man, his appreciation for everybody who do support him, everybody who do, you know, write him or reach out to him or did anything and bought a T-shirt, anything that was, you know, within the means of showing support and love for him, man. He just wanted to say thank you and he appreciated it, man. But y'all talk to me in the comments. I talk back, man. I wanted to share that with y'all. I wanted to give y'all, you know, a little insight on him. Hopefully that is a little bit more insight on Bo and who he is. And y'all let me know what's going on out there, man. I'll probably see y'all in 24 hours, man, because y'all know I'm going to try to keep this content coming. Hopefully y'all going to keep them likes coming. Y'all going to keep them subs coming. Y'all going to keep sharing these videos. And we're going to get to 100K. And we're going to put a plaque on the wall back there. Y'all let me know if y'all like my new background, my new setup too, what's going on. And we're going to keep it moving, man. But y'all be safe out there. Be smart. Make good decisions, man. I'm out here. We out here. And we trying to make a difference. And, man, that's what we doing. And shout out to the person who hit me in my comments, too, and told me this. There's a couple of people hitting, but this one was lately saying that these other YouTubers, prison YouTubers out here, I ain't gonna call no names because it ain't necessary, saying that they'll regurgitate my stories, these 33 years of prison stories, almost word for word, man. So that means they watching us, man, and they might ain't got enough stories. They run out of them, so they using these ones. But I want y'all to know that everything I say is actual and factual. Everything I say, I've lived it, I've went through it. And if they copying us, man, that's just a testament, man, to how great we doing over here, man. So let's just keep it pushing. We ain't gonna worry about what nobody else doing because we got our own thing going on over here. So salute to everybody. Big love. We feed the positive, starve the negative. We out here. We can't stop, won't stop, man. Y'all be safe, be smart, make good decisions, man. And boom, 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 boom. Duck the hooks, man. They come from everywhere.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, and I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
Hold on, let me jump in here real quick. You're saying this dude was robbing the guards. All right, Banky, what's going on, man?
Man, same old, man. We just out here trying to live, trying to survive, getting back with the Banky and Joe show.
You better bet it, man.
Yeah.
The look and feel of these videos is already going to be back to what it once was.
Yeah. Dynamic duo, man. We can bring y'all some great content.
So let me start by saying that I am with you. The last video we did, people thought that I was in Mexico or something. They said, is Joe even in the same room with Banky?
Right.
I am here with you. We filmed in your living room in the last video, but the lighting wasn't that good. So where we are right now, we're in your studio.
Right.
And you got a nice little setup here, man.
Yeah, man. That's where I make it happen at right here every day, 7 days a week.
Well, we had a whole bunch of ideas since getting back together and so many things that we're looking forward to being able to bring to After Prison Show and to Banky Pound. And that begins here today. This is not even the video that I wanted to begin with, but something better came while we were talking. Yeah. And let me go ahead and just jump right into where we're going. I was sharing with you that I was looking for this guy that people said that they thought that you wore, Xavier Golden Tate.
Right.
After we filmed the video, I was editing that last video, and I said, let me go try to find this guy.
Right.
Still can't find a picture of him, can't find anything. But when I Google his name, the first thing that pops up is the parole board information from Virginia, where he's obviously listed on there for making parole. Not sure when exactly he did, but I got to looking at this parole board information, and it's pages and pages of documents of everybody in the Virginia system who is eligible for parole, going up, whether they make parole or they don't make parole. And in this paperwork, it showcases names, it showcases the amount of time that people have served, and it showcases, whether they've made parole, and if they didn't make parole, why they didn't make parole. But I was telling you that I was running across names of people who were going up for parole who had served either close to or more than 50 years in prison.
Right.
From there, you began telling me about some guys that you know personally who you served time with throughout the 33 years that you served, who have served that amount of time and who are also some of the most notorious people in the Virginia Department of Corrections.
Absolutely. I would probably, seeing that list, probably know most, if not all of those names. But one of them that, TBP, Team Banky Pound is very familiar with, and is currently serving time right now, probably at year 50, who is Bo Billy. I've did a couple of interviews, a couple of videos on my page about Bo Billy. The people that follow me are very familiar with Bo Billy. I could do stories forever with Bo Billy. Hopefully, prayerfully, Bo Billy do get his release one day. And I've told the people on my channel, and it's actual and factual, if you think Fleece Johnson got something to tell you, Bo Billy would definitely have something to tell you. But
let me jump in there real quick. You mentioned Fleece Johnson. People on After Prison Show were like, what? I know that name. Like, who? Why does that sound familiar? Fleece Johnson, prior to him getting released, which I didn't even know he's out now, was notorious on the internet, I believe, for a video of him comparing booty in prison to food or something like that.
Water. It's more important than water.
Right. I had this video, a clip of this video from wherever this came from while he was serving time. He was known as a booty bandit, as the booty warrior, a lot of different nicknames for this guy. Why is he relevant to you? Is it because of Bo Billy?
Well, it's a couple of reasons. That's something that I didn't even tell you. Okay, well, let me tell you this first. At one point in time, by me talking to Bo Billy, and Bo Billy had been sent to several different states during his incarceration. One of them, he was actually on the compound with Fleece, he told me. Because when I was telling him how Fleece was out and Fleece was going crazy on the internet, he was like, man, they sent me up there one time, but I ain't last no more than 48 hours because, I do what I do. He got out, he started slinging that knife because he felt like everywhere they sent him, they were sending him for his demise. So he didn't stay there long, but he had heard about Fleece and knew about Fleece. But what I didn't tell you was, Fleece been out a couple of years and he got a dude that's doing interviews with him, like sit behind the camera as like we are now, and he just interviewed Fleece because Fleece's name had got so big, so popular. He did the 2020 interview where he said that famously that in prison that booty was more important to him than water. And then they did what do they call that? Boondocks.
He was with the character of
Boondocks. Well, some dude out here right now, I can't recall his name, he does these type of cartoon character classes. He actually did one with me and Fleece.
I've seen that actually.
When Fleece Johnson meet Banky Pound in prison. So I'm like, boom, I didn't know nothing about it. So one of my, supporters sent it to me. I'm like, man, what? And he done made a couple of them since then.
But you've never met Fleece Johnson.
I've never met Fleece, but the dude who do the interviews with Fleece, who put Fleece on the internet, they do their live call in, and they was calling in, and people said, man, do an interview with Banky Pound, do an interview with Banky Pound. So he read me live joints, and he said, well, I'll talk to Fleece about that. And Fleece said, what? He said, I'm doing an interview with Banky Pound. He said, I don't know him, but I know his content. I respect him. He doing, good things out there, whatever. Fleece was like, oh yeah, well, I do an interview with Banky Pound, and if you like him, I like him. I do an interview with Banky Pound. So all of that, them little clips kind of like went viral. So that's the thing with Fleece. But I know from Bo Billy that he had actually been in the same prison at the same time that Fleece was there. But Bo Billy is, in my opinion, as I've said on my channel, definitely top three. If nothing else, I would say two, but definitely top three most notorious dudes has been in the Virginia penal system. When I got into jail, I heard Bo Billy's name.
What year was that?
When I was in the jail?
Yeah.
Probably 88.
And you were hearing his name.
You heard names like Bo Billy, Sam Pitts, what's his name, Mac Jefferson. You heard these names before you go into prison.
Back in the 80s.
Back in the 80s.
Because if they've been locked up for 50 years, they've already been in prison for 10, 20 years at that point.
Right. And their name is just ringing. And Bo Billy has a legend in prison, man. And I was able to run into Bo Billy as well as Sam Pitts and some of these dudes. So when I ran into Bo Billy, like I said, I was already aware of him. Bo Billy was coming from out of state then. And when he was coming from out of state, at this time, I'm on the most dangerous prison in Virginia, which would be Mecklenburg. And, you know, Mecklenburg was housing all of the people that had been, you know, somewhat violent in the system, and this is where you went. They only housed the most violent, and they housed death row. So the death row was separate from us. But Mecklenburg was so dynamic was because it was so small and you had a single cell. Everybody on Mecklenburg was in single cell. They couldn't be housed with each other. They couldn't have a cell partner. So by us being housed in a single cell, whenever you get in trouble or you get in a situation and you go to the hole, you got to go on the list and get in a line and come back out. So even when your time was up for whatever type of problems you got in, you still couldn't even come back to the yard because you had to wait till a bed was available. This is how Mecklenburg was run. So that was also an incentive for you not to get in trouble while you on Mecklenburg because you may not get back out. I've known dudes that's been in the hole on Mecklenburg for, 10, 15 plus years, So when I get to Mecklenburg, I already knew about Bo Billy, but I had been there maybe about a year. Bo Billy come out of state, and the whole compound was lit up. Man, Bo Billy coming on, Bo Billy coming on. People knew that he was on his way coming. So I had all of these thoughts in my mind, all this stuff I heard about him, all of this and all of that. Then when I see him, I'm like, man, this gonna be crazy. So when I actually seen him, the legend was right in front of me. Bo is not like one of those big muscle, like be on the weight pile type dudes, but he big, he's sturdy, he's solid, he has humongous hands. And I say this, and people who follow me, they know I've said this many times. Bo Billy probably got the most notorious, and we call him the notorious Bo Billy, but he probably got one of the most notorious mouthpieces ever too, man. He talked to people like, if you got any backbone in your body, you gonna have to fight.
He was disrespectful. That disrespectful.
Super ultra disrespectful, and with no cut card. Bo Billy was the first dude that I had ever seen at this point in my time being locked up that the police was actually terrified of. And when I say terrified, I mean terrified. I have seen Bo Billy grab females on their butt, and they so scared, and they be like, stop, Bo. And I'm telling you, you cannot make this up. There's no one that's been in that system with me will deny anything that I'm saying. He just was feared, man. Dudes was scared of him because, like I say, he was known to put some work in. He was known to fight. He known to be aggressive, and that's just what he was. And he wasn't scared of nobody, and he didn't care what the opposition was. You understand? He didn't care. And the thing about him was, what I learned after I got to know him was, his attitude was like that because he came in so young. He ended up getting caught up in, doing drugs or whatever. Bo came in prison, I think, with 30-some years for a robbery charge that no one got hurt or no one got killed. The money was minimal. I think the police shot him. I think he shot at the police. 30-some years. When he got in, he ended up getting a drug habit at his own admission. And then, he didn't have no whole lot of real support, and dudes started they want to get paid for the drugs in there. Bo ain't had the money, so Bo started taking it because he could fight. So as he started taking the drugs, and then, he started building up a reputation or whatever that he was running around here robbing people and whatnot. So then he knew the police that was bringing the drugs in. So Bo went a step further and started robbing the police.
Hold on, let me jump in here real quick. You're saying this dude was robbing the guards.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, Eve takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe, featuring densely populated havens of relative safety, governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in Eve. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited roles, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. Eve's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization as a veteran. So be adventurous and explore new avenues of development for your character, as you can always change role and reinvent yourself if desired. If you want to fight, combat in Eve can involve solo missions against non-player adversaries, or small group skirmishes, while for some, it can even be the thrill of fleeting up with thousands of fellow pilots and battling over disputed territory. If you want to explore, then the discovery of uncharted space and ancient regions that promise riches, danger, and adventure await you. You can also engage in the business of prosperity, be it industry, mining, or even interstellar piracy. The beauty of life in New Eden is that all of these activities, and many more, can be done alone or with others. A unique in-game market, unprecedented in scale and degree of player control, is the beating heart of New Eden. Players are responsible for the manufacture of almost everything you can buy or sell. The gathering and refinement of resources, the building of ships, equipment, and even some space stations. Eve's players are core to how the universe is filled and how the economy thrives. Players in Eve can band together to form corporations where they can enrich their experience, learn new elements of gameplay, and share their wealth and goals. When these player-run corporations grow to become larger entities, they can merge with other corps to form alliances. Powerful alliances regularly compete for control and influence over large areas of space, waging wars and engaging in record-breaking battles. Even taking down well-defended, sprawling, player-built space stations. In the spirit of exploration and mystery, new content and experiences are constantly introduced into the universe, with over a decade of free expansions leading to continual development and evolution of gameplay. While every action and decision has consequences for the universe and its hundreds of thousands of players, the game remains very much about your unique adventure and story. A story that will forever be woven into the fabric of Eve.
Who would bring in the drugs into the prison? Absolutely. Like, how would he do that? Like, straight up pull up on him when he know who bringing the sack in. He pulling up on him, saying, let me get that, and you can't take that to him no more. You got to pit stop right here and give it to me. And they like, man, what? And if he had to put hands on him, he'll put hands on him. And he tell him, what you gonna go do? What you gonna go do? You gonna go tell him I robbed you for some drugs? Go ahead. You know, but he using profanity because that's how he talk. You know what I'm saying? You be this, you be, I'll kill you when you come back to work tomorrow. And they was terrified of him. They set hits out on Bo, man. They try to pay inmates to kill Bo. The guards have tried to pay people to assassinate Bo. Man, dude came to Bo's cell one time and threw acid on him while he was in the cell. But at the time, Bo had an afro. So when he came to the cell, and this is bars on in the wall, it's bars like the old prisons you see, like Shawshank Redemption. We got bars, not these solid doors they got down. So they come to the cell while Bo locked in and try to throw acid on him. But Bo said he seen as his hair was coming up, so Bo turned and the acid go across his hair, got part of his hair, but he had a big bush then back, you know, in the 70s. So he wiped it all out and everything. But the thing about it, what's so amazing about Bo to me, and I didn't know this till I was talking to Bo recently, this just amazing me, because all of the incidents that Bo been in, which is a lot, he been in a lot of physical altercations. Bo told me he ain't never got stabbed. He ain't never got, but he done got a whole lot of people. And when I tell you a whole lot, I mean a whole lot from state to state. But Bo ain't never, he one of the rare persons that I could say that I even known of. Even I've been stabbed. He one of the rare dudes that I know that's been in that many altercations who ain't never got hit because of his mentality. If Bo think you gonna get him, if Bo got a problem with you, he gonna get you, man. He gonna move first. And that's just amazing to me. He never got hit. But the thing that made his attitude to me change was when he was in the wall and he was doing all this stuff and he was going through this with the police and the inmates and making his mark. They had this big riot back in the day in the wall, and a lot of police got hurt. A lot of police got hurt. I mean, hurt bad and stabbed up and everything. And they labeled Bo as the ringleader. They labeled him as the ringleader. They gave him some time for that in prison. Like I told you back in the day, I don't know if it's still the same, but when you get time in prison, you got to do that time flat. If you get 20 years, you got to do 20 years day for day, 365 days, 20 times.
So let's dissect that a little bit for anybody who may not be following. You've already got your original prison sentence. That's what you're serving. If you catch a street charge, a new charge while you're serving time, there's no good time.
There's nothing. Say you got 10 years, right? And you 3 years into your 10-year bid. You catch 20 years, right? You got to stop from where you was at during that time on that 10 and do that 20. When you complete that 20, 65 days, calendar years, 20 times, you'll send a star back, and then you go into your release date. So,
and he caught street charges.
He caught street charges, and to my understanding, I don't quote me, but I think they gave him close to 50 years, right? So by him getting that much time, this is the time that he's doing now. So you're talking about a man that's going into prison with 30-some years under the 85% law, then he would have already been out, 2 or 3 times over. But they're holding him for this incident that happened with this big riot where a lot of officers got hurt and they labeled him the ringleader. They had some dudes that turn on him, say, yeah, well, Bo was the leader, woo, woo, woo. And I think that soured his attitude towards, convicts and inmates, that these dudes turn on him and try to pin it all on him. They convicted him, to my understanding, for some blood that they say they found on his robe that came from an officer. This was before DNA, mind you. So now, the Innocence Projects, other people, a lot of people have come to his aid because they see the injustice and how much time he been doing and what's going on. So he is now, still fighting for his freedom. And shout out to Karen Morris, she one of the ringleaders in fighting for his freedom. And it's come to people's attention now that the blood that they convicted him of was not even blood of an officer, it was blood of another inmate.
Oh, they've tested the DNA.
They've tested the DNA since they've had DNA.
Wow.
But yet and still, they still holding him. You understand? So he's been going through a lot, man. Recently, he had hip surgery. He had a gallbladder removed. A lot of dudes in prison try to get their reputation off both the young dudes, the young gang members, because it's a notch in your belt to say you did something to Bo Billy. Because of how big his name is and how much stuff he done did. Like I said, man, I've seen Bo do some things in prison with these eyes that I ain't seen nobody do in prison. I seen Bo rob a poker game where you got at least 3 to 4 dudes in the game that's a killer. And Bo robbed the game. I'm talking about right there. He losing and he get mad and he robbed the game. This created such a big controversy on the compound because the dude who running the game is a gangster. And a big old muscle dude, he's a gangster. And this a gang, got a dude in there that got a murder charge in the system. Bo robbed the game right then and there. He said, man, I'm taking everything. And he took it. And we leave up off the yard. Everybody's high intensity, like something get ready to go off, somebody get ready to get killed, but it don't. So then when we leave and we separate on Mecklenburg, you got to go to one yard, and then people in this building got to go the other way. So once we separate and get between the gates, the dude that was running the game, little buddy then say, Bo, you know what you did, man, you can't get away with that. So Bo turned around and was like, I just did it. Why you ain't saying that there? Why you wait for the fence between us? I just did it. So he hollering like, I can't, that ain't right. You ain't going. Bo said, well, come back on the yard. We talk about when you come back. Well, I see you when you come back. Man, the penitentiary was so scared that the administration got wind of that. This is my good word. They locked the compound down. They locked the compound down before we could get back out on that yard, and they shipped Bo Billy that morning to another state, and they shipped Little Buddy to another institution, and all of the dudes that was with Little Buddy that they thought was his partners, they shipped them to different institutions, and they shipped a couple of dudes that they know was going to ride for Bo Billy. That's just how much power he had in the system, where they knew that if they would have opened them doors with that friction going, somebody was going to die. Guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? Bo ain't doing no playing. Bo ain't doing that little scratching or pulling a knife and talk. Bo coming to get you, man. And I seen it with my own eyes, man. And like I say, he legendary in the system. He done did many things, man. And like I say, every institution, to my understanding, that they sent him to out of state, that state sent him back. And they sent him back because when he got there, he automatically produced some violence because he didn't want to be there. And he's the only dude that I know of as well, too, far as like segregation. Bo done been in segregation for 20-something plus years. They've had Bo up in the mountains every time they brought him back from out of state. He's been either at Wallace Ridge or Red Onion. To my understanding, recently he was just sent to, and he got bad cataracts, his eyes going bad. He's 67 years old. To my understanding, they just sent him to Sussex 1, which is on flatland. We consider Wallace Ridge, Red Onion, King Mountain. That's up in the mountains. Bobo's been up there since he came back from out of state, which to date probably is 23 to 24 years. You understand? And man, in SAG, man, I did 2004, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I did 6 years up there in 33 years. The worst place I ever been, bar none. Easily, hand down. Man, did 20-some plus years up here. You know what I'm saying? Because they ain't want them nowhere else on flatland. They had to keep them up there. It's racists up there. Them people got guns up there. They got dogs up there. They got gangs up there. And that's where they kept that man at and for 20-some years. And you talking about a man who don't even got a life sentence. You talking about a man who ain't got a murder charge on the street, ain't got a murder charge in prison. But yet at the same time, you got people walking out here on the streets right now. They had 2 life sentences, 3 life sentences, 4, 5, 6. I know all of the aforementioned walking around on the street right now that had 6 life sentences. This man only got a life sentence. I know people got murders. I know people got double homicides, triple homicide on the street. Bo Billy's still locked up.
I want to go back to a couple of things that you had mentioned right there. Let's go back to the acid incident where the guy came and threw acid on Bo Billy. You know, what was his clap back to that?
You know what his clap back was.
So he got the guy.
If you stay on that compound, yeah, you got. Yeah, he got him and anybody who liked him, anybody who was cool with him. Bo got some, hey listen, this is why they don't want to let him out, man. He got a lot of victims, man, that done played with him in there, and it ain't work out for him, man. It ain't work out for him. And the thing about it is, he can get to you any way you want it. He can fight, and he'll push that knife. And he ain't doing no running, he ain't doing no backing down. I think it plays to his detriment a lot too, because he got so much warrior in him. He done been through so much, he just can't back down from nothing. Because even like right now, you know, trying to get out, man. I mean, within the last year, some gang members jumped him in the cell. You know, and his mentality is he can't even accept it. He want to hurt him so bad. You know what I'm saying? That it eats at his soul. You know, because that's just in him. And he know that this is nothing that they would try if, you know what I'm saying, he was, you know, healthy and he was who he was. But make no mistake about it, man, even at 67, man, Bo ain't nothing to play with. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, within the last 2 years, he whooped 2 dudes, except 2 young dudes that was gang members. They tried to jump him in the pod. You know, and then somebody pushed him off. He was on the phone. Somebody pushed him off the phone within the last 2 years too, and he broke his hip. So he had to have hip surgery. You know, he couldn't even let that go. He's speculating on anybody who he thought did it, anybody who he thought had something to do with it, and he antagonizing them every day, walking around with a hurt hip, trying to say, yeah, you gonna pay for that. It's just in him, man, you know what I'm saying? Because you gotta think, this man been in prison since he was 17, 18 years old, and then he's 67 years old. You know what I'm saying? So that's all he know is defend himself. That's all he know is to stay safe. Because the first time you get to slipping in the penitentiary, man, it might be your last time. You know, so yeah, he is not an officer, is not an inmate, is not a convict, is no one that did significant time in the Virginia penal system, either as an inmate or as working there, who do not know who Bo Billy is. Bo Billy's name is so popular in prison. Do you know his name is not even Bo Billy? Do you know the police call him Bo Billy? You know the parole board call him Bo Billy? His government name is Henry Gorham. But his nickname is Bo Billy, so the name is so big, the police don't even, the police call you your last name, they say, hey, yo, Gorell, come get your mail. They say, Bo Billy, come get your mail. That's how much respect he got in the system, you know, but he feared more than he respected. And they say fear lasts longer than respect. So that's what it is with him, man. But he is definitely on top of the line when it comes to dudes you don't want to play with in the penitentiary system.
I don't want to make this super long.
Super long.
I just had to throw that in. Look, the reason that we're even talking about Bo Billy right now is because, you go back to the beginning of this video, I was talking with you about the parole board list that I had run into with so many names on it from so many years, every month. There's tons of people going up for parole. And I was telling you that I was seeing guys up there who had served upwards of 50 plus years. We began talking about Bo Billy. And that idea turned into us beginning to share some of the most notorious prisoners that you know from serving time yourself throughout the 33 years that you served. And we're going to go one for one with this. A video for After Prison Show, a video for Banky Pound, and we're going to create a playlist of probably numerous wild stories of these type of guys that you know personally. But one other thing I want to mention in relation to that parole board paperwork was, you know, there were guys listed on there who weren't making parole, and the parole board would copy and paste what looked like the same generic reason why guys weren't being released, would diminish the serious nature of your crime, you know, not ready for release, or institutional record, negative. But there were some who weren't granted parole where it said not interested in parole. And I want you to elaborate on your thoughts on that, because when I shared that with you, when I saw that, I'm thinking to myself, you've got guys in the system right now who have served upwards of 50 plus years, who are eligible for parole, and they're going up in there, saying, nah, I don't even want parole. Like, I don't even want to come back on the streets, was how it was seeming to me. But you've got a different take on that.
Yeah, that's misleading. You know, and that's how it be, right? Because it probably look like that to the public. But in actuality, what it is all of those reasons that you're saying, you're right. You know, that's a term that I learned since I've been out here, copy and paste. But for us, we just saying since just cookie cutter answers. They know what they're gonna say. So me, for instance, 15 times, same thing.
Hold on, you went up for parole 15 times?
15 times.
In 33 years.
33, same response every time. Now, I'm going to show you the contradiction in that. Okay, if I go up this year, right, and they turn me down, they say serious nature of the crime, which never changes, and Virginia inmates challenge that in Supreme Court many times, serious nature of the crime. How can the nature of the crime change? It is what it is. That never changes. They say, have not served enough time on your sentence, poor institutional behavior. You get one charge for having contraband. You know, all of these are just the regular answers that are not fit for society right now. All of these are the regular answers, right? So if I go up for parole this year, and they give me 4 reasons, and those are the 4 reasons, right? Not served enough time in your sentence, or serious nature of the crime. Oh, this is one of their main ones. Release at this time would diminish the serious nature of the crime, right? Like saying you discrediting the crime. Okay, now here's the problem with that. Now I go up next year, right, which is only 12 months later, and I make parole. So you mean to tell me all of those reasons disappeared in 12 months? You see what I'm saying? So they give you all of these cookie cutter reasons until they decide that they want to give you parole. Me personally, I think that they do that to everybody. You're not going to make it unless you have a serious push from the outside. Meaning like your family that got these people on contacted and push it. Other than that, I think they're just going to keep giving you the same answer, right? Because you can't, those reasons that they're giving cannot disappear in 12 months. You know, serious nature of the crime is still the serious nature of the crime. Then they'll give you release at this time with diminish the seriousness of the crime. But you could have a co-defendant who's been out for 5 years, 10 years. It didn't diminish his serious nature of his crime, and he had the same crime. So, with that being said, a lot of people...
they get sick and tired of that, man, and they don't feel like they're gonna make it. So what they do is, when their name come up on the docket to go up for parole, they just say they ain't going. Let them make the decision, because they're gonna make the decision with or without you. So it's not like people is going in there and saying, no, I'm not interested in parole. Nah, they just not even going up. When the people are calling them for the interview for the parole, they just don't go. They say, I ain't going. Let them do what they're gonna do. That's what they're doing. When also too, to add to that, you go up for parole and do an interview for your parole with somebody who don't even make the decision. They don't even make the decision. This is a parole examiner who comes in, do the interview with you, make notes of what you said, then they take that information and give it to the parole board, who has never saw you, talked to you, looked you in your eyes, and they make a decision based upon that. So the process is so stressful, man. It's so biased that a lot of dudes who've been locked up that long, they don't even want to put themselves through it. Y'all, you know, TBP, y'all know as one of the dudes on my channel, Calvin Tucker, bad, watch your mouth. Calvin Tucker used to do that. They come get him for parole, and Calvin Tucker said, man, don't come get me for that no more. I ain't going up in there. They gonna get it to me when they get it to me. You know, and that's how he felt about it. And he was one of the first dudes I actually seen do that. And I was like, man, you tripping. Man, they gonna do what they want to do anyway. I ain't going up in there. I done been turned down this many times. Man, don't come get me away from work, man, for that. I ain't going. I ain't going. So they just don't go in there for the hearing. But the people do what they want to do anyway. If they give it to them, I ain't never known, maybe one person, I ain't never known nobody that gave it to and they turned it down. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like it says. That's misleading, man. You know, like I tell people all the time, I know thousands and thousands of dudes in prison. I don't know not now one of them that don't want to get out. You know, so yeah, that's misleading. Definitely misleading.
I want to wrap this up on one final thing. We're talking about going in front of the parole board, you know, this information that I ran across that I found interesting, so much perspective that you share on all of that. Going back to Bo Billy, you know, this is a guy who's probably gone up in front of the parole board countless times, probably been turned down countless times, but since you began talking about Bo Billy, because this isn't the first time that you're sharing this guy's name over on your YouTube channel, you've already shared quite a bit about Bo Billy. We're doing this video here to familiarize After Prison Show with who this guy is, but it was since you began talking about Bo Billy, you've actually been in contact with Bo Billy, which the system has now shut down. But when you began sharing about Bo Billy over on Banky Pound, a lot of other people got interested in this guy's story. And I want you to talk about how notorious his name is now out here, just like his name is also in the system.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of people that took interest in Bo Billy, man. One being, like I say, Miss Karen Morrison with the organization called Fighting for Freedom, and she is definitely fighting for freedom, and she's got a lot of people out. She's got a lot of people reunited with their families. She's definitely on top of Bo Billy case. You have other YouTubers who've made videos about Bo Billy. You know, shout out to Cartoon, I think it's 53. He's made videos about Bo Billy as well as other YouTubers. You have the prison advocate for prison talks, Kevin Jeans, that's his name. He's been fighting for Bo Billy, man, tooth and nail, his whole family. They got a whole campaign. We had free Bo Billy t-shirts. Bo Billy name is notorious out here in the streets now. And, you know, our YouTube channel, I think is largely responsible for that, for me bringing his name out here to people, but it's really TBP Nation because I just put the story out there, but y'all spreaded the story, which made it reach to other people. And I think he got a lot of support, man. He even have, you know, some, what you call them, the free people, what is the people, the Innocence Project, working on his case as well. He has some college students who's been interested in trying to, you know, dissect his case and see why is it that this man who don't have some of the most notorious charges that people are usually, guilty of doing this much time for. Why don't he have these type of charges? Why do this man who haven't took anybody's life, no matter how dangerous they say he is, but he hasn't took a life yet? Why has he been locked up for 50 years? Why is this man who don't have a life sentence still locked up when you got people walking around here on the street who had multiple life sentences? So a lot of people has got interested in trying to find out, what's going on with Bo Billy, man. And I personally think myself, at 67 years old, man, I believe everybody deserves a second chance. I believe he's well over deserving of a second chance. I think he's probably been up for parole probably over 30 times. So you keep turning this man down for the same exact reasons. And I just think it's eye-opening to the public when they hear this. This is why a lot of people has gotten involved in it, man. But hopefully, man, he'll get his liberation soon. I do know I still am in contact with him through people other than himself. He contacts somebody else, they contact me. So we definitely still in contact. I do know he is very, very interested in doing some interviews and exposing a whole lot of things when he get on this street. And I told y'all he's the type of dude that I would probably get out of the way like Joe is right there and just let him talk. And I'm guaranteeing y'all gonna be thoroughly entertained and eyes glued to the camera, man, because he got a lot to say. He's seen everything. He was there when they had the notorious escape off of death row, the Bradley brothers. He was there
at Mecklenburg.
He was right there. He has the inside scoop. He even knows the officers that was allegedly involved. He knows everything.
I did a video about that.
He was there. He can tell you everything that you think about, everything that you wanted. Did this happen or how that happened? He knows it all. I've talked to him about it. There's nothing in the system, man, in the Virginia penal system anyway that has transpired in the past 50 years that's noteworthy that Bo Billy don't know about, or have been involved in. So, yeah, man. So I pray for his liberation, man, and hopefully he'll get out here soon and healthy, man.
We're going to go ahead and wrap this up, and I want to do so on one final thing. You're sharing with After Prison Show about Bo Billy. Many years ago, I did something called the 20-Day Prison Story Marathon, and I'm inspired by that to do with you. A video for After Prison Show, a video for your channel, and then back and forth of you sharing about the most notorious guys that you knew from prison. And we begin that here today with Bo Billy.
Bo Billy.
Who else are you going to be bringing to the table?
Oh, man, we could talk about Sam Pitts, in my humble opinion, and probably a lot of other people's. Number one most notorious dude ever come through the Virginia penal system. We could talk about Spook Dust. We could talk about Mark Peace. We could talk about Angelo Ford. We could talk about Jew Baby. We could talk about Wyatt Earp. We could talk about, man, it's just so many, man. I did 33 years, man, 12,360-something days. I done ran across them all. You got Cupcake. You got Shorty Pimp. You got Pinky. You got Riverboat. It's just so many, man. And then you got to remember, I was on Mecklenburg. And I'm telling y'all, the system is different now. You got Wallace Ridge, you got Red Onion, you got King Mountain, you got Sussex 1, you got Sussex 2. It's different now. When I was first coming in the system and you was, doing all this crazy stuff or whatever you want to call it, pushing the Bethlehem, the knife, it wasn't number one place for you to go. The last buck stopped at Mecklenburg. When you get to Mecklenburg, that's it. If you so out of order, they probably gonna kill you. Just truth being told. They probably gonna kill you because if they can't control you, this is before all of these other prisons without guns and this, they had a tag team. And only people was there were death row and out of order inmates. So I'm here. I'm on the same compound with Cupcake, Bo Billy, George McGee, Sam, not Sam Pitts, but Roscoe, Pinky. I mean, I'm on here with all of these dudes, and I'm probably 22, 23 years old, man. So, you know, they tell you don't go out on the yard if you ain't willing to die. You know, but you stay back there and you feel like you're dying anyway. So, but yeah, I know all of these dudes because I was around them, and to be honest with you, I grew up with them, you know. I grew up with them. All of these cats was in the system before me, and but I grew up with them, you know. So, yeah, we can go on 20, 30, 40, 50 days because I know them all.
ABNB Federal Credit Union, where savings accounts spark progress. Learn more.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know. And I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
Shout out to everybody out there on Team Make It Pound, man. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the support, man. Let's get it. We're on the road to 100K, man. Who with me? Who with me? If you my friend, tell a friend to tell a friend to tell his friend about what we got going on over here, man. Let's get this thing to 100K. We got to get out there. We got to get more exposure. We got to get this message out there. I love the people that support me, man. I love y'all so much, and y'all doing a great job, man. We wouldn't have got the 60K, 7 million views. We wouldn't have got there without y'all, man. So y'all motivate me. Y'all make me go, man. So let's get it, man. We got to get 100K, then 2, 3, 4. We got to get 1 million, 2 million, and so on and so forth. This is a message that need to be heard. This is the real stuff about what's going on in prison, man, so we can keep these young fellas out of prison. You know, if it scares them, if it wakes them up, if it, you know, gives them some type of knowledge, that make different paths in life, that's what we want to do. So every time I see a young fella out there to pull up on me like the young dude in the barbershop and things like that, it motivates me to keep going because I know if it just help one person, that's good enough. If it help more than that, so be it. More power to it, man. But that's what we doing. This is a movement. Make no mistake about it. This is a movement. We out here trying to save lives and change lives. That's what we trying to do. So salute to everybody out there on TVP. Salute to everybody who support me. Salute to all the young fellas out there, man, that watch me. I appreciate it. I appreciate the love. If you see me in the streets, holler at me. Holler at me. You hear me? So, man, let's go, man. We're on the road to 100K. I'm trying to drop these videos for y'all. Before I go to Vegas, I'm going to Vegas, Las Vegas, for my mom's 75th birthday. Mama Pam, love you so much. First time in Vegas, and can't wait. So I'm trying to get some of these videos out here to y'all before I go. I'm going to try to vlog when I'm out there. Even though y'all ain't showing me much love for the vlogs, I ain't getting that many views for the vlogs. I appreciate everybody who did watch it, though. I appreciate everybody who gave me comments in the vlogs. I'm going to continue to do the vlogs until y'all just, you know, if y'all ain't supporting it enough, I'll leave it alone and go back to something else. They're doing these 33 years of prison stories. But I just want to make sure y'all engaged. I want to make sure y'all entertained. I want to make sure y'all are getting something out of these videos. So you got to let me know in the comments. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Share these videos on all y'all platforms, man. If it's social media or Facebook and all that, you know, I don't really know too much about Facebook. I'm kind of green. But I heard Facebook is a great platform. I got to get the time to find out how to actually operate it so I can get on there as well, just to put this message out there as much as possible. And if you follow me here on YouTube, man, follow me on Instagram, man, Boxing Bank, man, the official page of Banky Pound, man. Y'all go check me out on Instagram. I post every day on Instagram. No matter what it is, I post something every day on Instagram. So y'all go follow me. I ain't even got 10,000 followers on Instagram. How do I got 60,000 over here? Don't even got 10 over there. If you rocking with me, you rocking with me. Who you with? Let's go, man. Let's get it. Anyway, this story right here, man, I was thinking about this cat the other day, man, because I had some dudes that come over here and chill with me for, Memorial Day weekend, man. We sat out there and reminisced and had some good old fun. Posted a little shot of that on my Instagram, so y'all go check me out. But it just made me, think about some things that we was talking about different people, man. So I wanted to hip y'all to this dude named Bolo. Bolo. Now, you heard the name Bolo. When I heard the name Bolo, the first person come to my mind is the big Chinese dude from all the Bruce Lee movies. His name was Bolo. If y'all ever watched a Bruce Lee movie, y'all know him, man. He's Bolo. Big old Chinese muscle dude. Now, this Bolo was a short, black, stocky, strong, crazy dude named Bolo that was in prison with me. I don't know if Bolo was out there before me or what, but I know he's been locked up a long time because I've known him for years, decades. But Bolo is just as crazy as you can ever imagine. He's a different type of crazy though. He's really a good dude, and I know y'all always say good dude, and I tell y'all things about that he did or do that y'all say ain't so good. But you got to know these dudes, you got to know their heart, you got to know their intent, you got to be around them on a regular basis. You can't just judge a person for their actions, you got to really know them. And their actions may not be indicative of who they are. It may be the circumstances that make them act the way they do. But Bolo is crazy. Bolo is straight crazy, man. And the crazy part about Bolo is that you never know what he's gonna do. When he do it, it's spontaneous, it's unexpected, and you be like, what? Bolo just would come out of the blue and do some stuff, man, to just be like straight shock value, and it'll just mess you up. And I remember when I first met Bolo, I was already surprised or intrigued about his voice. And when I tell you he got a deep old, Barry White voice, he got a deep Barry White voice, man. He's short, he's stocky, he got a big belly, but he big up top. He lift weights every day. He always working out. He's strong as an ox, and he lift weights all the time. But he just got a gut too, and he got this deep old voice, and he talk real slow. And then he got this crazy deep old laugh. But you know how he talk, he might say, hey yo, what's up, baby, man? What's going on? Yeah. When they gonna let us out here, man? That's always his opening line when he see me. Man, when they gonna let us out here, man? And in this case, he ain't no telling because he snaps out at any time. Any given moment, Bolo will snap out. And the thing about it is he got a one-hitter quitter, man. He got a one-hitter quitter, and I done seen him use it on several occasions. And I got to say, every time that I ever seen him use it, it was unexpected. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even know that he was really going to use it, but he would. And Bolo, man, I done seen Bolo in some crazy situations. I'm trying to remember the first time I was around him. I think the first time I was around him was probably Mecklenburg. And I went to Mecklenburg in like 90, 91, somewhere around that time. So, in essence, I've known him ever since then, since 90, 91. I was actually with him in Nottoway before I made parole. He was there with me until his incident, which I'll get to later on. But he was there then, and Bolo is a Muslim, and in prison, Muslims got to live by a strict code. They got to be doing these certain things. They say what they call is on their deen. And Bolo will be on that. He'll be on his deen most of the time, but it just takes one little incident to get him off track, and he off to the races without question, without hesitation. He'll just snap out, man. And like I said, I've seen him do it on many occasions. I'm trying to think of the first time that I ever seen him do anything, And the crazy part about him is, like I said, you meet all kinds of dudes in prison. I mean, I'm telling you right now, anything you ever seen in a movie, anything you ever seen in real life, all the different types of dudes you might have seen in school, in junior high school, and you see all these different personalities, these different qualities, these different traits. In prison, that's tenfold. because you're around so many different characters, so many different people. You're going to see every type of people, all walks of life in prison. And after a while, nothing surprises you. You're used to everything because you see everything. When I first went to prison, I was surprised about everything, man. Everything I saw for the first time just blew my mind. You know, when I first saw a dude getting stabbed, like I told y'all in the bar, I was like, man, what is they doing up? You know what I'm saying? What they doing up in here? This how they doing it? And when I first seen dude fight the police, first seen a dude that I just looked at and didn't know that, you know, he liked boys, or first time I seen a dude getting high, you know, all of that type of stuff, man, like shooting up. I've seen dudes shoot up. First time I ever saw a dude shoot up George was in prison. All of that stuff just blow your mind, man. It blow your mind the first time, but after a certain amount of time you've been in prison, you become more or less numb to it because you expect certain things because you've seen so much. But it's always people that surprise you still do something that you be like, oh, what? He did that? Bolo one of them type of dudes, you know. Bolo can be around you, he can be happy, he can be laughing, y'all can be joking and playing, and in a split second, it'll turn violent because Bolo will snap out. He'll snap out and you won't even know it, and especially if you don't know him. I think the first time, I'm trying to remember, the first incident I seen him in was, I think I was on Mecklenburg, and he was out there and he was lifting weights, and on Mecklenburg you got the basketball court, but it's caged in with a fence around it and barbed wire. It's just a whole basketball court. But over to the corner, small area, they got the weights. And Bolo used to be over there lifting weights and just laughing and joking with people. Like I say, he got this big booming voice, man. It's like, for real, it's like his voice should be on radio. He literally talks so deep and loud, then you definitely gonna hear him. Yeah. Hey, yo, what's up, man? Yeah, hey, y'all ain't put no work in today. Y'all ain't looking no weight. Okay. Yeah. I see you out there, though. I see you. Put that jumper? Yeah, put that jumper in there. That's how he talk. You'll never not hear him. He always gonna be the loudest dude in the room. His voice gonna be booming and echoing. And you know, like I say, most of the time he got a smile on his face. He laughing, he jovial, he's always happy. But that's what chicks do. Cause when he mad, he give you no detection that he mad. He just, you know, he be like, yeah, you right. And next thing you know, bam, he'll take off on you. He'll take off on you and lay you out. If he gets you with the first punch, that's a wrap. And I'm gonna tell you this too. I tell y'all this a lot of times. I told y'all this a lot on my videos. Ain't no mercy in prison. And then you can't depend on somebody in prison to give you mercy because they may not have none. Now in Bolo's case, he ain't got no mercy. If he engaged physically with you, he's gonna try to hurt you to the 10th power. Someone is literally gonna have to stop him. If you go unconscious or you go down and Bolo get on top of you, it's a wrap. And he gonna savage you, man. He is gonna savage you with no mercy. Trust me when I tell you this, because I've seen it. And like I say, the first time I think he was on that court, man, and he was laughing and joking from the sideline, and somebody said something to him. He said something back. They told him mind his business, and he bumped out with the booming laugh. Yeah, you right. You got that. And as soon as the game was over, and dude was on the sideline, wiping all the sweat on his face, just talking and like, yeah, man, yeah, we should have won, but, you know, he's shooting all them old ugly jumpers, messing the game up. I ain't want to pass the ball. And Bolo walked right over to him and tapped him on his shoulder. And he turned around. As soon as he turned around, boom! Bolo hit him. Dropped him. I mean, one hitter quitter. And like I told you, he a big dude. He's strong. Bolo probably weigh about, man, Bolo might be about 260, 270. Boom! Drop. Dude fall there. Everybody out there on the court, they looking around. What is it? And Bolo just get on top of him and bam. I I mean, just beat him, man. He just savaged him. Blood is coming from everywhere. I mean, it's like some stuff you see in a movie. As his fist hit his face, you see blood just pop up, and he just bomb. And the dude was unconscious. He was just unwell. You know what I'm saying? Just out of it. And Bolo just pounded him, man. And it took a dude to grab him and say, "That's enough, Bolo, that's enough," and pull him up off of him. And Bolo said, yeah, ain't funny? we all laughing now. and dudes is looking at him like, man, this cat crazy. Cause that's definitely how I was looking at him. I'm like, man, Bolo crazy though. Cause dude said some stuff, but I thought at the time it was on and they just Jones on each other. They just talking trash. Nah, not the Bolo. He don't want to be embarrassed. He don't want to be made a mockery. He don't want you to shine on him or what he would call you trying to shine on me, get loud in front of other people. He ain't going for it. And he'll laugh and act like he all right with it. But man, you better watch him because I'm telling you, he would walk up on you and he would take off on you without you. He'll walk up on you and be like, yeah, hey, look, check it out. Bomb! And take off on you. And take off on you, man, and lay you out, man, and he would get on top of you and beat you down to make sure you ain't gonna get up and do nothing to him. Straight like that. Bolo, one hitter quitter, man. Yeah, one hitter quitter. He got one. And you got dudes like that, man. They got that power that if they hit you one time or they hit you first, it's a wrap. I don't care who you is. And it's the same in boxing. Everything, every man is made the same. The heart made different, but every man is made the same. If you get hit right, I don't care who you is. Tyson Fury, whoever you are. If you get hit right, and especially if you get hit unexpected, it's a wrap for you. It's a wrap for you. This is why boxers train so hard. And you see all these boxers in the ring, and then you say, okay, you got punches, just like we just had the Tank fight with Rolling. Okay, Tank a punch, Rolling a punch. But if you get hit right, I don't care who you are, you going out. Is no man immune, or you can build up your muscles, you can build up your stamina, you can build up your skills. You cannot build your chin. There's no way you can make muscles in your chin. If you get hit right on that button, man, it's night-night for you. It's straight night-night for you. I don't care who you is, but this is why boxers train. They train not to get hit. You see what I'm saying? The art of boxing is actually the definition, the real root word is a pugilist. That's what a boxer is called, pugilist. If you ask a boxer what is his profession, he's a professional pugilist. And when you're a professional pugilist, the sweet science is what they call boxing. The art of boxing is to hit and not get hit. So when you get two dudes in there that's punches, the one that has the best defense is going to be the one who wins, because that's going to be the one who avoid the big punches. That's what happened with Tank and Rolling. Tank is a knockout artist, Rolling is a knockout artist, but Tank defense and overall skills was better than Rolling's. That's why Rolling went to sleep. You see what I'm saying? Even though all the trash he talk, because he's thinking about how hard he hit. Oh yeah, I just hit him one time. I hit him one time, it's over with. It's gonna be over. Yeah, Tank ain't nothing. A one punch, yeah, you got to land that one punch though. You got to land that. You can't just go in there and say you gonna hit somebody. Ain't nobody, you might get hit a regular person, because they're gonna be unaware. They not gonna know how to slip, bob, weave, and all of that. Parry the punch. They not gonna know all of that. You might do that to a regular person. Yeah, one punch, he out of here. But you not gonna do that to somebody who's trained not to be knocked out. You see what I'm saying? Not to be caught with flush shots. And see, in Bolo's case, man, Bolo had a one-hitter quitter, and most dudes that he take off with is not prepared. They're not ready to be hit. They're not expecting to be hit. They're not prepared to be hit. But messing with Bolo, guess what? You gonna be hit. You know what I'm saying? Because he gonna take off on you, man. And I'm telling you, man, he beat that boy so bad. And I think that's when the first time I was around him, and I didn't see him for a while because he ended up getting locked up for that. He stayed in the hole so long. Then by the time he did come out, I was gone. I had got transferred. But that has been a running theme with him. Every time I ran him, I've been around him for several years in different institutions, different camps, and all the time it always ended up the same way. Whenever I didn't see him no more, whenever he ended up getting gone, it's because Bolo did something to somebody. Oh man, what Bolo at? Man, Bolo locked up. What happened to Bolo? Man, Bolo beat up such and such man in the kitchen. Bolo beat up such and such on the yard. Bolo beat up. It's always that. He ain't gonna get locked up for nothing else. It's always gonna be because he put them mitts on somebody who try to laugh, joke, play, or take them for weak and end up learning the hard way. You know what I'm saying? And man, and the crazy, the ironic part about it is every time you say, when they gonna let us out here, babe? Man, I used to always think in my mind, brother, they ain't gonna let you out here if you keep doing all this foolishness, man. You know, but I used to always say, I don't know, brother, I don't know. Man, yeah, man, both time. How long you been locked up, nigga? How long? And I tell him, man, yeah, me too, man, brother. They come do loose, though. Yeah, they get ready to do something. Yeah, they get ready to do something, man. I'm ready, though. I'm ready. You know, and I used to be like, all right, Bolo, that's what's up. But he won't ready. Because he'll come out here, the same thing, since I've been out here, I can see how the way people act out here, the way people move is so different than the way we act and the way we move in prison. And you get out there and Bolo will get to a gas station and somebody be eyeballing him or say something slick or the road rage and he cut somebody off and then, man, Bolo will follow somebody, man, and knock their block off when they get out of the car. He'll approach him with some humble, hey, what's going on? Bomb and take off on him. You know what I'm saying? They be somewhere they out in the street, Bolo be locked back up. So, you know, I ain't trying to put that on, but I hope that wouldn't happen. But from what I know of him, that's a very, very high probability, man. That's a very high probability. Because like I say, man, I done seen him punish some dudes, man, on some crazy stuff that you wouldn't even expect him to do it on. And I've been in the pod with him. I was in the pod with him, I think, on Sussex 2. I ended up being in the pod with him. And I remember he was in the pod with a little young dude that I know, right? And that had been around. So the young dude asked me, pull up on me, said, man, and this young dude was thorough. And when I say thorough, I mean he go hard. He ain't gonna be taken advantage of. He ain't no sucker. He was a real dude, but he just was a young dude. But he gonna fight for years, and he had enough size on him and enough heart that he gonna fight hard. Period. You know what I'm saying? So he ended up getting moved over there. He get put in cell with Bolo because Bolo had the only thing cell. And Bolo already, when he come in there, Bolo started laying there and law to him. Yeah, you on the top, man, and this cell right here, man, you know, is all about respect. You know, this how we do it in here. I don't tolerate no disrespect, and I ain't giving out no disrespect. That's just how it is, straight like that, right? But you a young man, you be alright, man, my name, I'm Bolo, and give him the whole spiel. But he really wasn't feeling that because he was feeling like Bolo is bullying him, and he like, man, you know what I'm saying? I know I do time, I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I don't need you to narrate or give. Bolo like, yeah, well, you know, this my cell. You know, I mean, you in here now, but you know, I was in here, this my cell. You know, this how I occurred. You know what I'm saying? And that's how he coming. Cause he ain't gonna bite his tongue for nobody at no time. I don't care who it is. So the young dude pull up on me and like, man, what's up with this dude, Bolo, man? You know what I'm saying? He up in there talking all this crazy stuff and he wanna talk all night and his voice so loud and this, that, and that. I said, look, man. I tell him, I said, look, man. Be leery of this dude. I said, he a good dude, but don't say no anything to him or don't just pop off on him or come out your mouth. Think about what you say before you say something. I said, cause he a little off. You know what I'm saying? He said, what you mean by that? I'm saying, he a little off, man. I'm telling you. He'll laugh and he'll be listening to what you say, but if you say something disrespectful or you say something that's gonna irk him or annoy him, man, I'm telling you, he might swing on you. So the little young was like, man, shh, better not swing on me. I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you, he swing on me, man. I'm gonna stab the SHIT out of him. I'm telling you. I said, listen, bro, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Don't let it get to that point. Just, if you don't want to be in the cell with him, just holler at the people, try to get out, try to wait till a cell come over, tell them you're moving another cell, whatever. But I'm telling you.
Why ECPI University Engineering Technology?
ECPI built a foundation to be able to step right into my job as an electrical engineer confidently. Not only are they teaching you what you're going to need to know for the industry, but having people to guide you along the path, it's more than I could have hoped. Because of the degree that I earned at ECPI, it's given me a lot of my life back. If you enjoy what you do, you'll never work another day in your life.
Don't get in no conversation with that man in that cell, man. I'm telling you. You like, yeah, man, I'm telling you, man, he too big, man. I ain't gonna play with him, man. He talking about putting that Bethlehem in. But the crazy thing about it, Bolo used that Bethlehem too. No problem whatsoever. Bolo will push that Bethlehem up in you as well. So, and he's smart. He know his opponent, he know who he dealing with. Before he ever make a move or do something, he done already thought it out. He's cerebral. He thought it out. You know what I'm saying? Before he do what he do. So I'm telling the young dude, trying to give him good game and let him know, I know you in the cell, I know you uncomfortable, and that's one of the most craziest things to be is uncomfortable in the cell, man. When you in prison, man, you got a cell partner, and man, you ain't getting along with him. That's supposed to be your sanctuary. That's supposed to be where you go, where you can relax. You ain't got to be on guard 100% because all these dudes out here crazy when you walk out in the block. You got to be on guard 100%. If you ain't on guard 100%, that 1% you ain't on guard, somebody can take your head off. You know, and you might go out there, you be like, I ain't got no beef with nobody, I ain't doing nothing to nobody, I'm good. Okay, but people crazy up in there, man. This is a house of crazy. Somebody might come at you with some underlying feelings they done had about you that they ain't even ever expressed to you. But today, their day going so bad that they just throwing caution to the wind, say F everything. Oh yeah, I don't like banking. I'm gonna tear his head off today. You know what I'm saying? So with those type of thoughts and processing and going through a dude's mind, you got to be on point, man. You got to be on point every time you walk out that cell. But when you come in your cell, man, you're supposed to be able to let that go. You're supposed to be able to relax. You're supposed to be able to say, okay, all right, I'm good. You're supposed to be able to lay down, close your eyes, and don't think or worry about somebody doing something to you because there ain't nobody in the cell but one dude. So everybody do something to you, it got to be him. So you supposed to be to the point where you comfortable with your cell partner, the dude that's in the cell with you, enough to lay your head there and the rest easy. You see what I'm saying? You always gonna be on some type of guard because you in prison. That's how I was. I don't care from my coolest cell partners to my worst cell partner. I never slept with the intent or the belief that I was completely safe. You know what I'm saying? Because I just ain't believe that. And I wouldn't allow my mind to believe that, because when you allow your mind to believe that, you're tricking yourself and you put yourself in harm's way. So I was trying to give him that game and let him know, man, don't sleep on that dude in there, man. I'm telling you. I said, he's not a bad dude, but he is a dude that will do something. And he might do something not knowing that you feel like he should do something. So watch your words with him and be particular with him, man, because he a little, you know what I'm saying, he a little tata, man. So he was like, man, I'm getting out the cell with this cat. I ain't trying to be in there with him, man. I'm telling you, man, I ain't gonna never do nothing to me, man. If he do something to me, I'm telling you, man, I'm gonna stab the I don't know what out of him, man. You know, I got it on me. He said he got that Bethlehem. You know what I'm saying? He was like, man, I brought it with me from the other block, so I got it, man. So I just want to know from you, are you all right with him? You cool with him? Because dudes want to know if you are able to do, even if they considering or thinking about doing something to a dude, because if you cool with a dude, they'll automatically assume if I do something to his partner, then I got beef with him. And I was cool with Bolo, but we weren't like locked in, like we was super friends and nothing. But we was cool, and truth be told, I like him. I like him. Me and him ain't never had a problem. I always liked him. He was a cool cat, you know. But anyway, you know, so I was giving my little youngin the run up on him. So that gave my little youngin some leeway to know how to deal with him and know how to react to him and to say it. And he went in there and started doing, you know, what I told him to do. He took my words, you know, he took heed to him. And I appreciate that because most young dudes don't listen. They want to learn the hard way. But the hard way will get you in penitentiary. The hard way will get you in the hospital. The hard way will get you a helicopter ride. The hard way will get you on life support fighting for your life. See what I'm saying? So you got to listen, man. That's how I learned. That's how I got my knowledge. I always listen to old heads. I always listen to people that have been there before me. If you don't listen, you don't learn. I'm going to say it again now. If you don't listen, you don't learn. It's just like at school. If you don't listen to what's going on, you're not going to know that sound. If you don't listen, you don't learn, man. You gotta listen, man, because this is vital information. Because had I not told him that he going there, or I've been one of those old sucker dudes, get, oh man, Bolo ain't nothing, go in there, man, tell him, lay down the law, tell him what you ain't going for, this. Man, Bolo would have killed him up in this cell. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna steer dude on the wrong path or give him no false information. You know, as our ex-president would say, Trump, I'm not gonna give him no fake news. I'm gonna tell him the truth to make sure that he handled the situation the way it need to be handled and be cautious as he need to be cautious. But man, it worked out in his favor, man, because like I said, we on Sussex too. And Bolo, man, he's always a walking danger, man. And we was out there, and it was this dude that used to be on Mecklenburg, I'll never forget it, man. And Priest, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry for telling this story if you out here on the street, man, but I'm sorry, but I gotta tell it. But it was a tall dude named Priest that was with me on Mecklenburg. He left-hand dude, always played basketball. We were talking about 6'4", 6'5". Cool dude, always thought he was like slick, thought he was like a pimp or something. Man, he used to always have his cell fixed up so immaculate with candles burning all in his cell and incense hanging all out everywhere. You know, he come out there with his little fedora cocked to the side, or little head and little toothpick in his man. He was just an extravagant dude, right? Over the top type dude. But he liked to laugh, joke, and play. Man, we was coming from chow one day, and he laughing at something Bolo did and joking on Bolo, and everybody else joined in and started laughing. That was the worst thing that could have happened. So dudes is laughing and laughing. So when we get to the building and dude holding the door open for everybody to go in the building, and we filing in. So Priest stepped to the side. He's standing right there trying to smoke a cigarette before you go in, because you can't smoke in the building. You can smoke outside. He tried to smoke a cigarette before you get in, laughing and joke. So then here come Bolo in the line, and Bolo get close to the door. So he's still laughing and joking about everybody laughing about the funny stuff he said about Bolo. So Bolo come up there, and Bolo like, yeah, that was funny though, right? Yeah, you got me. Yeah, and go like to dap him up. But Bolo was like, yeah, bomb! Knocked him, slam out.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know. And I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
everybody out there on Team Binky Pound, man. I appreciate the love. Bam, bam, boom, boom. Appreciate the support. Boom, duck that hook. Appreciate the support, man. We out here 33 years of prison stories. We rolling. We trying to get this message out. We trying to get this positive energy out there. We trying to change these lives out here for these young kings and queens, man. So I appreciate everybody who's down with the movement, everybody who's been rocking with me, everybody that's been supporting this message, man. And big shout out, man. Big shout out, big love to all other YouTubers, man, that's pushing that positive energy out there, man, that I've talked to, built some type of rapport with, some type of brotherhood with, man. Big shout out, man, to Jay Williams, man. Let's Live Life, man. Salute. Big shout out to Bill Feezy out there doing this thing with the good old energy, the good comedy energy with it, you know, doing this thing. Salute to him, man. Salute to Unique Mecca Auto. Big top salute to the soldier out there, you know, turned his life completely around, man. You know, out here trying to push that positive energy out there as well, man. Big shout out to my dude always, man, Chill 16 to life. You understand? And look for collaborations with these dudes soon, man. Real soon. I'm gonna try to connect with them, man, and chop it up and bring it to y'all right here too on TBP, man. So we gonna cross collab, man, and spread this positive energy everywhere, man. We in this thing together. We in this fight together. So we all rumbling, man. Boom, boom. So big love to them, man. TBP, y'all go support them. Make sure you put TBP in the comments, man. Getting them gloves up, man. Let them know we all out here, man, on the same with the same agenda, man. Just different platforms. So big love to them. Today, man, I wanted to tell you about this dude, man. I think I spoke about him in one of the videos as well before, you know, but I wanted to come back to him because I just, you know, seen something that made me think about him recently. But Big Earl, man, old Earl, man. Shout out to Earl, man. R.I.P. Earl, man. Earl, man, was he was a bully, man. He was a bully, man. Big old bully, man. But when I say big, man, he was thick, powerful, you know, built, whatever. But he was short, even shorter than me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't that short though. You know, I'm 5'7.5. You know what I'm saying? But I think he was a little shorter than me. But he was big, he was strong, he was wide, he was really strong on that weight power. But Earl was a bully though, man. Earl came from them streets, man. Shout out to Richmond, man. Richmond, the big R. You know, Earl came out of there, man. He came up out of them hoods and projects out there. And to my understanding, he was known out there. He was feared out there. He was, you know, slinging that iron out there. You know, which when you do that, you know, your destination is penitentiary, you know, or if you're lucky, you know, and that's not even being lucky, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, he was known, man. He was feared out there in the streets, man. And you know, when you got that type of mentality, when you got that type of, you know, energy, man, where you used to, you know, taking control and doing what you want, taking what you want. You know, sometimes it's transferable in the penitentiary if you know, got, you know, skills where you got that type of heart. A lot of dudes got that type of heart when they got that iron in their hand. You know what I'm saying? But when they ain't got that iron in their hand, they not built like that. You know what I'm saying? Earl, on the other hand, you know, he was built like that. You know, Earl gonna rumble, strong as a bull, and he just as aggressive, you know, without the iron in his hand. I ain't never seen him with the iron in his hand. I've never been in the penitentiary. But in the penitentiary, he, you know, that's how he carried it. He bully. He ready to go. He trained to go. You say something wrong, he up on you. What's up? What's up? He trying to get it in. You know what I'm saying? He take you in the cell and go ahead on and shoot you that one-on-one and all that. Or he might just take off on you. So, you know, but I think I told y'all in the video, it might be the Power 10 video. I'm quite sure it's a Power 10 video because that's where I met him at. You know, how I met him, you know, I come on the block and, you know, they got their own thing going on, you know, and at this time, you know, like say I'm You know, I'm all up in the velocity game. You know, I'm shooting dice, running store boxes. You know, my hand touch some drugs. I'm selling it. You know, so I'm into that during this time period. So dice, that's my thing. I'm telling you, I done told y'all before, man. I'm a lucky joker in dice, man. I ain't been too lucky in life, but in dice, I'm a lucky joker, man. And I don't know what it is, man. But when I get on the road, man, you better either bet with me or you gonna get broke. You know what I'm saying? Straight like that. You know, man. I done had some bad dice games, but for the most part, overall, when I'm on and it's clicking, and I'm unbeatable. Yeah, I'm unbeatable. You know, dude, you trying to get me to go up in the casino man out here, but I'm ducking that hook, man. I ain't trying to get involved in no flammery, no nothing that's gonna be, and I ain't got the money to be taking no chances and nah, I can't do it. But I got a rep for shooting them dice, man. I got a rep for shooting them dice. Anybody who know will tell it truth, yeah. I done put it on some jokers in there with them dice, man. So when I get on the block, they shooting dice hard, you know what I'm saying? There's a couple of dudes on there that I knew from other institutions and they know me. So I remember, man, I ain't even on there a hot minute. And I heard they got the big dice game going on at the top of the stairs, man. They up there, they slinging. They gambling like I don't know what. So I grabbed me a couple of cottons of cigarettes, a little money. I shoot on up there. So, when I get to the dice game, I'm just standing around. I'm looking first, just standing around, dudes. You come walk up on anything in the penitentiary and you don't say nothing. That dude's looking at you like, man, what you want? I mean, what you doing? You gambling? You what? I mean, what's going on? So I'm new, but some cats know me, so I'm just standing around first, but I got money in my hand. You know what I'm saying? I got money in my hand, I got cigarettes in my hand, so they know I come, business. But I'm checking out the layout first. I'm seeing if any family going on, any foolishness, license, skullduggery, before I just jump right in. That's with anything in life. You got to check it out before you just jump right in. This ain't devil dutch. You don't just jump in. So I'm watching. So I'm seeing how the bet's going, how the flow going, who running their mouth, who running this thing, who, aggressive, who non-aggressive, who winning. I'm just checking out the whole layout. And I see Earl, he over there gritting, mean, muggy, he on the floor, we on the floor, we on the concrete, you know what I'm saying? We dunking it out, we in the penitentiary, and we ducking the police, you know what I'm saying? So, at this time, I don't believe they ain't even have the cameras in there yet. So we just go on the top tier where they can't see us. Only way they can see us if the police come and make a round, and then if he make a round, by the time he get up on the top tier, somebody gonna holler, police on the floor, so we'll clean it up, wait till he get up, go around, boom, boom, boom. That's the only thing that's gonna stop the game. Everybody else in there knows if you moving around the tier, you see a shooting dice right here, go the other way. You know what I'm saying? If you walk through there and you disturb this game and you ain't gambling, you might have to duck the hooks, man. Cause dude, man, get on around here, man. You see me gambling, man. Don't walk through here. That type of stuff. So, yeah, man. So like I'm looking and I'm checking it out, and I said Earl over there, he mean mugging. He a bulldog and every bit. Every time somebody throws something, he said, bet some more. And I can just tell the way he talking. He the alpha male in the little bunch, you know what I'm saying? So once I see what's going on, I jump in, man. I throw a bet down, woo. So boom, I lose on the bet because I bet against another dude. I lose that little bet, you know what I'm saying? So now I'm just waiting around, dudes like boom. I'm trying to shoot, you know what I'm saying? I'm a shooter. I like to shoot the dice. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what nobody else might do. I don't really like betting on nobody. I don't really like betting against nobody unless I'm shooting. I like to shoot. You know what I'm saying? So once the dice touch my hand, then that's when the party start. So when they get around me and I get the dice, so I get in there, I start off, I'm betting, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, I'm an antagonizer when I shoot dice. I want to antagonize everybody in the game because I want them to all be against me. Because when they all against me, that means everybody's betting against me. That means all I got to do is produce. If I win big. I beat everybody. You know what I'm saying? That's my strategy with dice. I don't want you to bet with me. I want you to bet against me. Because if you bet against me, I'm taking that bet. If you bet with me, that's taking money away from me for my success. So I want everybody against me. So I'm antagonized. I'm getting in. I'm talking trash, man. Look, don't get it twisted now. I talk that talk. Y'all think I talk right? I talk that talk. I'm like, man, look, don't bet with me. You know what I'm saying? Bet against me, put everything there. Yeah, what up? Your biggest bet too small. You gonna bet? I'm betting everything. I believe in me 100%. Drive it is a bet. I'm doing all of that. So, like I say, he aggressive. So he throwing money there, and I come out, boom, make my first number. You know what I'm saying? Once I do that, you know, my energy flowing, you know, and I feel like, okay, this gonna be a good one. Man, I get to shooting, man, pack 'em. I'm talking trash, I'm winning. I'm talking about I mop them on the first round, I mop everybody. You know, dudes is upset, man. You got to understand, we gambling, it's all fair, but at the same time, nobody likes to lose. Nobody likes to lose, including me. So when I'm winning, though, when you win, it's all good. When you lose, it's all bad. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is. So Earl is like, you know, I done broke almost everybody now. Earl is like the last one left. And he still want to bet. You know what I'm saying? I'm cracking him. Then he want to go get some more money. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, I'm ready to go. Everybody going, no, I'm trying to get some more. I'm trying to keep going. You know what I'm saying? So at this point right here, this is when, you know, in the penitentiary, this is when things can go left. Because, you know, he mad because he lost. I'm ready to go. The whole game is essentially over because everybody else is broke. You know, I done cleaned up. I got a pillowcase full of stuff. So I'm good. You know, but he lost and he still got money, so he's still trying to play. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to tell them, I ain't came, we got no game for no one-on-one. It's different if we playing one-on-one. We playing the whole game. You just happen to be in the game. So he still want to go, but I think at the same time, he's sizing me up and judging me, but he don't realize I'm doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, we eventually, you know, kill that. You know what I'm saying? I beat him out a little something, we roll out, but I knew he kind of had an attitude. But at the same time, I knew he kind of respected me because he could feel my energy, he could feel my vibe. He knew I wasn't one of these regular cats. And I'm quite sure, you know, he did his due diligence and asked about me or whatever, and somebody told him whatever they might have told him about me, you know, but, and I did the same, like, you know, who this joker right here, man, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man, that's Earl, man, he from Richmond, man, he was a dope boy, you know what I'm saying? He got the goals in his mouth, big old stocky dude, you know, so, next thing I know, he put up on me the next day. He wanted to gamble. He telling me, I'm trying to gamble one-on-one, man. I'm trying to win my stuff back. You know what I'm saying? Woo. I'm like, all right, you know, ain't no problem. I'm with it, because that's what I do. Shooting dice one-on-one with anybody. I promise you, I feel like I'm going to win. I don't care who it is. If the dice ain't crooked and they ain't cheating, I promise you, I feel like I'm going to win. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, me and him end up going gambling one-on-one. You know what I'm saying? I beat the bricks off of him, you know what I'm saying? He mad, he irritated, all this stuff. So I don't know, man. My mind, when you go in a situation, you always got to assess the situation. This can go bad. You know what I'm saying? Anything can happen. I don't know him. You know, he got a lot of, you know, people that look up to him. You know, he from the Richmond super deep in that penitentiary, I'm telling you. So I'm factoring all of that in and it goes south. So I'm ready for road, you know, because I have to be. This the environment, and I got the Bethlehem on me, man. It's on me. I got it on me, you know. But I'm not hoping. I'm hoping that nothing goes that way, but I'm prepared for some if it go that way. See, this all the things that goes along with gambling. You know what I'm saying? In the penitentiary or anywhere. You see, if you got to do all of this to be involved in something, that's a sign that you should not be involved in that. But at that time, back then, I didn't understand that. All I knew is I'm with the hustle. I like the adrenaline flow. I needed the money, you know, so I won't have to spend my money. It's always good to spend somebody else's money, you know. So that's the way I was thinking back then. But I'm telling you now, in the frame of mind that I have, if you're involved in anything where you got to take that many precautions and be that ready for war or whatever might happen, and it's a high probability that these things can happen, that is something that you should not be involved in, period. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's how I go, you know, and, you know, he was a little irritated and frustrated, you know what I'm saying? He talking a little, you know, this, little that, and I'm like giving him the, you know, the look like, nah, this ain't it, bro. this ain't it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of them. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna bully this money back. You're not gonna handle me. You're not gonna take this money back. You know, that type of vibe. So I think he understood that, man. We got to chopping it up. And lo and behold, man, like a lot of cats that I met, man, we ended up becoming cool. We was cool. But he always kept bringing up the fact that, man, yeah, I remember you won that money, man. You ain't want to let me get that money back. You ain't want, you know. But then again, though, we tried it one more time, and I beat him again. And he told me, he was straight up. He was like, man, I ain't gambling you no more, man. You a lucky ML boy. You lucky, man. Ain't no way, man. You lucky, man. And I was looking, man, see if you were cheating, boy. Yeah, boy, you lucky, man. That's how he used to say. So he ain't never want to shoot dice with me no more. And when they kept having dice games, he'd tell me, man, before they even crank the dice game up, he'll come to me and be like, man, they get me to shoot dice up on the second tier or the third tier or something. He'd be like, don't get in, man. Don't get, you get in. If you get in, I ain't getting in. And I'd be like, all right, you know what I'm saying? That was my dude, though, man. Good old Earl, man. Yeah, but I gotta tell the truth, too, though, man. Earl was a bully, man. He was a straight bully. You know, he knew the dudes were scared of him because of his reputation. He knew the dudes were scared of him because of his physicality and what, you know, his aggressiveness. So he straight take advantage of that. You know what I'm saying? You know, he ran a store box. You know, let's say he a dope boy on the street, so you know he get the drugs, he hustling there. And if you ain't got Earl money, man, Earl gonna touch you, man. He gonna touch you. He gonna put hands on you. He ain't accepting no shorts. He ain't accepting no excuses. He aggressive. He gonna, man, I done seen Earl grab dude by the neck and just choke my money, man. Yeah, Earl he won't play no games, you know what I'm saying? And they knew. You know what I'm saying? You can see him walk down the T all big and wide and walk, you know, and he always got that scrawl on his face like he ain't playing. So, you know, dudes knew. You know, he had and Earl ain't a lot of dudes too, they play that homeboy card, you know, they just rock with their homeboys. Now, make no mistake about it, he was pro Richmond, but at the time, his partner, his best friend, I think dude was from Tidewater. You know what I'm saying? I think his name was HB. I think HB was from Tidewater, and that was his main man. You know, that was his hustling partner. That's his walking partner. You know, in the penitentiary, you know, most dudes, they got a walking partner. You know, if they ain't got a walking crew, they got a walking partner. That's the dude that you with every day. You know, you might walk the yard with y'all, walk the shower together. You know, he got your back, you got his. Woo woo woo. You know, so HB was his daily partner, you know what I'm saying? So that was his main guy, right? But yeah, man, but he was a good dude, man, and I know I always say that, and yeah, some of y'all go, he a good dude, man, but I mean, you got a good dude, but we in a bad environment, you know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about, when I say good dude, man, because some of these dudes you got to know personally, apart from what you see they do, apart from what you see their activities, apart from what you heard they done. You know what I'm saying? If you know the person, it could be totally different. You know what I'm saying? I felt like I got to know him, man. You know, we was cool. You know, and I liked him. You know what I'm saying? He was alright with me. I ain't never had no problem with him. You know, we laugh and joke and stuff like that. I joke him about the bully stuff. I said, man, you keep on bullying people, man. You know, same way I used to do Bo. You know, Bo Billy. You know, because I just think it's crazy because I ain't no bully. You know what I'm saying? Contrary to popular belief, I'm not a bully. You know what I'm saying? I don't even support bullying. You know, especially if you're doing it to somebody that's weak. Now, you got some dudes. It's a difference between weak and being slick. You got some dudes that try to be slick and try to play that role like, no, man, I ain't got that ain't weak. That's slick. That's being slick. That's that flammery. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't got no mercy for them dudes running that flammery, that larceny, that skullduggery, you know, that tomfoolery. Then you get what you get. You know what I'm saying? See, that's a difference. Bullying weak people is people that don't owe you nothing, and you see that they ain't really aggressive. You see that they ain't really about their life. They just got caught up in the penitentiary being, you know, ill-minded, making bad decisions, and now they stuck up in this life that they don't want to be in, and they scared, and then you just gonna go take advantage of them. That's, to me, like, really bullying the weak, you know what I'm saying? But bullying dudes is in penitentiary that's making pump faking news and borrowing stuff that they can't pay, know they can't pay, telling lies, making up excuses. Nah, I ain't got no mercy for them. You get what you get. You know where you at, and you know the chances that you taking, and you know who you taking them from. So it is what it is, you know. And that's how Earl was. If Earl on you is about something you said, something you did, or something you owe him. You know what I'm saying? And if he on you, he on you. You know what I'm saying? Straight up, you know. And I told y'all, like I say, I told y'all it's the Power 10 video, I believe, when he had the beef with Big T, his homeboy, his own homeboy, and then T was respected, was well respected, you know what I'm saying? Big old joker, man. T about 6'4", 6'5", or something like that. Big old joker. And he was respected. Had a lot of, respect on the block, and man, Earl almost destroyed that, you know what I'm saying? Because they playing, and there's a lot of different type of playing in the penitentiary. Some dudes, they be joking and playing, even we grown, but we locked up. We got a lot of energy, a lot of free time. So a lot of dudes, man, they get to joking and wrestling and talking trash and wrestling with each other, or from up my way, dudes, and boom, we body punch you. We put it in, and from the outside looking in, it may look like, man, crazy, but this is what they do. So I think him and Earl, like I said, I think they had got the wrestling out there on the basketball court one day, like, you can't handle me, woo, and, it looked like this, it looked like that, and I think T kind of bragged about how, man, I could have slammed, you couldn't handle me. Earl just took that to the next level. He got mad, and they homeboys. I think from the same hood or neighboring hoods, and Earl took that the wrong way. He felt like, he was, trying to, show off and get some points off of him by bragging or something. And Earl wanted to fight for real, and then T ain't want to fight. Earl just started bullying him, man. I mean, like, super disrespectful. I mean, coming out his mouth, calling him outside his name, pressing him to fight, and the jump just got out of hand, man. It just went crazy. Y'all go watch the Power 10 video when Earl was down on T. But that incident happened, and other little incidents that I seen Earl in, like I say, I done seen Earl smack fire from dudes, man, owe them money. I mean, stole they walk up to Earl, they ain't got that bag in their hand. You see Earl standing in front of the cell. I already know he ain't trying to hurt nothing. He ain't trying to hurt nothing if you ain't got that money. And you come walking in there on Stone there, and you ain't got that bag in your hand and nothing, the payment or whatever it is that you owe him, he not trying to hurt nothing. And I can remember the dude walking down there to go tell him, man, look, man, I ain't get the cup. Bah! He ain't get out his mouth. Smacked him, to the ground. Boom, dude fall in, jump up, man, what's up, man? I'm gonna pay you. He said, no, you can go get it today. Yeah, you gonna get that today. He said, well, I'll tell you, I ain't got it because I don't want to hurt you. Can go bar it. Go bar it from a store box like you got it from me. Bring it to me today. I'm telling you, you better bring it today. I ain't trying to hurt nothing. You better bring it today. That's his old mentality. He not playing. You know what I'm saying? Dude, turn around now. You owe somebody something. You gotta pay him today, or you in per real. How you say it? Per real, you in danger. You in danger. So if you don't have the money, let's say you owe $20 and you ain't got the money to pay them $20. So now you in danger, imminent danger. So you got to go borrow money from somebody else, which is gonna make you $20. Then you gonna owe this person $40. So you couldn't pay $20 and then you owe $40. So you even in deeper debt, but you gotta secure your person. So this is the conflict that you get in when you get to own somebody in the penitentiary. You know what I'm saying? So now, then also this dude that you go and borrow from, the ears is in the cornfield. He might know, man, I ain't letting you borrow nothing. You owe Earl, you can't pay him. You know what I'm saying? So you might be stuck. You know what I'm saying? So now you got to contemplate checking in, going to war, or pulling some type of flammy move, try to steal or rob or something. That's the position you in. Because of you went and got something and you knew, or you weren't 100% sure you was going to be able to have it. and then you go get it from somebody that you know is, you know, literally, figuratively, and known as he's a killer. You know what I'm saying? He's a killer. So what do you expect? So how can you have mercy for these cats that put themselves in that position? You know what I'm saying? And that's how Earl felt. Earl like, man, you owe me, pay me, man, or pay St. Peter. I want my money. I don't care who you get it from, and I don't care how you get it. You came and got it from me, you better get it. You know what I'm saying? And in that aspect, by the way I ran the store box for many, many years, I understand it because I was similar. I ain't want to hurt if you came and got mine because you left me without. And you had it to do whatever you needed to do, eat it, gamble with it, pay a debt with it, do whatever. You took care of your business with my money. And now you're telling me that I can't even get my money back. Man, I ain't trying to hurt that foolishness, man. Nah, that just don't make sense to me. You know, so that's how he was, man. But, you know, like I say, if he down on you, he down on you. But I can't say I never really seen him just, you know, just go at somebody just cause. You know what I'm saying? Just cause he weak or he soft or I'm gonna, you know, extort him or I'm gonna make him pay me. I ain't see him do that, you know. Not to say he didn't, cause if he did, I don't know nothing about that. My time around, you know, he just was aggressive, and I say bully because, you know, he got that bully vibe. You know what I'm saying? He walk like a bully, he talk like a bully, and he gonna act like a bully. So that's why I say, you know, Earl the bully. You know what I'm saying? I used to call him that. I say it to him. You know what I'm saying? You know, I said, big old bully. Here come the big old, he come walking at him. I said, big old bully, Earl, what up, man? He said, man, go ahead with that food, man. Ain't nobody no bully. You know, these dudes just soft. They weak. You know what I'm saying? They weak playing all these games with people money. You know what I'm saying? Which has some truth to it, man. But yeah, man, he was he was about that life, man. He was about that life. He was about that life on the street, from what I heard, and he brought his same lifestyle to the penitentiary, you know. And a lot of times, man, you about that life like that out on the street, man. You know, that life out on the street it's a shelf life. It's only gonna go so far because you gonna run into somebody gonna be either they're gonna be more aggressive than you, or either they're gonna be very afraid of you, and afraid will make somebody kill you, you know, to ensure that you don't kill them, you know. And yeah, man, so I remember I ended up leaving Earl, man, and you know, I heard a few things about him as I was gone, and I think he ended up moving around a little bit. But then Earl got out, man. He got out on the street, and yeah, man, and I had heard, you know, some years later, man, he got out, he had an altercation on the street, man, and some dudes killed him, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? And you got away with that stuff on the street before you came to prison, and then you came to prison with that type of mentality, and it worked for you, and you survived in prison off of your reputation, off of your, you know, your street work that you put in, and you survived in prison, and now you're supposed to go back out there. You're supposed to have a different frame of mind. You're supposed to have an elevated frame of mind of this is not sustainable. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, that don't hurt me, man, to know that he had you know, had succumbed to that type of end, man. But it was crazy. I remember when somebody told me, I was like, you sure? He was like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Earl, man, and yeah, man. So R.I.P. Earl, man. R.I.P. Earl, man. You know, and like I say, man, it's a dangerous lifestyle, man. It's a dangerous lifestyle. In the penitentiary, it's a dangerous lifestyle. Outside of the penitentiary, when you moving and operating illegally, you know what I'm saying? When you moving and operating in dark circles, man, it's just a dangerous lifestyle, and it's not sustainable. You know what I'm saying? I don't care who you are, it's not sustainable. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, and so yeah, that's what happened, man. But Earl was a good old cat, man, and I just thought about him this morning, so I wanted to you know, do this little video on him, man, and just to give y'all insight to him, man, what type of lifestyle goes on in the penitentiary. So many different type of lifestyles, man. So many different type of scenarios, different type of events, different type of things that just occur in there on a daily basis, man. It's draining, man. It's draining, man. Just thinking it's just draining. You know, that lifestyle. It's amazing how dudes be in there too and go through all that they go through. And then when they get out of prison, everybody say, "Oh man, you look so youthful, you man." I don't know how, because we be going through it. The stress is astronomical, man. You know, daily. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I don't know how that really works, man. But yeah, it's definitely a stressful life, man. But man, shout out to Earl, man. R.I.P. to Earl, man. R.I.P. to his soul, man, and peace and blessings to his family and kids if he have any. But good brother, my brother anyway. Good brother, man. So yeah. But like I say, man, I wanted to drop that on y'all, man. And like I say, it's a blessing in every lesson in, man. You know, and the blessing is, man, we can take from Earl's story, man, and we can learn from it. You know what I'm saying? All you young gangsters out there and all you young thugs and, you know, y'all done, you know, did this and lived that type of life, and thus far you've gotten away with it. If you can hear this message, you've gotten away with it. But there comes a time, man, when you got to put down that foolishness and do something the right way. That is the only thing that is sustainable in this world. Everything else is temporary. If you're doing anything illegal,
Hey,
it's
I wonder if
temporary
anybody in here
before
listen.
it crash and burn.
I don't think so.
Legally is the only thing that is sustainable. So man, you know, unfortunately, man, Earl ain't received that message, man. But this is why we putting these videos out, so some of y'all in earshot can receive this message, man. Don't let this be your fate. You know what I'm saying? Because if you can hear it right now, you can change it tomorrow. You can change it today. So, you know, take heed to your signs, take heed to the past, take heed to these lessons, and you know, try to correct some things in your life, because we all, including me, got things that need to be corrected, man. But anyway, man, y'all share this video, y'all hit me in the comment section, man. Let me know what y'all think. Talk to me.
3 hours.
You know, I talk
We got 7 more to go.
back. You understand me? So we out here, 33 years of prison stories, man. We rolling, man. We trying to reach them and teach them, man, and then we can save them. Everybody's with this movement, man. Big love to y'all. TBP salute. We on the road to 100K. Let's get it. Let's go. I'll be back with y'all in 24 hours, man. Y'all be safe, be smart, make good decisions, man. And you already know it's coming, so can you stop it? Can you block it? I don't think so. But you better keep trying to duck them hooks. We out here. Peace.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know, and I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
Shout out to everybody out there on Team Becky Pound, man. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. We out here, man. We doing this thing, man. We keep on rolling with these 33 years of prison stories. Everybody that's been watching my stories, man, leaving comments, subscribing, telling other people to subscribe. Tell a friend, tell a friend, tell a friend, man. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate the love, man. We're gonna keep it rolling. I hope y'all keep on riding with me, man. We gotta get these numbers up, man. We gotta get this message out, man, so we can get, you know, to a broader audience. Keep this thing rolling. I appreciate y'all, every single one of TBP. Yeah, so anyway, let me get y'all this story right here, man. I I seen the dude in the comments because I mentioned this dude's name before. So I want to briefly, try to run down this story about this dude that I met, man, named Sai-Fu. They called him Sai-Fu, man, because he was actually a kung fu karate type dude, man. He's a black dude. If I'm not mistaken, he was either from Tidewater or Richmond. I'm not really sure. I got to know him, but I didn't get to know him real well because of the simple fact that we want to run each other that long because of his situation. The dude was ultra dangerous, man. I mean, ultra dangerous. And from the looks of him, when you look at him, you couldn't really tell how dangerous he really was because he just looked like a regular dude. He looked like a regular dude. When I tell you regular, I mean regular. He even had a slight pop belly, not a big, slight pop belly. But let me tell you something. This dude, man, I was hearing about him and hearing a little bit about his stories about, what he did and who he was and whatnot. And then, during this time, I was on Augusta. So, this is early in my bit, real early in my bit. So, I was training real hard then for the boxing thing, man. So I used to be out there every morning, every evening, jogging and running. And I used to see dude out there working out and stuff, over in the middle of the field, stretching, kicking, doing all of these poses and stuff. And man, when I first seen this dude kicking and using his feet, man, I'm gonna tell you, man, it was just amazing. I just couldn't believe how fast and how high his feet would go. I would see him kick low level, mid level, high level, straight up. I mean, like, bah, 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 bah. I said, good Lord. I mean, it was just fascinating to look at. I was in awe of the situation because, like I say, he didn't even look like he can do the things that he was doing. You see what I'm saying? But I heard, and a lot of stuff is what I heard, and some of it I even seen a little paperwork on. But I heard he had a dojo out where he was from. That's like a karate, kung fu teaching thing. He used to teach the stuff on the street. I also heard when he was young, he was one of the youngest dudes, especially African American, to be extra in a Chuck Norris movie. I heard he had a promising career with the karate stuff. He'd been doing it all his life since he was a kid. Tons and tons and tons of trophies. I've seen that. I've seen newspaper clippings with him with tons of trophies, write-ups and stuff on him about his accomplishments in the martial arts field. But what I heard he got locked up for, I heard he had an ex-wife or a baby mama or something that accused him of some crazy stuff, and they came to arrest him and lock him up. I heard he had his little daughter with him when they came, and he actually fought the police, and he actually hospitalized like 5 or 6 police. That's just how dangerous this dude was. But when you talk to him, he was just so humble. He was a humble dude. He was a nice dude. He was soft-spoken, kind dude, man. But like I say, super dangerous, man. And I remember they moved him in my block, right? And when they moved him in my block, man, I used to kick it with him all the time. So he used to see me out there boxing and working out and training. And he started talking to me and everything, asked me how long I've been boxing. I tell him, I asked him the same thing, how long you been doing the martial arts thing. He said all his life. It's a lifestyle for him. He love it. I used to tell him, yeah, man, he used to be joking with me and stuff. Say, yeah, man, you got to show me just how to use them hands, man. You nice with them hands, man. I need to learn how to do that, man. You nice with them hands. I said, man, that stuff with your feet, man, you don't even need no hands. You know what I'm saying? Because he was, like I say, he was nasty with it, man. And he used to teach dudes. He had a couple of little pupils, what he called them his pupils, and he used to get them out there every day. He'd be training them. He'd be teaching them different stuff. And, when they're on the inside, you always see him talking to him. He was low, soft-spoken dude. And he wore these little flat shoes, man, like the little karate shoes, like what we used to call back in my day, it was like called easy walkers. He wore them little easy walkers, man, and you could tell the way he walked, man. Some of them dudes that know that karate or that kung fu or that kickboxing stuff, it always seemed like they just walk light on their feet, you know what I'm saying, or like on their tiptoes and stuff, and that's how he walked. And like I say, he was a humble dude, man, real low-key kind of guy. But, mind you, we in the penitentiary. And when you in the penitentiary, you always got egos, you always got dudes trying to show off, you always got dudes trying to be the man, and then you always got them disbelievers. Man, I heard he was big big-time drug dealer. Oh, I heard he was a killer. Oh, I heard he was a bully. Oh, I heard, oh, man, he ain't all that. I can do this. I can whoop him. And you got them type of dudes in prison. You know, they always, you know, glory seekers, man. They try to seek glory. They try to get a name for themselves off of somebody else. But that's a dangerous thing when you're dealing with that in prison, because you mess around and try to wrong dude, and he is who he say he is, and then you're in the world of trouble. You see what I'm saying? But I can remember the first time that I seen him in an altercation. And I mean, I'm telling you what I seen. These things is what I seen. You know, some things I heard about. If I heard about something, I'm gonna let y'all know I heard about it. If I seen it, I'm gonna let you know I seen it. These are things I seen. I can remember, man, when he was in the block, man, he had been in the block maybe a couple of months. He cool with everybody. Like I say, he low key. He do his thing. He work out every day. He train dudes every day, but he stay out of the way. He ain't never in confrontation with the police or with a dude that he initiate. Never did he initiate. So I can remember, man, when he was sitting at the table one day, and he had the cards. And you know, when we come out in the block, you got like maybe 4 or 5 tables, you know, like picnic tables, but they made a stainless steel in each block on Augusta. So dudes would come out there and try to get a table or commandeer a table before everybody else get out there, just so they can say they got a table. They want to play cards, they want to play poker. You know, usually poker dudes always got a table. They'll put a sheet over top of the table to make sure people know, man, we gambling right here. And gambling usually supersede everything else. Ain't nobody gonna get in the way because it's about money. But other than that, man, dudes be jockeying for tables. Dudes want to sit at the table, play spades, ain't got nothing to do with no money. Dudes want to sit at the table and just talk, ain't got nothing. So dudes, you know, they want to do something, this gambling or this, you know, productive or something like that, it usually supersedes other dudes. And usually the bar is understood. Everybody understand that they'll move. But dudes just want to sit at the table and lollygag and don't do nothing, just talking about nothing, which we do a lot of in prison. Talk a whole lot about nothing. You know, dudes are trying to get the table. So he was sitting out there with cards, and I guess he was waiting for, you know, his 2 pupils and somebody else to come. They was going to play spades. So the Richmond dudes come out there, and they wanted the table because they wanted to play some talk or something. Talk is gambling. So, like I say, the dude is humble. He kind-hearted. He was like, brother, you know what I'm saying? I'm waiting on my partners right now. We got the table. We gonna play some cards. So dude was like, what y'all playing? So he was like, man, we just playing some spades. He was like, man, well, we gambling, man. We trying to get the table. So he was like, man, well, you know, it's some other tables that was already out here first. I came out here, I got the table. He's like, man, look, don't let that karate stuff fool you, bro. We try to get the table. This is the table we usually use. We try to get the table. He's like, man, I ain't looking for no trouble, brother. I ain't looking for no trouble. I'm just trying to play cards, man. You know what I'm saying? He said, man, you wanted to get up. He was like, nah, I'm not getting up. He's just calm as all the way. So dudes is looking and paying attention. So dude walk off. He go back to the room. He holler at his little boys. You know, they got a little clique, probably about, maybe about 8, 9 deep. They got a little clique that they hang with every day. So they come back out there. He's sitting at the table. He got his back turned to where they're coming from the angle they're coming from. So one dude, the dude that was talking to him at first, walked up to him, walked around where he could see him. He was looking up at him, talking to him. He said, man, you won't get up to the table, what? He was like, nah, brother, they getting ready to come, brother. You know what I'm saying? I told you, I already at the table. So his other partner was behind him, and when his other partner was behind him and heard him say that, he just took off on him. Boom! Punched him in the head, man, right on the side of the head, knocked him off of the stool. And I'm telling y'all, man, when I tell y'all this, I'm telling you, you can't make this up. It's like, really, to me, I used to talk about it all the time, years after I was in prison, when people talk about Safu, I used to bring it up, you know, things that I had seen him do. So I can remember this as clear as day. When the dude hit him, I mean, he hit him with a good solid blow. Big old little young. Boom! He actually fell off of the stool, hit the ground, rolled over, and came up on his little knees, like if you ain't like the way they, decapitate on one knee, and looked up at them and he said, why would you do that? Why would you do that? And dude was like, you know, this prison, dude was belligerent. F you know what I'm saying? Dude told you, get up out the chair. We got the table. You know what I'm saying? It's all it is to it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody worried about that karate stuff, man. I'm telling you, we got the table, man. You ain't coming in here running nothing. All of this foolishness. Dude was still in the in the Kaepernick pose, right? Man, dude rolls up so easy and so smooth. And back this time, everybody in the block is looking over there at him like, man, what's going on? Man, dude say, look, I'm gonna give you that. You got that one. But y'all ain't getting this table, man. We playing cards right here. He said, man, then I advanced him. Man, that's the worst thing he could have did. When he advanced to him, when I tell you he kicked this dude so hard, it's like I felt it. Boom! Just kicked him almost. It looked like it hit him in the neck, but it might have hit him in the upper part of his chest. But I know when he kicked him, he drove him back, man. He was just stumbling and backpedaling, man, like he falling off of a building, you know what I'm saying? Like you see in the movies. Until he hit the back of the wall, somebody said, boom, and fell down to the ground. Man, they started charging him. And when they started charging him, what I'm trying to tell you, this stuff looked like a movie. Now, boom, 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 bop. Man, he was flipping dudes, kicking dudes, taking them to the ground. Boom, one punch, Joe. I'm talking about unconscious. He was punishing them. This dude punished about 7 of these dudes. It might have been about 9 of them all together. I guess 2 of them was like that. The dude that initially was talking to trash to him, he ain't even never engaged. He looking. They coming. I mean, he was punishing these dudes like some stuff you'll see on a movie. It looked like it was choreographed. And I'm talking about when he dropped the last one, he was over top of him, standing over top of him with his fist up over top. Dude was already unconscious. He's standing up over top of him with his fist over top like this and looked at me and said, if y'all persist, I will destroy each and every one of y'all. I promise you, man. Just leave me alone. I just want to play cards. That's all I want to do. And man, we in this job. I know I was. I'm looking at this dude like, what the hell is going on? Man, and I'm looking at my son, I'm like, you see this? He was like, man, what is they doing, man? They know about this dude. It was crazy. So by now, it was so much commotion, blood in the pond, dudes laid out in the pond, dudes getting up, kind of groggy, trying to get, and the lady in the booth came over and seen it. Boom, she hit the jump. Boom, boom, everybody go to your cell, go to your cell. Woo, woo. So he get up over the dude. Man, the dude back up and stand over by the shower wall, put his hands, he crossed his hands like this, put him in front of him like the Muslims do, and just stood there. You know, man, the police come running in. And they know about this dude. They got a whole dossier on him, a whole report on him. They got stuff. They know about him. You know what I'm saying? So when they come running in the block, they coming in there about 7, 8 deep waiting for the rest of them, because usually they gonna come about 20, 30. They waiting for the rest of them. So when they get in there and they see it's him, they like automatically stop. But he just turned around and he's standing like this. So they come in there, boom, they get on the radio, they call for some other people. It was a sergeant that they had there that Safu was cool with. The reason why he was cool with this particular sergeant was like some type of karate dude on the street itself. Actually had won trophies, actually teach karate on the street in his spare time, all this and all that. So they had a little bond. But he wanted work. And they was trying to call him to talk to dude because they was literally scared of dude. They was scared of him. They knew about him, like I said. At this time, they knew more about him than we did. So they was literally scared of the dude, man. They was like, hold on. I forget what his real name is. It may come to me. I hope it do, or, I hope it do before the video. Because like I told y'all, I just speak this out of my mind, out of my memory. But I do remember his real name. But they were scared of him. So they stopped and then they paused and then they're like, what's going on? He says nothing. Everything is over. It's okay. It's all right. They was like basically saying, man, look, people in the booth say, blah, 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 you ain't here fighting, we got to lock you up and everything. He said, I didn't do anything wrong. He said, we got to lock you up, but he said, I didn't do anything wrong. I only defended myself, and I didn't hurt anybody real bad. I only defended myself, did what I had to do to keep from getting hurt. That's all I did. You know what I'm saying? They was like, boom, okay, boom. The watch commander come over there. Right, they try to talk to him. They's like, what's going on? Boom, they getting the other dudes up. They taking them out to medical, cuffing them up. They going to jail too because they fighting. win, lose, or draw, you still going to jail. And that don't make no difference. You know, you better do what you can do, because even if you get busted up, you going to jail. So they taking them dudes out, and he done bought all the way over to the corner joint, and he's still in his little posse like this, and he tell him, why should he have to go to jail for just defending himself? They saying, man, you gotta go to jail, we gotta investigate, we gotta see what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And this time on Augusta, there ain't no cameras. So they can only go on word of mouth and what she seen. She didn't see nothing for real until it was over. Like, she may have seen them getting up over the last dude and seeing these dudes laid out across the block, helping each other up, bleed, looking confused, like days, like, you know, why we do that? And all of us sitting there looking at the same thing with the same question, why you do that? You know what I'm saying? You heard about the dude. Now, people heard about dudes, and dudes got reputation to besiege them or whatever. They might hear a dude use that Bethlehem. They might hear a dude can box, whatever. But like I say, you always got dudes that's trying to get a reputation. You always got dudes that don't believe it's real. You know what I'm saying? And they step out there. Man, I guarantee you they wish they hadn't stepped out there. I guarantee that. You know, because he could have heard worse than he did. He really had mercy on each and every one of them, because he dismantled them so easy. It was like, I'm telling you, man, I can't explain it no better than it was like a movie. It was like it was scripted, like it was choreographed. That's how easy he did it. And when you see the way he moved and how fast he moved and how, man, it was amazing. You know what I'm saying? So they standing there, they got those 30 officers in there. They got them the little shields and vests and all this, and they telling him, trying to negotiate with this brother, when it had been somebody else. They ain't negotiating, they ain't talking, they attacking you straight up. They will try to overwhelm you by numbers and get you on the ground, you know, do the thing to you and ball you up like a presser and drag you on up out of it. Man, they were scared of this brother. You know what I'm saying? And years and later on, I realized why, with good reason, man. The dude was not to be played with. Period. He was not to be played with. I don't know what them cats was thinking about, but that was a big mistake they made. And I tell you, I mean, a big mistake. So they talking to him. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but what I heard, they literally tried to call the sergeant that knew the karate at home. You know, because if you're a CO, you always on call anyway. They was trying to call them at home to come and talk to dude, because that's how scared they was to literally mess with dude. You know what I'm saying? They talking to him, they talking all nice and kind, like, look, man, you know, if you don't deserve a charge or you don't supposed to stay and say, we're gonna get you out of there, but that's just protocol. We gotta lock you up, brother. We got to take you to the hole. Even if you was defending yourself, even if it's self-defense, we gotta take you to the hole. That's just protocol. You know what I'm saying? That's per the rule, that's per policy. We gotta take you to jail. If you ain't do nothing wrong, if you was just defending yourself, then you'll be back out of jail, brother. But don't make the situation any worse. You know, don't do nothing crazy to my officers. We here, we trying to talk to you, we trying to work with you. We just want to get to the bottom of the situation. So he talking just as calm as I don't know what he said, but his point of view was basically like, well, why do I have to go to jail if you can see that it's only one of me and it's numerous of them? Obviously, they attacked me and I'm protecting myself. That's all I'm doing. I didn't hurt nobody beyond recognition. Everybody is safe. Everybody's okay. They may have some little bumps and bruises or whatever, but they're okay. I could have hurt them way worse than that. I didn't, because I was just defending myself. I was not the aggressor. So I don't feel like I should be going to jail and taken out of my spot, taken out of my comfort zone just because I was being attacked and I defend myself. Man, it was just like a calm conversation. Everybody that I know I would. Everybody on the door, looking, listening, wondering if something gonna pop off. They talked to the brother, man, for about 20, 30 minutes, man, just negotiating with him or whatever. Obviously, they couldn't get the dude, the sergeant to come in. The brother said, are you promising me, when they got the watch commander over there, the other dude, the captain, he said, are you promising me that you're telling me that when I go to jail, if I submit to y'all, I go to jail, then the proper steps will be taken and I will be brought back to where I was. I want to come back to where I was here in my exact same cell. Are you telling me that that's what's going to happen once you clarify that I was not the aggressor and I only defended myself? They said yes, right? The brother said, okay, I'll take you for your word for that. He gave him a little bow, turned around, put his hands behind his back, and got down on his knees. They moved up on him, cuffed him, got him on his feet, walked him out. Man, I'm sitting there saying to myself, man, me and my celly, we in there tripping. Like, man, where they do that at? You know what I'm saying? Where they negotiate with dudes? Where they sit there and talk so calm when they got 30 people behind them in rag gear, nightsticks, all this. I said, man, this dude right here must be, you know what I'm saying, about it, man. And, you know, like I said, they were terrified of this dude, man. They was literally terrified of this dude. I don't know, like I say, everything he did on the street or what he did in the system before I met him, but I can assure you on Augusta, man, them people were scared of that dude 100%. They walked him out, man, came back, packed his stuff up, took his stuff up in there, you know. He was gone. He was gone too, literally. He was gone probably for maybe about 2.5 weeks. And they brought him right back in there. Right back in there. They did not fill his cell. They did not put nobody in his cell. They brought him right back in our block, put him back in the same cell. You know what I'm saying? I don't know for sure whether he ended up getting the charge, whether he beat the charge, whether I don't know. I know he came back in that block in the same cell. I can remember going out on the yard with him a couple of days later, and I was out there jogging, and then when I finished jogging, you know, I used the shadow box and stuff, and he came over there, was talking to me and everything, and I didn't want to ask him, you know, because that ain't what you get to do in prison. You don't be asking. I ain't really want to ask him, but I did want to, but I didn't. You know what I'm saying? I didn't literally do it, but I was thinking in my mind, man, did they give you a charge, or, man, you know, I mean, what you know for real, though? I mean, how you know, because he dismantled about 6 or 7 dudes, man. I'm talking about single-handedly, whereas they was coming like the movies, bang, bang, bang. He was like, boop, bop. Man, it was just some beautiful stuff to even see. And I know that might sound crazy to see somebody getting kicked to the ground, slammed to the ground, punched in the throat, you know, but it looked beautiful. You know what I'm saying? It looked crazy. So, yeah, man, so we got to chopping it up. And like I say, I ended up being all right with him. I wasn't super cool with him, but I was cool enough where he, you know, we you know what I'm saying, we had a good friendship. And we talked every now and then and whatnot. But like I say, man, I watched the dude then because after that, I literally was in awe. You know what I'm saying? I was in awe. You know what I'm saying? He had told me out his own mouth, though. That's why I say I seen some paperwork. I seen paperwork of him showing where he had won all these trophies. He had one room in his mom's house when he was like 16, 15 years old. By then, man, the man had like 200 trophies from martial arts. You know, he knew this stuff. He loved this stuff. He mentioned to me out his own mouth that he had been an extra in a Chuck Norris movie. But what had happened was derailed his career was he was in a construction. He also worked in construction on the street. He was in some type of construction accident where he literally broke his back. So when his back had got fixed, he was not the same as he used to be. Now, when I seen him do to them dudes, if he was any better than that, ain't nobody want to know Ponzo. You know what I'm saying? But like I say, he said he had a promising career, you know, even acting doing because of his martial arts. But when he hurt his back, you know, it sidelined his career. That's how he ended up opening up the karate zone and teaching karate, opposed to actually being in competition anymore or actually being in movies or anything. But man, my dude was the real deal. I mean, the real deal. You know, and like I say, he was just a humble dude. I told you, I remember, I think I said something about it in one of my other videos, which made somebody remind me to the subscriber who reminded me in the chat. I appreciate it. Who reminded me about South Food, because I remember they brought this other dude on the compound, a dude named Dragon, and he had long dreads and stuff, and he supposed to have came from Buckingham for because he liked to drink and get drunk and then whooping police. You know what I'm saying? He'll whoop the police. From Roma, he'll get drunk, get out on the yard get ready to close or whatever, he get doing that karate all out on the yard, you know, showing out, taking his shirt off and doing all this stuff, kicking and flipping and spinning and all this, and wait for the police to come out there and tell him to stop or tell him it's time to go in, and he'll just start a fight with the police just so he can beat up 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 police, you know what I'm saying, and take the charge or whatever and everything, and let him go in just so people can be talking about what he did, and he was drunk. He wake up the next day in the hole and tell the people he didn't know what he was doing. He was intoxicated. So, yeah, that's how he ended up getting to Augusta because he had beat up some police on Buckingham. So he used to get out there when he got there, get out there on the yard doing his little karate thing, doing his little stretching and kicking, and everybody looking at him because, like I say, he look good with what he doing. He know what he doing. You know what I'm saying? These dudes, man, I'm talking about, man, these dudes is on some other type stuff. You know, I'm boxing, these dudes doing some other types. I'm talking about these dudes literally stand straight up like this and have their feet straight up in the air like this. I'm talking about at a straight angle up top. Bang, 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 and kick and hold it up there like this and just standing there looking at their feet. I'm talking about this type of time these dudes was on, you know. And like I say, Safu was built like a regular dude. He like, man, what they call out here, like a dad bod type dude. The dude Dragon there, he had some cut to him. He had a little muscle to him, a little size, you know. So like I say, he used to be out there doing his little thing. By then, he'd have been on the compound a little while. He's not in the block with us, but he go on the yard with us. So he was out there doing his little thing one day, and I guess he was feeling himself. I don't know if he had something to drink or whatever, but he know about Safu. He definitely know about Safu. And he see Safu out on the yard. He calling Safu over there, want to spar. Come on, man, let's get a little spar in. You know, if y'all don't know what sparring is, in boxing, this is terminology for just putting the gloves on and, you know, getting a couple of rounds in, you know. It's live fire, but usually you don't go as hard as you know, really go. You just spar. You really getting in that activity because even in any type of combat sport, is nothing more important than actual, you know what I'm saying, you know, combat. You can hit the bag, you can hit the speed bag, you can jump rope, you can shadow box. It ain't gonna be nothing that's gonna substitute actual sparring because that's a real person. So I guess the same rule apply when you talking about karate or martial arts. So he kept on pressing to do the spar, but Safu was being humble like, nah, brother, I'm good. He's like, come on, man, you know, you scared. So then you got all these, it's just like when you in high school, junior high, whatever, you got all the peer pressure dudes out, man, y'all go ahead, yeah, man. So crowds started coming around, everybody wanted to look, y'all go ahead. So I guess Safu told him, okay, man, I know Dragon, he regret that decision. He regret that decision to this day. So they start off, you know, really basically it looked like a dance, man, because they just moving around each other, they kicking close to each other, but not actually hitting each other, you know, moving, throwing little punches and, you know, backing up over each other. Everything is fast and everything is close, but it ain't no contact. Until Dragon, I guess he wanted to feel in himself, he wanted to act, you know, a little bit more aggressive. You know, so boom, little kick land. Okay, so boom, bop, kick land back on him. You know, little this, that, and the third, and they getting closer and closer, and they get more aggressive. So everybody out there looking at the situation or whatever, including myself, you know what I'm saying, and definitely including myself. So, and then next thing you know, Dragon, like, you know, came at him with some crazy stuff, man. Like, I mean, threw a roundhouse kick and another kick and a couple of punches. And Safu moving back like boom, 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 like blocking this stuff and moving and getting away from him. And then he was like, oh, okay, that's what we doing. And he was like, yeah, come on, let's work. And man, next thing you know, man, he went spinning and jumping and kicking. And man, he kicked Safu one time, and that was the ball game. Next thing you know, I guess what you say, turn up, man, Safu started spinning and kicking and pop. Boom, and catching him hard, knocked him down about 1 or 2 times. He got back up and kept coming at him. And then he hit him with the mama say knock you out jump like bop. And man, he just laid him out, man. Laid him out there on the grass. He out there, he trying to get up. He can't get up, he falling back down. If you know anything about boxing, look at the Mike Tyson Trevor Berbick fight. When Mike won the heavyweight championship of the world from Trevor Berbick, and he hit Trevor with this uppercut, and Trevor fell down and kept trying to get up and fall back down, and got up again and fell back down again. And ref said, man, he kept trying to get up and kept falling back down because your mind telling you to get up, but your body saying, nah, bro, we don't want no more of this. We finished, bro. You do what you want to do, but we don't want no more of this. So, you know what I'm saying? Your mind telling your body one thing, but your body saying, I'm not going to cooperate with you, bro. I ain't with this. And that's what it looked like for him, man. And then he was like, Safu was being humble. He was trying to say, you all right. Dude was mad that he won't fight for real, but you can't even really get up. You know, so then people started laughing, everybody joking, hollering, oh, all this crazy stuff. Now, you know, you got the attention of the police. So the police was called, they get ready to come out there. So they dispersed the whole thing, man. You know what I'm saying? But this dude, man, like I say, anybody in there right now that wanted to try this dude or wanted to you know, antagonize him or to see if it was real or to see if he could really do this, man, you was a complete idiot because my man was dangerous with a capital D.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know, and I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts. I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know, and I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
Shout out to everybody out there on Team Becky Pam, man. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. What's going on out there, man? I appreciate the love, man, for all the videos, all the shorts, everything that y'all been rocking with lately, man. I hope y'all like the last episode. I'm getting back up off of this COVID, man. You know, I'm bouncing back. I'm getting it up off of me, man. So I appreciate all the well wishes as well, most definitely. Man, today so many of y'all kept on asking me more and more about Ganstas Slim, you know, Yard Man, you know, Sam Pitts, all these other dudes. So I figured I'd drop a little bit of y'all, little bit on y'all every now and then, just in little short videos or something, man, just to give y'all a little bit more history of the character of some of these dudes. And first one I was thinking about, man, because so many people get to tripping out about Ganstas Slim and what is going on here? Yeah, tracking, counseled. I don't even know what that means. So I don't know. Hopefully this video is still playing, man. I don't know. Something's across the screen. But anyway, yeah, so a lot of y'all, you know, wanted to know about Gangsta, man. Y'all be tripping off of Gangsta, you know, the way he talk, and the crazy stuff he do, you know, setting the water down in front of the cell door, the water off the spirits, you know, putting his feet in the toilet, standing in the commode, man, to massage his feet. Man, it's just so many things y'all just don't know, man. This dude was really, I mean, this is how he was. It wasn't no faking or nothing. He really liked this. He is just, you know what I'm saying? He lays in the bed, man, with his feet up on the wall, man, in an angle like this, with the sheet covered over his head like Casper the Friendly Ghost. And as soon as you say something, man, he'll say, I ain't sleep. I won't even sleep. I'm just resting. You know what I'm saying? Like he never sleep. You know, he wakes up in the middle of the night, man, 3, 4 in the morning and work out, and you hear all this noise, and you roll over something. You look, man, Gangsta in the middle of the floor, just jogging in place, doing jumping jacks, pouring down, sweating, dreadlocks flopping everywhere, man. I'm telling you, he's something else, man. He's something else, man. He'll come up in that building too after it's been raining out there, because I told y'all he rolls on the ground everywhere. He will roll. I mean, literally put his body like this, tuck, and just roll and roll all in the dirt, all in the mud, in the rain. He loves it when it rains, man. He loves it when it rains. He loves it when it snows, because he gonna act a fool out there. They gonna have to be trying to get him up off of the yard. He ain't coming up over there till he finish. If he gotta go to jail, he gotta go to jail. You know what I'm saying? If you want to rumble, he gonna fight too. Gangster, they call him Gangster. You know what I'm saying? The police, especially Mecklenburg, they know him. They call him Gangster. Come on, man, you gotta go. We gotta go, man. We're locking the yard down. It's thundering and rain out here. I'll be there. Yo, hold on. I come, you know, and he gonna try to roll to the building. Get up, gangster. Get up, man. Come on, man. We gotta get in the building. They out there getting caught in the pouring rain. They self gangster still rolling. Go ahead. I'm with you. I'm with you. You know, I mean, you can't make this stuff up, man. You just can't make it up. And he'll get in the building. He'll walk in there, muddy, dripping wet, dripping stuff all across the floor, and sometimes he'll take his stuff off and just lay it out on the floor, shoes, socks, shoes, socks, pants, shirt, and put it in the figure of like it's a man, it's an actual man. He'll spread the shirt out like somebody in it, spread the pants out like it's a body, and put the shoes back. I mean, the man was crazy, man. The man was crazy as I don't know what, man. I'm telling you, man, this is real talk. But you know, like I told you, and they stayed in controversy because he far from scared. I can tell you that right now. He ain't scared of nothing and nobody. I doubt if he's scared of death. You know, because like I say, I done seen him in so many different incidents. I done seen him go up against gangsters. I done seen him stand up against gangsters. I done seen him stand up against the police. I done seen him stand up when dudes pull the Bethlehem out. He gonna pull one out too, and he ain't gonna run. So you gonna be in a duel, you know. So I done seen him in all of those modes, man. You know, I've seen him, and he just a different breed, man. He a different breed of dude, man. I don't even think gangster, man. I don't even think gangster be operating with a full deck where he even know how to be scared. You know what I'm saying? Because he done tried dudes where, you know, death is almost certain. And he still, what you saying, though? Because I'm right here. You know, I ain't going nowhere. You know, I ain't got it. I ain't gonna give it to you. You know, he done bucked on many people money, man, with that poker, with that gambling. You know, you let him get in at your own risk, man, because he might just not have it, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how it go. So, you know, yeah, man, and he make that wine. He make that wine that tastes like fruit cocktail, and he gonna tell you he did his pure liquor, and he drunk, and he come out there and take a shot of this. Tell me that joint ain't fire. Man, I be like, man, gang, something good. No, taste it. All right, guys, all right. That joint, that joint right ain't. You want to buy a cup? No, okay, so I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm gonna work with you. You can pay me on store day. I'm gonna work with you. I'm like, good, guys, I'm good, man. I'm good. I don't want no. It ain't good. You don't like it? Yeah, I like it, man. But I ain't trying to get nothing there, man. I'm out here. I'm gonna work out, man. I ain't gonna holler at me when you finish. I might still have some left. You gonna have a whole lot left because ain't nobody buying that garbage, man. It tastes like fruit juice, you know, but he acting like he's so drunk. And man, the dude is off the chain, man. Gangster was one of a kind, man. One of a kind, but one of the main things he besides working out and running into the fence and walking around with the whole weight bench on his back, or jogging the yard with the steel horseshoes in hand, two of them in this hand, two of them in their hand. Dudes out there trying to play horseshoes. Gangster got the horseshoes, jogging with him. Dudes telling him, man, let's get the horseshoes. And say, where I finish, you know, where I finish. He might jog the whole rec period, man. You know, back in that day, man, and back in the Mecklenburg days, man, Gangster was in tip-top shape. I will tell you that. He was in tip-top shape. Real talk. And, yeah, he might jog all day. You know what I'm saying? So, the whole rec period. So, you wasting your time. You know what I'm saying? But the thing that this cat was most known for, well, not the most, but a lot of people knew him for that, too. Especially dudes that came on the compound. They even tried to get me when I first came on it. Everybody come on the compound, man, like basketball, claim they can play basketball, whatever. They always tell me, man, go play Gangsta Slim. Go play Gangsta Slim, because Gangsta will be out there every chance he get. So the wreck over here, go over there and get on the basketball court. Get on the basketball court and try to, be taking shots and doing this, that, and the third before dudes coming to play a whole game. He got the court. He done commandeered the court. He out there shooting, looking retarded, throwing the ball at the rim. The ball go over the rim. The ball go over the backboard. The ball hit the backboard like bang. He can't shoot a lick, man. I'm talking about a tap. But he stay out there. I think he just like the cardio or whatever. But anybody else come to the court, or anybody come up there and they wait and try to get a game or something to play, he right there. Come on, play one-on-one. Come on, let's go. One-on-one to 10. Play at your own risk. Yeah, play at your own risk, man. But let me tell you something, when you get out there, man, and you start playing ball with him, man, I'm going to tell you right now, you need a football uniform on, shoulder pads, a helmet, knee pads, and everything, because this cat is playing straight rugby. You know what I'm saying? As I told you, he can't shoot. He throw the ball at the rim, and he just charge to the grab the rebound. And if you in front of him, he gonna run right into you and knock you down. And just go for the ball to get the ball, and then throw it up at the rim again. And he ain't even acting like he touched you. He ain't even acting like he did nothing to you, but he done almost broke your neck because he done ran into you so hard. Then you be like, oh, man, what you doing? He be like, did you solve? Play ball, man. Check it out, man. We play ball, man. I don't call foul. I don't call fouls. We bowling, man. One-on-one. You know what I'm saying? And dude be looking at him, man, and you had a whole rocket of us all on the sideline just looking and laughing because we already know the count. We know what's going on. We done seen it a many times, man. And, man, he would just be crushing you out there. Anywhere the ball at, if you get near that ball, man, Gangsta will steamroll you, run you over. His opinion or his concept of defense is to wrestle the ball away from you. That's his whole concept of defense. And you can't tell him he ain't doing nothing wrong. He swear that he on point. He swear he like that. Yeah, I don't think he feel like, honestly, that he doing nothing wrong. I really don't. I feel sincerely that what he think he doing is really playing basketball. What he think he doing is really playing one-on-one. He don't feel like he doing nothing wrong. He feel like he in the right. Now, needless to say, I think it goes without saying that y'all know a whole lot of these joints ended up in fights, right? I'm talking about like 90-something% of 90-something. And then, like I said, it was a running joke. Dudes will coax dudes to go play him in a one-on-one. Go play gangster. Go play gangster. Because they knew on the compound. And they'll come out there and say they got the game or they like the ball. Or it just be some people just walk out there and walk out on the court. They knew on there and they see gangster and gangster asking to play a one-on-one. And they want some wreck. And they go. And they just end up getting more than they bargained for. More than they bargained for. I think the first time that I seen him get the rumbling out there on the court, he was playing a dude in a one-on-one. It was a tall dude, too. He probably was about taller than me anyway. He probably about 6'2", 6'3", right? And, man, on the first shot, the dude get the ball, and the dude look like he can ball. You know what I'm saying? He get the ball, he make a move, he drive to the hoop. Man, Gangsta drove the man straight to the concrete. Boom! The dude hit the ground, man. He scraped his arm and shoulder and everything all up. It's summertime. Dudes got on tank tops and whatnot. Man, he scraped it. He jump up, man. He said, man, what the is wrong with you? And swing on Gangsta. Punch. Bam! Gangsta fall back. He don't know. You literally got to beat this dude to death, man. The dude had a motor, an engine. That's what he worked out so hard for. And he just like, he immune to pain. Man, when he hit a man, bust, Gangsta bleeding and everything. Gangsta said, we gonna bum him now. Yeah, we gonna bum him. So dude come at him again and swing. Gangsta just scoop him up, bang, take them down to the ground. They tussling all on the ground, man. Dudes talking about, man, y'all break that up, man. Break it up, man, for the people come out here on the yard. Man, dude trying to hit him. Gangsta on him. Gangsta biting him. Putting his hand in his eyes. Trying to pull his eyes out. Everything, man. Dude is on the bottom. He's scrambling, trying to get Gangsta up off of him. And Gangsta on top of him, man, like a mad rabid dog, man. Biting, you know, punching in the groin area, you know, scratching his eyes out, man. Gangsta going all in, you understand me? And you you better not get tired. You better not get tired, because I can assure you he will not. Even if you got skills to be, you know, hitting them and getting out on them or whatever, if he grab you, y'all going to the ground, he not going to stop. If you hit him and drop him, he going to get back up and keep coming at you, whether he bleeding, whether something broke. He coming, man. He coming. Hey, the cat is like Jason, man. All the stuff you see happen to Jason, and Jason just keep on coming. You know what I'm saying? That's how Gangsta is. He gonna keep coming, man. He immune to the pain. You know what I'm saying? So, man, they was standing there, man. Dudes like, get up off him. And Gangsta's like, no, we fight. We fighting. You know what I'm saying? So the people end up coming out there because the person in the tower seeing the joint, they done call the code. So the people come running out there like they did several times with Gangsta fighting. They already know the count. They know what it is. They come running up out there. Gangsta, get up off him. Get up off him. Gangsta, get there. You preaching to the choir. You preaching to the choir, man. They wait till they get some more. They grab Gangsta, try to get Gangsta up off him. Gangsta tussling and rumbling with them. No, we fighting. We fighting. You know, he wanted to rumble. He still wanted to rumble. He don't want to stop. He wanted to keep on going, man. They have to subdue Gangsta, man. Put him in cuffs and drag him to Seg, man. You know what I'm saying? Drag him. Hey, look. People used to say, man, they should put out a flyer, man, on the bulletin board, man, for new people to come there and say, don't play Gangsta in no basketball. Because, man, I'm telling you, it's always going to be a controversy. It's always going to be a fight. It's always going to be something messing with Gangsta in that ball, man. And I'm telling you, the dude, like I say, he immune to pain, man. I told you when he was on Sussex 2, I think it was Sussex 2, man, they shot him, man. I mean, they were shooting him, and he was just standing there taking him, man. I'm talking about like buckshots, man, coming at you. All them pellets coming up out the gun, hitting you and stuff, man. Gangsta, shoot me again. And they were just obliging him and just barking him. Bang, get down. Shoot me. Man, the dude is crazy. I'm talking about straight crazy. You know what I'm saying? Man, I don't know where he at now, man, but I swear, man, I would love to see Gangsta, man. I would love to bring him on here for y'all, man, so y'all can get the real, you know what I'm saying, full essence of Gangsta Snell, man. You know, I would love to have y'all, you know, be able to experience that, man, because he's something to behold. Trust me when I tell you, he's something to behold, man. And then y'all I really would like for y'all to see his walk. Man, his walk's so smooth. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he used to have these long dreads, so the long dreads be swaying back and forth, and he just, you know, he got that old pimp walk, man. The dude is a character within himself, man. And then his voice, man. And then he's like, he don't have no reason. Everything you talking about, if it's logical, he got his own logic, and he just go right past what you said as if you didn't even say it. You know what I'm saying? No, Gangsta, I'm saying though, right? Well, what you gotta do is you gotta take that and take it over here. So in order for that to get done right, you ain't. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do it right here, right? Yeah, I'm gonna do it right here. This is the way to do it, right? I did it before, but I'm gonna do it right here, right? He ain't heard nothing you say. And you ask him, Gangsta, did you hear what I said, right? Yeah, I got you right here. Yeah, right here. Yeah, and that's how he coming. You know what I'm saying? That's how he coming. He not jabbing. He is serious. This is how he is all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? And I just have seen him in so many crazy incidents, man. So many crazy scenarios that things that you couldn't even think of or you wouldn't even imagine what happened, man. Gangsta be involved in it, man. You heard something, if you heard a ruckus, or you heard somebody got that rumbling over here in the other block, man, over a poker game or something, first thing somebody gonna think of their mind is gangster part. You know what I'm saying? If it's gangster part, gangster in it. You know what I'm saying? That's just how he going. That's how he act every day, all day. You know, and the police know him. Police a little leery of him. You know what I'm saying? They're a little leery of him because, you know, they done been around for years and decades, so they know. You know what I'm saying? They know he ain't got no cut card. He has no problem with going to jail. Jail is really his second home. He probably be in jail more than he do be on population. You know what I'm saying? And they know, you know what I'm saying? And when they dealing with people that they know don't mind going to jail, he don't mind rumbling, he don't mind the confrontation, then they deal with you a little different because they know they ain't really got nothing to threaten you with. They ain't really got nothing to scare you with. Jail don't scare gangster. You know what I'm saying? Jail don't scare him at all. You know? In fact, when he get back there, he doing the same thing. When he come out for a shower, he ain't going back in. You know what I'm saying? Y'all supposed to take a shower, man, for 5 minutes, man. You got 10 minutes. 10 minutes in the shower, man. Coming to get you, be ready. All right. Man, gangster get in that shower, man. People be coming in there telling me, gangster, you got to get out the shower, man. Gangster might stay in that shower for an hour, sometimes 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? 2 hours. I'm watching my dreams, man. I be out in a minute when I finish. You know what I'm saying? And he'll hold a whole shower session up because he ain't coming out. What they gonna do? He already in jail. They don't, you know what I'm saying? He already in jail. What they gonna do? Give him more time back there? And then if they give him more time back there, they dealing with the same issue for even longer. You know what I'm saying? So he, like I say, he was crazy, but he won't dumb. He knew what he was doing, and, you know what I'm saying, at all times. At all times, he knew what he was doing, and he know how to play them cards against him, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, the first thing they gonna holler at you in prison, man, is, you know what I'm saying, you gonna get a charge, or you gonna go to SEG, or you gonna get locked up. Man, all of that just bounce off gangster. You know what I'm saying? If you like it, I love it. If you dig it, I dug it. He don't care. You know what I'm saying? All right, yeah. Gangster, if you get in that shower and come in for rec, I done told y'all on the other joint when I was telling you, come in for rec, and it's a lot of times like we have an evening rec or something like that, or even sometimes, yeah, the evening rec or the night rec, but we come in, usually as soon as we come in, it's almost count time. We got like 10 minutes, and it's count time. Yeah, we got like 10 minutes to take a shower, man, you know, or something like that before we got to go in for count. That don't mean nothing against Slim. One thing about him, he is clean. He gonna take a shower. You can believe that. He don't care nothing about count time or nothing. I told y'all that's the one thing you don't mess with, you know, doing, you know, prison time. They gonna count. They gotta count because they gotta send all of that stuff to the regional place. So they got to have them counts in there. So you mess that count up, you most definitely going to lock up. It ain't no ands ifs or buts about that. You get locked up. But he don't care though. And they know he don't care. He gonna get in that shower even if they had to start counting. They know in the shower, they gonna count him in the shower, then they gonna try to lock him up. You know what I'm saying? But he going in that shower, he gonna do what he wanna do. He ain't giving a dig on what you say. Whatever the consequences is, that's what it is, man. That's the type of dude you dealing with when you dealing with Gangsta Slim, man. I told y'all, man, them Petersburg dudes, man, gangster from Petersburg, that I do know. And them Petersburg dudes, they different, man. They different. They been different. They all in the system. Everywhere I've been with them type of dudes, man, they just a little different, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what you might get from them. You don't know what. I done met the craziest dudes that I've been around. Most of them is either they from Petersburg or somewhere close. You know what I'm saying? And gangsta is top of the line. You know, yeah, I know y'all wanted to hear a lot about gangsta, man. I'm sitting here now trying to reminisce and think of more things that I know about him, man. I know as soon as I stop this recording, man, there's gonna be a lot more things that come to my mind. Cause old gangsta is definitely one of a kind. Definitely one of a kind. Yeah. But anyway, man, I just want to let y'all know about that, man. Playing gangster one-on-one basketball, man, you do that at your own risk, man. And there's a whole lot of people out there that'll tell you, Derek, shout out to you, man. I know you out there. I know you had to be there when gangster was there. And you probably done, you know, seen them get locked up over that stuff. You probably done seen them out there on that yard fighting. You probably done been on a call or something, because I know he done had plenty of. You know what I'm saying? He done had plenty of them. So anybody that was on Mecklenburg know about Gangsta, man, know about his antics, know about him rolling on the ground, you know, running in the fences, talking crazy, doing crazy stuff, fighting, you know, bucking on poker games. He do it all. You know what I'm saying? I guess that's the name, Gangsta Slim. You know what I'm saying? Because he was gangster with it, and he ain't had no cut card. But just wanted to drop that little one on y'all, man. More videos to come, man. Y'all stay tuned. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. TVB, man, we out here, man. Don't play gangster in no basketball, because if you do, you might go to medical. It's a good chance you go into medical, you know. But y'all be safe, be smart, man. Make good decisions. I see y'all in a minute, man. We out here.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know. And I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts. I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know. And I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
Hey, man, shout out to everybody out there on Team Becky Pam, man. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. Man, we out here, man. It's a beautiful day today, man, and I'm sitting out here, you know, just enjoying this fresh air, man. You know, something that you ain't get a whole lot of opportunities to do coming from where I come from, but it's a blessing, man. I don't take that day for granted, man. Neither should you. So, with that being said, man, peace and love to everybody, man. This is part of this movement. This is a part of this positive energy, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all motivate me. Y'all inspire me. And y'all push me to keep going, man. So, spread the word, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend that we out here, man, and we pushing P. Hey, man, with that being said, man, just being outside, automatically, man, people name come to my mind like, you know, Gangsta Slim, man. Because it's just so many incidents with Gangsta Slim outside, man. He notorious for going outside. Gangsta Slim is a dude that would never, ever miss rec call. If they call rec call and if it's outside rec, he going outside. He going to get this fresh air. He going out there if it's rain, snow, sleet, or shine, which we usually can't go out when it's like that. But if we out there and it started raining, snowing, sleeting, or whatever, Gangsta gonna be the last one come in off the yard. That's a known fact. And he ain't gonna want to come off. You gonna have to go out there really and get him a lot of times, cause he enjoy that nature, man. He enjoy that type of weather. But this incident, man, that I'm talking about, man, I could just remember by thinking about him being outside. I remember, man, when Gangsta, man, got the rumbling in the rec room, man. You know, on Mecklenburg, we got the rec room, man. So it ain't like we had a gym or nothing like that. We had a rec room. You know, had a pool table in there, heavy bag, cards. Dudes play cards. They gamble in there. Really, the rec room was used for either working out or gambling, man. That's where they gamble at. Dudes play the poker, play their skin, shoot dice. You know what I'm saying? And other dudes is lifting weights and you know, hitting the bag or doing whatever. And a lot of them is over there trying to holler at the rec lady. You know? But this particular time, man, I remember this is right here. This is a lot of times just things like this happen in gambling, man. You know, which a lot goes with gambling. But this type of situation right here is dude was at fault. Gangsta was at fault, but dude was at fault too. So it's like, I don't know, a double fault. Maybe if it is such a thing. Number one is people know that Gangsta ain't gonna always pay that money, man, when he lose in gambling. They know that. So you know not to give Gangsta no credit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have him bring his money to the table. and put it in cash and carry. That means you bring your cash when you come, you carry it when you leave. And a lot of times that's how dudes are doing because they know, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, if he get late, you know what I'm saying, he might not have all the money if he have any other money. He was known for that. He notorious for that. You know, and if you want to rumble, he gonna rumble. You know what I'm saying? He ain't running nowhere. He ain't checking in. He ain't doing none of that. You know what I'm saying? He gonna take it how it come. So this particular time, man, he owed dude money from a previous game. The dude that was running the game, he owed him money from a previous game. So we in the rec room and he coming there, he want to get in the poker game, right? He got a little cash. That's when dude get greedy. So the dude tell him, man, you still owe me money for the last game. So Ganstas like, yeah, I'm gonna straighten that. You know, I got that when we get back in the building, but I got this right now. I'm trying to play, right? So the dude first said, well, you know, whatever it is that you owe me, I take that out and give you the rest. No. I told you I got that upstairs. This for right now. So being greedy, right? He shouldn't have never accepted. He should have just said, nah, you can't get in my game unless you straighten your bill. That's just how it go. But he being greedy, thinking that he could be gangsta with the money, and then he gonna get the money when he go upstairs. Calm is terrible, man. Calm is vicious. Calm got the vicious left hook you ever want to see. So he take the money and let Gangsta get it. And it won't even a whole lot of money. It's like $20. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what Gangsta on, but it's like $20. So he thinking I can take $20, in poker in prison. You know, I'm assuming anywhere, $20 could be going in a hand. It all depends. But dudes like Gangsta, they flat foot hustling, man. They ain't got no whole lot, so they gonna pinch that money. And if they drop that money on a hand, man, knowing that might be all they got, as we call in prison, man, the last button on Jacob's coat, they gonna play real tight. If they call a bet and go all in, if you really know how to play poker, you got to assume he got it. You got to assume he got it because you already know he on desperate times. They let mess around and let Gangsta get up in that game and start winning. And he started winning. And he was winning. Trying to get him out the game real fast and call him, but he got it. You know what I'm saying? So he done took like $20 and parlayed that joint into like 90, almost $100. You know what I'm saying? In less than 20, 30 minutes. So now, what did he do? The same thing that most dudes do. This is running that flim-flam, that scam, that skullduggery, that larceny. He cashing out. He cashing out. We got like maybe 45 hours more time to wreck. He cashing out. When you see dudes, they should give me a deal, and dudes say, give me a deal in the hands. No, skip me. And they count their money, they give it cash out. Now, dudes at the table, they agitated because now he cashing out. And they done put their money in the game. So he cashing out and possibly going to get some of their money. So dudes mad. You know what I'm saying? That's a thing in penitentiary. When you gamble, it's ignorant, but it is a rule in the penitentiary. Unwritten rule that when you gamble, man, you gotta keep gambling, man. You can't just gamble and then just quit. You can't do that, man. You got to keep on going and give a dude what they call a shot at their money back. Don't like it when you quit before the game over. Don't nobody like it. Everybody mad. Everybody agitated. They may keep it to themselves. They may act like it's alright, but I'm telling you, fact not fiction. Dudes don't like that. I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's a catch-22. Because if you stay there and keep on, your luck can run out. You could be catching a good streak, and then you parlay your money. That's what you gambling for. You gambling to win. But your luck run out, then you start losing. Then it's time to go. And you be saying to yourself, man, I should have quit. I should have stopped. You know what I'm saying? Some dudes feel that, so what they'll do is when they do hit up like that and they want to quit, and they know if they quit, they dudes going to have attitude with them, then what they'll start doing is folding every hand or folding real quick, and you can see it, it's all agitating, but it is what it is. Gangsta don't care nothing about none of that. He start cashing out. Dude like, what you doing? No, I'm gone. Right? So we like, you gone? He like, yeah, okay, cashing out. Right? So he counted up his money, so we like, you know what I'm saying? So everybody finished, we finished. But people say, 10 minutes, you know what I'm saying, wreck, 10 minutes for wreck, 10 minutes for wreck. So everybody got to start cashing in. The houseman out of the last hand. Because he got to get all his money straight, you know what I'm saying? Who, you know what I'm saying? He got to get all his money straight. So when he finished, cash out, count the money. Gates standing around trying to turn his money in. Let's just say he turned in, he's like, I got 98.50, but give my 20 back first, right? So dude tell him, look, I'm gonna give you 20 back, but I'm gonna take out what you owe me too. You know what I'm saying? Gang said, no, you ain't. No, I told you when I got in the game, I'm gonna give you that in the block. So dude, like, if you gonna give me that in the block, why you can't give it to me right now? I'm not trying to give you nobody else money when you owe me money. I'm gonna take out what you owe me, and then, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna give you the rest, and we scrap. Gangsta said, no, that ain't how we said we would do it. Just give me what you owe me. See, so he demanded his money when you owe him money, man. How crazy can you get, dog? You demanding money and you owe this man money. You understand? So the dude saying, nah, and he trying to stand on his square. But Gangsta standing on his too. Gangsta say no. Now in my mind, Gangsta ain't gonna give you nothing when you get upstairs because he ain't give it to you yet. So you should already know that. So they going back and forth. So then you got dudes sitting around waiting to get their money. So he said, man, hold on, let me straighten all this out. You got straighten Gangsta too. You know, I won like everybody else. So he said, man, you ain't even pay me the last time that you talking about you owe me money, and you talking about straightening you, man. I'm gonna pay this dude. These guys said, all right, okay. So boom, he's straightening everybody. You can see Gangsta standing around. You know what I'm saying? He got his coat on. He always has his coat on, no matter what the weather it is. If he on inside, he got his coat on. If he outside, he ain't got no coat on or no shirt on. You know what I'm saying? That's how he is. So he's standing over there in the cut. So then, boom, dude go over there to talk to him. Dude got them taking his bag. You know what I'm saying? Take him his bag, give it to him, and Gangsta's like, what's this? This ain't right here, and give it back to him. He tell me, man, I told you I gotta take out what you owe me, man. I can't give you, you know what I'm saying, this money, man, you owe me, man. You told us upstairs, if you gonna give it to me upstairs, then right now, I give dudes their money back that they put in the game. Like, man, get my money right, man. Man, get my money right. I told you when I got in the game, that I got that upstairs. I already know what I'm gonna give you. You give me what I want in the game. He said, I ain't got it, man. I gave it to them, and we straight. You don't owe me, man. He said, no. I'm telling you, man. And dude, like, man, hold on, man. You pushing something at me now, dog. You pushing something. He said, yeah. I'll push it. I want my money. We're right now. So man said, man, I told you I ain't got it right now. He said, well, you better get it. You better get it. Dude said, man, come on, man. Come on, guys. Go ahead, man. I'm telling you, go ahead. You telling me. What you telling me? And Gangsta will press you. I mean, press. He'll get up on you. He'll start walking up on you. And he's spitting and all of that coming out. You telling me. Dude like, go ahead, man. Go ahead. He trying to turn away from him. Dude's like, man, y'all go ahead, man. Don't mess this record up, man. Don't mess this record up. Gangsta walking on it. He walking away. Gangsta walking behind him. Everywhere he go, Gangsta walk. And he's saying the same thing over and over again like a record. You telling me what you telling me? What you telling me? And now he bumping him. You know what I'm saying? He walking up on him. What you telling me? So dude it's starting to look like he weak. You know what I'm saying? It's starting to look like he weak, and like, you know, Gangsta's down on him, it looking like he weak. So he turn around and he extend his arm, push Gangsta. I said, go ahead, man. I told you get up on me, man. So Gangsta touch me, man. What's your problem? Walk up on him again. Walk up on him this time. Dude take off on him. Bam. gangster bag up, right? Latch on to him. Head bump. They bumping right there in the jump. So dude's like, man, watch out for the police, man. Watch for the police. Cause we trying to, not to get the jail, the rec jump shut down. Dude over there talking to the female, the Randy rec department, trying to keep her, calm. They tussling. Dude like, man, break that joint up. Cause we gonna end up not having the rec. We ain't gonna have the rec period. You know what I'm saying? Like, when we gonna be able to go to the rec room, they'll take it. If somebody get to fighting in there, they'll take it. We might not go back for a month. Ain't no telling, you know what I'm saying? So they running, they testing. This one thing the dudes gonna do when they fight gangsters. At the time, gangster got dreads all the way down to like the back of the bend of his knee. So dudes grab his hair, you know what I'm saying? Trying to get him up over. Gangster, they tap him gangster on the ground. Trying to hit him. He holding his head down. Gangster bite him in the chest. He's trying to pull gangster. He bite me. He about to do that. Be quiet, man. Y'all gonna mess your back up, man. Man, somebody break this show up. You ain't breaking up no gangster, right? Even if you break it up, he's not gonna stop. He gonna keep on going. So dude's trying to pull him apart. He got gangster hair. Dude pulling gangster back. He got gangster hair. He holding him. Man, let the man hair go. Dude's pulling gangster off. Dude's pulling him away. Gangster like, let me go. So they get gangster off from this. Come on, gangster, man, calm down, man. The man gonna give you the money. He like, get out my way. Get out my way. They got dude over there in the corner. He over there, you know what I'm saying? He leaking a little bit, little blood out of his mouth or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So they got him over in the corner, and they tell him, man, y'all chill. Gangster ain't having none of that. He like, move, man. Move. He trying to go around, dude trying to hold him back. Come on, gangster, man. Come on, man. Man gonna give you the money, man. He don't give you the money. I'm gonna give you the money. Get on my way, man. Get on my way. He trying to get to him, and he won't take no for an answer. So dudes is like, man, boom. And I remember this old George McGee with his old squeaky voice. George McGee said, man, always with a toothpick in his mouth with a little go too. You know, the tight ear. Man, go ahead and let him fight, man. Cause y'all know he ain't gonna stop. Man. Either way, go ahead, man. They gonna do what they gonna do. Just go ahead and let him fight. So dude just move out the way. He move out the way. Gangster go dead at him. So then dudes move out the way to do. He stunned. He don't know what to do. He start reaching like he gonna grab the pool ball, like the pool stick or something. Dude said, no. Cause if you use that, we really gonna lose the wreck jump. So boom, gangster run straight into him. He mauled him up in there, got him down in the corner. Dude got a hold of his dreads again. He down in the corner holding on to gangster dreads, trying to kick him. Gangster got his head pulled back, just throwing haymakers. And he pulling the hair. And then she noticed, man. She noticed what was going on. She said, hey, y'all break that up over there. And she was cool. She really ain't like, you know what I'm saying? She was like, didn't really want like, anti-inmate, you know what I'm saying? If that make any sense. She was like pro-inmate, because dudes, for the most part, respect her. A lot of them was just lusting out, but they respect her. Probably because of the lust. But she didn't really want to call the people. She was like, I'm going to call them. If y'all can't break it up, I'm calling. So dudes like, man, break it up. She waited. They trying to break it up. They ain't going to stop, man. They ain't going to stop. So she called the people, man. So people come running down there, run over there, you know what I'm saying, break the little joint up, get gangster, get him, lock him up, you know what I'm saying. Boom, we go on back. They usher us out, man. We get back to the block and everything. We already know, man. The wreck gone, man. We ain't get wrecked in the recreation center probably about a month and a half. You know what I'm saying? And the crazy part about it is, we don't get wrecked in there, and the two parties that's involved in the fight, they are gone. They in the jail. They locked up. Why we can't have wreck? We ain't do nothing. But that's how it go in the penitentiary, because they're going to try to set an example for everybody, just to let you know that, look, either y'all gonna govern yourself and make sure y'all don't fight in there, which is really the reason they don't care about us fighting. The real reason they don't want us to fight in there, because they know a female in there. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all can't govern yourself, then this is what gonna happen. That's the message that they sending us. That's the subliminal message. Because there's no need to take the wreck if you got the two parties that was involved in the incident. Why are we gonna lose out on wreck? So they letting you know subliminally, one gonna equal all. One do something, all y'all gonna be punished. You know what I'm saying? Which is some asinine rules and regulations, but that's how they carry, right? But man, Gangsta won't go off from that. Gangsta was wrong, ain't no question. But dude was wrong too because dude should have stood on his ground and not let him get in the game. But the only reason he let Gangsta get in the game, cause I think he felt like if he didn't let Gangsta get in the game, he won't have to fight right then and there. Cause Gangsta is a persistent brother, man. I'm telling you, he's super duper persistent. He not gonna stop. He'll ask you the same question 20 times until he get until he get the answer that he want. He gonna ask you the same question 20 times until he get the answer he want. What you mean? I just told you what I mean. I just said AMG. That's it. What else you want? What you mean though? He'll just keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? So I knew a dude would have told me he couldn't get in the game. That's what he would have did. And B, that's A, and B is he thought he could win that $20 and get him on out the way and be like, boy, I got to a 20 because you put that in the game. You still owe me. It ain't work out that way. You see what I'm saying? Larceny begets larceny. You see what I'm saying? He was pulling larceny and Gangsta was pulling larceny, and then he turned around and he tried to use larceny against Gangsta larceny, and it all turned out that you got whooped. You got whooped and you ain't get paid. You see what I'm saying? You ain't get paid. You got whooped and you still ain't get paid. You know? But man, I'm telling you, man, Gangsta is a different breed of dude, man. He just a different breed of dude, man. And once he crank that joint up, you can forget it. You know what I'm saying? You can forget it. He be trying to fight when the police got him. You know what I'm saying? That's how he is. You got to drag him out. You got to ball him up, cuff him up, and drag him out. He ain't gonna stop. That's what it is. If he see you again, he gonna take off on you. He gonna take off on you on sight. He gonna take off on you. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. But just being out here in the open, man, just made me think about those dudes, man. He'll be out here like that grass behind me right there. Yeah, he'll be rolling around on that jump. That's what he do. Concrete, yeah, he'll roll on that. I'm talking about stiff. Just rolling. Boom, boom, boom. And he'll roll like that. Running the fences. That's a wooden fence. He'll knock that down. He'll run through that joint like Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying? That's what he do, man. But, yeah, man, shout out to Gangsta, man. I sure do hope and pray he get his liberation, man. And I even hope and pray even more that he'll be open to let me bring him and let y'all see him, man. Because y'all would definitely get a kick out of this Joker, man, for sure, man. But anyway, man, in the meantime, in between time, man, y'all be safe, be smart, make good decisions, man. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments, man. Come on, man. Participation. We need that. Supporting is important, man. Let's go. Let's get it. TBP Nation, stand up, man. Y'all. Duck them hooks, man. They out there, man. Peace, man. We out here too. And guess what? We ain't going nowhere.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality. You know, and I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
In my opinion, you know, Gangsta Slim, man, he gonna fight till he is stopped. You just gotta stop him. You gotta put him down. You gotta knock him unconscious or something like that. He got a motor out this world. He's not gonna stop. He can fight, but he ain't no, the heck of a fighter. He just got a lot of endurance and strength. I told y'all, Angelo Ford is a knockout artist, man. Angelo Ford, he can put them things together. So if Angelo hits you, he can combinate you and lay you down. He got a one-hitter quitter. He got combos. He got all of that. So in that aspect, I believe, in my expert opinion, man, Angelo would knock Gangsta Slim out. But, there's a but. He got to get rid of him because Gangsta is coming back like the return of the Jedi. In my expert opinion.
out here after 30 years, yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm gonna get some personality, you know, and I'm rich in love, my family love me, and that's really all that counts.
Man, big shout out to everybody out there on Team Banky Pound, man. Appreciate the love, appreciate the support. Y'all been rocking with me, man, with these 33 years worth of prison stories, man. So I got a treat for y'all today, man. This might be a 2 or 3 part series, man, because it's so much information and so much stuff I know about this dude because I was around for a while, man, and man, he got a heck of a story, man. So I'm gonna introduce y'all today, man, to Southside Block, man. Richmond, stand up, Richmond, man. This cat here, woo! When I tell you he cut from a different cloth, he cut from a different cloth. And y'all from Richmond, y'all should know I'm talking about Southside Block. I don't really want to say his name, I don't even know how that really goes yet. I'm new to this, but I'm true to this. Everything I say is actual and factual, but I just say Russell G. So y'all know who I'm talking about if you from Richmond. So man, Southside, man, Richmond at that. But Big Block, man, is a penitentiary legend, man, to say the least. Trust and believe that. I can remember when I first met him, man. I met him. I left the wall and I went to Augusta. And I want to say 88, maybe 88 or 89. So I go to Augusta and I meet Block, man. I meet Block. And he a little short dude, man. I'm short, you know. Kind of, you know, I'm 5'7" and a half. Block probably like 5'6", you know. Way bigger than me, wide, kind of chubby, but he thick. Is I don't know whether he got a little belly with it, but he's strong as a bull, man. I'm talking about strong. He bench press over 400 pounds. So, you know, and believe it or not, he kind of heavy like that. He still was a heck of an athlete, man. He could play football. Man, we used to have football games in the penitentiary, man. Block played running back, man. Block would run you over, man, like Jerome Bettis. Please believe that, man. So, yeah, he was an athlete, athletic for his size, you know what I'm saying? That'll surprise you, right? But, man, the dude had a heart big as Texas, man. He was, and I know I keep saying this to y'all, and I don't want y'all to think I'm just saying this just to be saying this, but I mean this, because when I run across one of the stories that I tell y'all that this don't apply to, I will tell you that it don't apply to. Just like Bo Billy, I told y'all, Bo Billy was really not a nice dude. But man, actuality, man, Block is a nice dude, man. He was a good dude, man. But he got that switch in him, man. When he cut that switch on, man, it's ball game. I mean, it's ball game. He do not care. He has zero remorse, zero tolerance. When he snap out, he is gone. You know, and I have seen it dealing with him several times, man. One particular incident I can recall off the top of my head was, I think this may have been one of the first ones that I actually witnessed. You know, it's several stories about Block, but one of them that I actually witnessed, one of the first ones was we go in the, you know, in the chow hall, in prison you go in the chow hall, they call it the kitchen, the chow hall, whatever, and you get in line to get your food. As we in line getting the food, you go from, you know, you basically behind this bar and this wall, you go around a little section and you get your food. Inmates are putting the food on the tray. Now, most of the time they've been directed to how much food to put on the tray, how many proportions or whatever, but sometime in there they do what they want to do, and then some dudes be giving you less than what you're supposed to have, some dudes may give you more, but when they give you less, in prison they call that shaking the spoon. You know, dudes be like, stop shaking the spoon over there, you ain't getting what I'm supposed to get, you know, woo. So that, you know, that right there can cause all types of drama, all types of problems right there. But what happened this time was the dude put
put something on Block tray that Block felt like he didn't get enough of. So Block said something about it, and the dude got smart. Block asked him, do you know who you're talking to? He said, I don't give a F who I'm talking to, who. Block shoved the tray back up in his chuck hole and just walked on out. The dude started hollering profanity, saying this, that, and the third to him, you know, how the Block just left on out the kitchen. So most people assume Block just left, was going back to the building. They would be wrong, you know. Block went around the building. Now you know we in prison. Block went around the building to the back of the kitchen as if he worked in the kitchen. Got them to open the door, went in there, and walked all the way around and went online where the dude was serving the food and commenced to beating the dog doodle out the stew, man. All you heard was bang-a-ling-a-ling, boom, bop, boom, 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 boom. Block done went in the kitchen and went in the back to get this dude, man, for running his mouth, man. It was crazy. It was epic, man. Everybody get up and run over there. They trying to look. People is looking, see what's going on. They like, man, Block done went in the kitchen, you know. And dude was like, man, that dude nobody been talking to Block, man. He must not know who Block is. Block went in the kitchen and whooped the dude, man. And the police had to go in there, man, run down on him, man, get him up off of him. Take him on in the back, locked him up, man. He ain't care. You know, he ain't care. He's just one of them type of dudes. Like I say, he got that switch in his head. When he go, he gone. You know? And then, like I say, most dudes, man, I guess that's a theme in prison. Kind of like when you got these dudes just, if you really get to know them, they got, I mean, you get close to them, they got good personalities and they good dudes. But you'll see them do some off the wall crazy stuff and you'll be like, is this the same dude? I guess that's just a way they have adapted to live in prison because you in an environment that you just got to have that in you. If you ain't got it in you, you're not gonna survive. I mean, that's just factual. You're not gonna survive. You can make it a year or 2 or 3 or something. You can slide up out of prison, but if you got to do a significant amount of time, or you got to have that go button on you. You got to have it on you because it can come at you at any time. People bring drama to you, man, for no fault of your own, no reason at all, just because whatever they got going on with their life, whatever they got going on, period. But you may have to face that type of drama or violence at any given day. Any given day, at any given time, morning, noon, or night. So you got to always have that button on you like, I'm ready for whatever. You know, and Block was just one of them type of dudes. He was ready for whatever, and he's gonna show up and show out every time that he jump off. You know, so like I said, that's just one of the incidents. Maybe the first one I remember with him. He talked with like with a little lisp. He got a thick tongue. He like, yeah, man, you know, yeah, that's what's up. And he be biting his tongue a lot. But that's how he talk, right? But like I say, he was a super cool dude, man. But he stayed in the hole, man, because he gonna fight at the drop of a dime. He gonna do whatever it takes, whenever it takes, and he don't care nothing about going to segregation. You got certain dudes on the population, man, that's their livelihood. That's just like, I mean, it's the equivalent to being out here in the free world and going to jail. That's how it is when you on population. You consider yourself in the free penitentiary world, and when you go to segregation, you go to jail. So he had, most people are on the street, like you say, you don't want to go to jail. Block had no problem with going to jail. Block would go to jail at the drop of a dime. It didn't matter if it was the police. It didn't matter if it was a convict. It didn't matter if it was a female. If you ran afoul of him, man, or pissed him off, you gonna catch his wrath. Straight up. I mean, verbally, if you lucky, verbally. But if not, physically. He just had that go button, man. I remember another time he was in the hole. He was in segregation. And man, this dude's off the chain, man. This man's in segregation. So something's wrong with his window. So the maintenance people go in there to do maintenance on his window or his bed. I think it was his bed. They go in there to do maintenance on one or the other, his bed or his window. So when you in segregation, like I say, you are removed from population. You don't even come out your cell without no handcuffs on. So they had to handcuff him, bring him outside of his cell, take him down and put him in the shower, lock him in the shower while they do work on his cell. So they do that. When they finish, they go and get him, bring him back, put him in his cell, lock the door, leave. They, I guess you would say, made a big faux pas because in doing all of that, they messed around and left a real live sledgehammer in his cell. On mistake. They forgot the hammer. The reason they remembered that they forgot the hammer because within 5 to 10 minutes all you heard was kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Block is in the inside of his cell beating the door down with the sledgehammer, man. Beating the door down, man. Boom, boom, man. It's like, it seemed like 100 police, man, but all the police come running to the block, man, running up in there, running up to his cell, trying to figure out what's going on, what's this loud commotion, and Block got the hammer, man. And the first thing they say is, look, we're going to open this slide, put the hammer out, put the hammer out. Man, Block say, F you, come get it. F you, come get it. You know, I mean, man, you can't make this stuff up, man. Them people was terrified because they already know that he ain't playing, number one. Number two, they already know that he rough and rugged and he bought that life. And now he got a major weapon. Man, they was stuck, man. They was stuck. They didn't know what to do. They tried to negotiate with him. They done said officer after officer, supervisor after supervisor, look, you know, let us get the hammer, man. You ain't getting no charge. We just want the hammer, man. Can you get, man? F you, come get it. I told y'all ain't getting nothing. You ain't been reading in here. Come get it. Yeah, y'all want to play? Come get it. Man, they was terrified, man. But, man, they negotiated with Block, man, for hours, man. Hours and hours, man. Until Block just went ahead on and gave him the hammer, man. And told him, man, I was just messing with y'all. I knew y'all was scared. I knew you won't come here and get it anyway. I knew you won't come here and get this hammer. Man, I'm telling you, man, this dude was wild, man. And he just took it, man, to another level whenever he wanted to, man. He'll snap in and out of, you know, viciousness to happiness, to laughing, to he angry. That's just how he was. That was his personality. You know what I'm saying? That was his personality, man. I have seen him, man, in many different facets, man. Many different facets, man. But like I say, man, you would have to really know him, to know the dynamics of him. Somebody who don't know him, man, they better approach him real cautiously, man. If he like you, he gonna rock with you. If he don't like you, man, he gonna let you know off the rip. He don't, I mean, no pun intended, he do bite his tongue. He bite his tongue a lot when he talking, when he get mad. He bite his tongue too. There's two people I know that bite their tongue when they get mad. Him and Bo Billy. You know, so I don't know what type of sign it is, but Block, he bite his tongue, but he'll tell you in a minute, man, I'll get away from me, man. I don't even like you, man. I don't even like you. So it ain't nothing fake about it. He will let you know where he coming from, and if he like you, he like you. If he don't, he don't. You know, yeah, man. So that's when I'm meeting him, you know, at Mecklenburg, in the Mecklenburg days, man. No, we end up going to Mecklenburg. We end up being in Mecklenburg. I got ahead of myself. We going to Mecklenburg. I'm gonna tell you that a little later. But right now, we are at Augusta, and this is one of the craziest incidents with him. Now, mind you, I'm from DC, so Block from Richmond. We was cool. We always really got cool. Me and him always had a good rapport. He cool with a lot of dudes from DC that I knew of, right? And like I say, he's an easy dude to get along with. If you thorough and you a real dude, it's easy to get along with him. And like I say, he a good guy. But at this particular time on Augusta, for whatever reason, DC was beefing with Richmond. And if I remember correctly, I know it was about one of my homeboys named Mayo. My homeboy named Mayo, man. Bless his heart, man. Bless shout out Mayo, man. Mayo was like the version of some type of version of Bo Billy, man. Mayo always started trouble. Man. He just a trouble starter. He always gonna start something. You don't know, he had no filter on his mouth. He gonna always say something. Well, to the best of my recollection, man, he had started some type of drama with somebody from Richmond. Now back at this time, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I don't know what goes on the street in Richmond. I had this conversation with a dude the other day, but I do know for a fact, from me being there, I'm speaking from fact and experience. I know in that penitentiary, especially in the early 80s and 90s, them Richmond dudes, man, they was the epitome of sticking together. They was the epitome of sticking together. You mess with one of them, you mess, man, it was like a game. Because you mess, man, you gonna be meeting with all the Richmond. And they had the numbers in there. The biggest numbers in prison at that time was Richmond and Tidewater. You know, DC was the minute version. We was the smallest group in the penitentiary, you know, as far as in Virginia. But some type of way, man, they all created this beef, man. Now the dudes was beefing. So a couple of dudes from Richmond are saying something, a couple of dudes from DC are saying something. There is this all-out tension that's going on between DC and Richmond. Now everybody's walking around, you know, strapped, you know, and ready for war and mean mugging, but ain't nobody doing nothing. Everybody's just tense. They're hoping to die down. Don't nobody really want to do nothing, but everybody's prepared to do whatever may happen. So while all this is going on for probably about, man, a week, man. We go in the kitchen, and man, we in the kitchen this day, man, and somebody had said something about Richmond, or he heard the word Richmond. So Block coming through the line. And when Block get through the line with his tray, he looking for somewhere to sit. Almost all the tables filled. When the tables is filled, people be waiting for people to finish eating and get out. But dudes are sitting there eating, dudes are steady talking. You know, and they finish eating, they trying to socialize. So they should be getting their trays up and leaving. So I guess with all the tension going on between DC and Richmond, and Block not being able to find a seat, Block being Block just said, man, won't y'all MFs get up and leave up out here if y'all already finished eating, man? Get up, man, and leave somebody at the table, man. And then somebody said something, man, this was like a whisper or something, man. Said, man, go ahead on, man. Man, Block said, man, you know what? Boom. Pushed all the trays off of the first table that was by him, man. Dudes just stood up and looked at him like, what's up? Man, Block got up and stood up on the table and said, F all you niggas from DC, y'all wanna rumble, let's go. And threw the tray at the dude, man, my homeboy from DC. And man, that was it, man. It popped off like a jack in the box. Man, everybody's fighting, knives coming out, dudes is running, scrambling, police coming. It's just total chaos. Man, it's like a scene from out of a movie, man. It's like a scene from Gangs. What's the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio? Gangs in New York. I mean, it's just like cluster fighting and dudes are scrambling, dudes trying to pick sides, dudes trying to see who with who. You know, the numbers don't match up. It's crazy. So the police is coming there, so the police is involved. Dudes is fighting all outside till they get outside of the kitchen. Man, then the police is coming deep, super deep. They coming with weapons and nightsticks and all this. So man, dudes is still rumbling. They rumbling. Some dudes even make it to the yard. They rumbling. All of this just popped off because of all the tension that had been going on. And then Block just being Block. Block said, man, ain't no talking. Let's get it. You know, let's get it. And we was getting it. You know what I'm saying? So it was crazy. I'm caught up in the middle because I ain't never been with no type of get with, I call it like a get with beef, you know, when you just get with it because of this. I'm not gonna be beefing with somebody just because I'm from DC or vice versa. But at the same time, I am from the city, and you're not just gonna walk up to me and then tell me F DC because you basically saying F me, and then yeah, I'm gonna have a problem with that. But just because, you know, I'm from DC don't mean I don't like Richmond, I don't like Tidewater, I ain't never lived like that. I live personally. If you bring the beef to me, then we got a beef. If you ain't bringing it to me, then it ain't my business. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we went. That's how we rolled. But the DC dudes that I was in there with, every one of them 100% thorough. Every one of them trained to go. Every one of them gonna put that work in when it's called for. That's just how it was. We didn't have the numbers, but we had the heart, you know, and they knew that. Everybody knew that. But like I said, at that time too, Richmond had mad numbers, and they had mad killers, and they had mad dudes that put work in as well. So it just was an ugly, ugly situation, man. An ugly situation. But man, it's a couple of dudes got hurt, man. A couple of dudes got poked out. Dudes got their heads split open. You know, dudes went to medical. It was some stuff going on, man. You know, I don't want to get deep into that because it's still got to be some feelings left up in that because dudes got hurt. You don't recover from getting stabbed. You don't recover from, you know, getting marks put on you. So that's real. That's gonna last forever. You know what I'm saying? But I just remember that incident, man. It jumped off because of Block just was not going for everybody just walking around looking at each other, just mean mugging each other. Block say, nah, if it's going down, it's going down. So he set it off, man. He set it off. That just was the type of dude he was, man. He was just, like I say, a go hard little dude, man. And pound for pound, when you look at him and you see how short he is and everything, and you saying, he wasn't nothing to be played with. Please believe me, he was nothing to be played with, man. But yeah, man, and all of this going on with Block, everything that I told you so far, and I'm quite sure is more things that happened with him that I could recall if I recollect in my memory. But I just want to put you in a frame of mind of what type of dude you're dealing with. Now, with that being said, I'm going to tell you something that should make you even more in awe about this dude. He doing all of that I just mentioned and then some as he's waiting for a pardon from the governor. As he's waiting for a pardon from the governor. This man has a chance of going home. To my understanding, he is locked up with life plus for a murder. And he's waiting on a pardon from the governor because it was some foul stuff that went on with his trial, with his case. So, you would think that someone is waiting for the possibility to overturn a life sentence, to possibly go back on the street, would be living, you know, trouble and drama free. Not Block. It would not be Block. It would not be Block, man. So, yeah, I just wanted to paint that picture for y'all, man. And I see I'm gonna hit you with a part 2, and I'm gonna tell y'all about this waiting for the pardon. I'm gonna tell y'all the things that happened with the pardon. So, yeah, man. So, Southside, man, y'all stand up, man. Real penitentiary legend. Straight out of Richmond, man. Block, man. So, shout out to Block, man. And everybody who know him, everybody rock with him, man. Shout out to Richmond, man. The Big R. Y'all showed me some love when I was down there this past week, man, for the Rock Project, you know. So, yeah, man, more things to come. Part 2, stay tuned for part 2, man, for Big Block, man, Southside Block, man. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Stay tuned. Y'all probably gonna see part 2 right after this one, or even the next day, because I'm gonna put it together like that. But yeah, man, shout out to Block, man, and shout out to everybody out there on Team Banky Pound. Shout out to everybody that support me.
Let's get them numbers up, man. If you're watching this and you ain't subscribed, please take the time just to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe, man, and share this with your friends. Share this with other people, man, so we can get this movement going on. But most of all, like I say, man, as always, man, a lesson in these stories, man, is a lesson in every blessing. You know, it's a blessing in every lesson. That, you know, you could be in that penitentiary, man, and you could be going through these type of things too. And see, that's the lesson, because you out here right now, if you watching this, you out here in this free world. Trust me, it get ugly in there, real ugly, and no one can help you. No one but yourself, man. You in there, you on your own. And that ain't a life that you want to live. But it's also a life that you got a choice about living by the choices that you make while you out here in the free world now. So, man, do the right thing, man. Make the right choice, man. Be safe, be smart, make good decisions, man. Stay blessed, stay free, and I'll catch y'all next time, man. Peace.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality. You know, and I'm rich in love, my family love me, and that's really all that counts. I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality. You know, and I'm rich in love, my family love me, and that's really all that counts.
What's up? What's up? Shout out to everybody out there on Team Banking Pound, man. Much love. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. We back in here, man. We back in here. I know a lot of y'all been asking for this one and a couple of other ones, and I'm gonna get to them as well. But today, man, I want to give y'all some updates on the one and only notorious Portsmouth Bo Billy. Yeah, Bo Billy, man. But before we get into that, man, I want to tell y'all, man, we got to get these numbers up. I appreciate all y'all who support me. I appreciate all y'all who watch my videos. But I need y'all to check your status and see if you subscribe, because my analytics still saying that 70% of the people who watch my videos are not even subscribed. So if we get some more subscriptions in there, man, and build these numbers up, man, we can spread this stuff far and wide, move it around in the algorithm. I appreciate it when you leave comments, good, bad, or indifferent. Just keep it respectful. And like the video, man. Give it a thumbs up if you really like the video, man. So I appreciate that. And that helps everything move around. It helps the channel grow. It helps us grow, because we are a family. TBP, stand up. So y'all get on top of that, man, right now. Hit that like button, man, and let's get into this thing, man, about Bo Billy. As I told y'all in the first video about Bo, man, how notorious he was and how, you know, how much of a gangster he really was. Bo was that dude. Bo was a gangster. You know, hot, biggest Texas, and trained to go at the drop of a dime, man. Real talk. And I told y'all at the end of the first video that, you know, to the best of my knowledge, he was still alive. He was up in the mountains. He'd been down a long time, and hopefully he was doing well, this, that, and the third. Well, yeah, since then, a lot has transpired, man. He got wind of the video. He got in touch with me. We've been corresponding back and forth. He calls me about once, twice a week. You know, he's still up there in the mountains, going through it. You know, Bo is actually 66 years old now. You know, and he still got the heart of a lion. You know, but he getting older. So, you know, his roar is a little lower, but he still got that lion heart, man. And he still fighting for his liberation. He's still trying to get out of that penitentiary, man. He wrote me letters and stuff too, man. Said some of the stuff he wanted to express. I told him I would do a recap on this video. He wrote me letters and stuff and expressed some of the things that he wanted to share with me and with y'all as well. So I'm gonna read, some of his letters off as well. Got his letter right here. I'm gonna read some of his story off to y'all in his own words, Bo Billy in his own words. But man, like I say, he has a big story, man. Like I say, he was a big part of the penitentiary, man. When I came in there, like I say, his name was ringing bells, and it did that for the entire times I was in there. Dudes like Sam Pitts, Bo Billy, those were two of the most notorious dudes in the system when I first came in, as far as known for putting that work in. I'm talking about getting it in with their hands or however else they had to get it. You heard their names repetitively over and over again, even when I was in the jail, So these dudes' names, like I say, they legendary in the Virginia penal system. And anybody who's been in the Virginia penal system can tell you that that's fact, not fiction. And like I say, Bo name is right up there. He came in young, and he started putting that work in, and he earned the reputation. He actually earned his reputation. It was not given to him. It's not fictitious. It's real, and it's earned. And he put some work in, man. So I'm gonna get into it, man. I'm gonna read some of his stuff to let y'all know something about him. At the end of this video too as well, I'm gonna leave his information for anybody who want to contact him, want to write him, want to try to send him some assistance, because he's still trying to get out of prison. He got some legal issues. He feel like he been done a misjustice in a lot of situations. So he's looking for some type of assistance, some type of help, or any type of correspondence, man. When you behind the walls, that's what you need. That's your fuel that keeps you going, keeps you strong, keeps you pushing forward, man. You got to be able to see another day. You got to be able to foresee yourself outside of penitentiary in order to keep your drive alive while you in the penitentiary. So, yeah, man, I'm praying for Bo, and I'm hoping the best for him. And I'm going to read a little bit of his letter that he wrote to me and let y'all get a better idea of who he is. All right. So, Bo name is Henry Bo Billy Gorham Jr. Gorham. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. I ain't butchering his name up. It's Gorham. Gorham. I ain't never known nobody had that name right. But he's 66 years old. He said 66 years of age, born and raised in Portsmouth, Virginia. I've been incarcerated since the tender age of 18. 18 years old, man. Do the math to that now. I just told y'all he's 66. He's been incarcerated since he was 18 years old. Amazing. 18 years old within the Virginia penal system. I was convicted in Portsmouth Circuit Court, given 4 years probation for shooting at a man who shot me. Right? He said, call me the N-word in 1974. He said, I'm still mind-boggled about how I could be convicted of shooting at somebody who actually shot me. And this was a white man. He said, however, I was arrested a year later in Chesapeake, Virginia, because two white brothers stated that a black man with a scar on his face robbed them in their store. Photos were shown to the police. I was the only person in those photos who had a scar on his face. So obviously I was picked up out of the photos. I wasn't even in Chesapeake when this happened. I lived in Portsmouth, Virginia, and I was at home. However, an all-white jury gave me 25 years for having a scar on my face and being blamed for this incident that I had nothing to do with. Wow. That's deep right there within itself. He said, I was convicted of another robbery that I did have knowledge of, and I actually was present and participated in. I was found guilty of that and given 10 years. So you're talking about he went into penitentiary at the age of 18 with 35 years, right? But yet he's been in the penitentiary now for almost 50 years. Mind-boggling. So he said he entered the prison system in 1975 at the age of 18. 1975, man. So Bo's been in prison since 1975. That alone is mind-boggling, man. 1975, to have a human being locked up or incarcerated that long alone is just crazy. But, you know, this is what they do in Virginia. Virginia had the longest serving prisoners in the United States at one time, and they definitely had the lowest percentage of parole rate, like 2% for over 30-some years. And evidently, Bo is a part of that. Bo said, by no means am I projecting my image to be a saint or something like that. He said, because I wasn't by a long shot. He said, I did stupid things that teenagers did back in the 70s, but I did not rob the store in Chesapeake, Virginia, nor did I deserve to get 25 years in Chesapeake, you know, back in the 70s. He said, me and my lawyer was the only two black people in the courtroom. No blacks was on the jury. Therefore, I was convicted. He said, I entered the Virginia prison system in 1975, where today I still remain in this system almost 47 years later. I'm in dire need of help to obtain my freedom. All right, he said, please listen to some of my prison plight, some of the struggles and trials and tribulations that I went through while I was in prison. He said, once I entered the Virginia State Penitentiary, 500 Spring Street, Richmond, Virginia. Now that's where I told y'all, that's where it was. That was the most notorious prison in Virginia at the time. You know, I remember when I first came into prison, I remember hearing the legendary stories about, you know, the wall. That's what they call 500 Spring Street, the wall. You know, bodies was being buried in there, people was getting killed. So it's a legendary prison. So just imagine the mindset of a young man going in there with 35 years or something, and he 18 years old. 18, man, going up in a killing field. Matter of fact, exactly what he said. He said, Richmond, Virginia, he said, it was just like entering a real jungle. Your life held no value amongst the guards nor the convicts. The guards were selling dope through the inmates, and the inmates was killing each other. He said, the inmates was killing each other for no other reason. Just straight meanness was going on in there, straight violence. And this is some of the things that I explained to y'all how it was when I first came in, you know, in the 80s. So it just was a violent system, man. That's what it was. It was just out of control. People was not getting a whole lot of time for what they was doing in prison as far as the violence. They wasn't getting a whole lot of time for it. So that elevated the violence. That elevated the extent that a person would go to, because the penalties weren't that great, because they placed no real value on our life while we was in there. You could get way less time for killing someone when you was in prison than you could on the street. On the street, they was giving dudes life sentences and hundreds and hundreds of years for a violent act. In prison, they was giving dudes back then, when I come in, 4 years, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, you know? So that just put people in the state of mind that, you know, when my back is up against the wall, then I'm gonna do whatever I got to do, and whatever happens, happens, you know? So, Bo said, in 1975, I became addicted to drugs. The guards were supplying drugs, and when I had no money, I began to rob the guards, and I began to rob the inmates as well. And at a young tender age of 18, I started to become one of the most hated persons in the system because of my drug habit. And I knew about that, and I heard about that too. You know, that's basically how the legend of Bo Billy began. You know, he came in, he was a young dude, he was a big dude, you know, just naturally big and strong. And he could fight, and he had a big heart. So once he got addicted to the drugs in prison, which you could get addicted to back then, because like he said, the guards was corrupt, the guards was bringing the drugs in, the guards was having inmates sell drugs, the guards was just as crooked, if not everybody that was in prison, you know. So once he became addicted and you can't pay for that, you can't support that addiction, then he became, you know, a gangster. You know, he started taking it. And in order to do that in prison, you got to be willing to kill or be killed. Obviously, Bo had no problem with that, you know. So once he started doing that and showing that he had no problem with beating you down, putting the knife in you, doing whatever he had to do to make sure he got the drugs, then dudes had to learn to respect that. And along with that respect, it was more fueled by fear because they knew that he didn't care and they knew that he was going to do whatever it took to get what he wanted to get. So the guards knew that and the inmates eventually knew that. So this is how he started building his reputation. If you got it, I'm coming to get it. You know, I need it. So yeah, he said I looked at it like this. The prison was a city within a city with no laws. The guards and inmates were criminals and doing lawless acts. Although I was a drug addict, I still wanted to live and get out of prison. So I tried to always stay prepared and focused because I witnessed inmates and guards committing brutal acts and things happening in prison behind their drugs and drug money. And I didn't want any of this to happen to me. Therefore, I became the most brutal and the most feared in the system because I didn't care. And I let it be known that I didn't care. And that's what I just told y'all. That was the reputation of him when I came in there. Like I say, he was a go-hard dude. He won't plan. And if you wanted it, he was going to give it to you. You know what I'm saying? And if you had it and he was trying to get it, then he was going to take it. If he couldn't get it from you the way he wanted to get it from you, like by paying for it, then he was going to come take it from you straight like that. And if you ain't like it, then however the chips fall, that's how they fall. However y'all get it in, that's how y'all get it in. And like I say, when I came in, man, his name was just ringing so many bells. Even before I left jail, I knew who Bo Billy was, or I knew the name of Bo Billy. And as I told y'all, I went to Southampton. And I left Southampton and went straight from Southampton straight to the wall. So the wall was actually my second stop in prison. So, you know, when I get there, his name is already, like I say, his legend is already legendary. So, yeah, man, he said, he goes on to say, the inmate feared me for robbing them. And the guards hated me for messing up their money from robbing the inmates. So, yeah, for robbing the inmates. So that stopped their drug flow, which also stopped their cash flow. So I became public enemy number one. Everybody hated me. And he telling you basically about what's true. You know, when you go against the inmates and you go against the flow and you go against the convicts and they hate you and then the guards hate you, you can rest assured that you on the timer, man. You on the clock. You on the clock to self-destruction. Because if you hated by both sides, then eventually things just ain't gonna work out for you. And that's how it was for COs as well. You had COs that come in there and they try to, you know, be so hard and be so strict, or some of them try to go by so many rules because they so caught up in the system and they want to move up and they want to be a board or they want to be a major, they want to be something. So they cross their own kind as well as the inmates. And I used to always say that even back then, when you hated by both sides of the playing field, it's just a matter of time, man, you're gonna crash and burn. Because somebody has got to like you or to be able to see something in you where they can deal with you on a certain type of basis. Because if no one can deal with you on any level, then it's just a matter of time. Yeah, you going down, it's just a matter of time. And this is what he says here too. He said, yeah, so everybody hated me. I was public enemy number one, but I feared none. So then both forces started plotting together to get me. The guards and administration fabricated bogus paperwork to get me out of circulation, to get me off of the population. I was sent to a newly built Mecklenburg Supermax. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Back then, Mecklenburg was a Supermax. Mecklenburg was Wallace Ridge, Red Onion, Sussex 1 and 2, came out. It was all of that rolled into one. River North, because it was the only place that they housed the inmates that they considered they were the most notorious inmates in the system, the most violent inmates at the system. They also had Death Row housed there and those inmates. It was like a 350 population for the whole institution. and every cell was a single cell because every man was considered, incorrigible, or they just felt like they couldn't put him with nobody else because of the level of violence that had already been displayed by each and every person who was on Mecklenburg. So both said they sent him there with fake charges and stuff. They sent him to Mecklenburg, Supermax. He said it was brand new. He was one of the first people going there. He said they sent him there for assault with my hands on another inmate, for fighting another inmate, which was just a straight fight. And he said this was because an inmate attacked him over money that he supposedly owed a guard for drugs. That was my first major charge, and I stayed at Mecklenburg for several years. I ended up getting transferred back to the penitentiary. The same guard that had inmates, the same guard that set me up had inmates still selling dope. So this time I started to trick them. I started to pretend like I would pay them for getting drugs from them, but all the time after I got drugs from them, I never paid any of them at all. Said I wasn't going to pay because everything that was going on was illegal anyway. So why would I pay anybody? And then if any trouble would come behind me not paying, I was willing to do whatever it took and take out whoever needed to be taken out because I was feeding my drug habit. Man, he said ended up, there was the drug ring in there was so deep at the time and so much craziness was going on that the guards was making money hand over fist. I can remember when I first got into the wall, I used to hear all the rumors about it too, but the male guards was coming in there supplying drugs and bringing drugs to dudes, having dudes sell drugs for them, actually literally working for them and getting big money out of it. The women was coming in there and they said the women was in there actually selling their bodies, selling sex because dudes was walking around in the penitentiary with cash money. Cash money, big money. These stories of dudes that I know of, and I have actually seen some, had actually literally shoeboxes full of money in the penitentiary. Shoeboxes full of real cash in the penitentiary, But I can remember this too, and this is what came about that. It says that some former inmate, guard, came in there, names not to be said, came in there and actually had a money plate. The guard brought the money plate into the print shop. They had a print shop in the wall where they actually printed up stuff. So he said the guard had snuck a money plate in there, and they actually had a print shop, and they was actually printing up hundreds and hundreds of dollars, man, bills, 20s, hundreds, 50s, female inmates was getting caught up in this because all of the money and stuff was in there. So dudes was actually in this joint, man. Dudes was actually in this joint tricking with the female guards in there with fake counterfeit money. Yeah, with counterfeit money, man. They was tricking with female officers with counterfeit money. Well, I consider what they say, I guess it's counterfeit because I used to hear it was counterfeit, but as Boas explained in here, they said they had a money plate. So I don't know if that money plate was actual from whatever you call it, U.S. Treasury or whatever. But I do remember they said they had a lot of money floating around in the penitentiary, and it came from, once upon a time somebody had bought a money plate in there, and they was just printing off money in the shop. Eventually, it all came to an end because the feds got involved, and the feds came in there and they shut the whole print shop down in the wall. Shut the whole print shop down. People got indicted. You probably can look this up or pull this up, on the internet, or I don't even know if they even got stuff like that on the internet prior to, certain times and stuff. Because I was just looking at something the other day about the internet, and I was asking them about that, and they said they didn't have it. This was pre-internet, but I always thought that you could go back and re-put this stuff on the internet, but what do I know about the internet? But anyway, I do remember these stories, and I remember, like I say, the atmosphere of the wall when I went in there, how all the things that was going on, and how it affected, the climate of the penitentiary. penitentiary. Like I say, even when I got there in the 80s, it was already known and natural that this just was a killing field. That when you walked out of that cell, it was so ominous and dangerous in there. When you walked out, it was just like you could feel it. You could feel it in the air. You could feel the tension. You could feel you could look at the faces. You can see it on people's faces, the anger, the frustration, you know, the suppression, the depression, you know, the aggression. All of that could be seen and smelt, you know, and felt in the wall. You know, I felt it the whole time I was there. I always felt that ever presence of danger, you know, and you never let your guards down in there. So as I'm reading and stuff the Bo has sent me in the conversations that we done had, and I'm putting myself back in this frame of mind, back being in there young, you know, early, late teens, early 20s, you know, and then you done caught a drug habit and you facing all this time, then you got time for a crime that you feel like that you didn't do, that you should have had. So, and then you caught up in the drug game, you caught up in the extortion game, you caught up in the violence of the penitentiary, and now this your lifestyle. This your lifestyle now. This is how you live it. So you got to think now the frame of mind of a person that's in their early 20s and late teens, now you done already adopted the frame of mind whereas to you willing to kill or die. Like you done devalued your own life because now what the people done did to you, they done made you change your whole mentality and your whole philosophy because of the conditions that you living in. So now he willing to live or die at that young tender age. It doesn't even matter to him. And for people that's in the real world, this is supposed to be the time of your life where you're supposed to try to decide what path and what course you're going to take for the rest of your life, how you're going to live your life. But when you in these situations like in the penitentiary, and it's going on like this, man, then, you know, you have a whole different perspective. You have a whole different way of looking at life. And that's why I say, man, prison will change you. It will change you in many, many ways. You just have to be mind strong, and you have to have the fortitude, man, and the endurance to last the things that you're going to have to go through. Because trust and believe me, you're going to go through some stuff when you're in there that most humans, you know, ain't going to ever have to experience, you know, because of the environment, you know. And I know there's a lot of things that go on out here in society that's horrible, that's terrible. But when you in that caged-in environment, man, and you feel like you ain't got no way out, and there's so much violentness and craziness around you, man, it just takes that much to lose your mind. It takes that much to flip. It takes that much to just snap. But you have to maintain because you got to wake up the next day and go through the same thing, if not worse. So I'm just trying to put myself in the frame of mind of him at the time that what he was going through, because I knew what I was going through when I came in, you know, almost a decade after him, you know. So it was crazy, man. So like I say, man, that's what he was doing. He was robbing in there to feed his drug habit, you know. Then they had the police that was corrupt in there. They even brought in a money plate, so they printing out money, bringing in drugs. You got female officers selling sex, and then you got Bo. He running around, he robbing everybody and willing to fight, stab, kill, do whatever he got to do to get what he got to get. So now he public enemy number one. So you already know when you public enemy number one, like I said, the forces is plotting against you. They plotting to get rid of you because you a threat to the orderly operations. You a threat to the convicts' life. You a threat to the officers' money. You just a threat, period. So when you a threat, period, they coming to get you, you know. And that's what he says, man. He said soon after that, he said a sergeant and a couple of officers paid a sergeant and a couple of officers paid a 70-year-old prisoner that felt like he had nothing to lose. They paid him to go at Bo, and man, you would not believe what they did to Bo.
coming out here after 30 years, yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know, and I'm rich in love, my family love me, and that's really all that counts. I'm coming out here after 30 years, yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know, and I'm rich in love, my family love me, and that's really all that counts.
Yeah, man, what they did to Bo, man, they got a 70-year-old inmate, man, to throw acid on Bo, man. Throw acid on Bo. Crazy. I remember, you know, hearing stories about it, man, but I'm reading what Bo had told me about the situation. But yeah, they said, man, he was locked in his cell, man, and they paid a 70-year-old inmate to throw acid on him. You know, they was trying to intend to blind him or to mess his whole face up. But just imagine being locked in a cell, man, and you can't get out, and you know, in the wall, the cells is made of bars, so it's not like a door you can close, it's bars, you know. So someone can just walk up to your cell and throw stuff in there. Dudes used to set those cells on fire, you know, throw acid. You had to get the acid or something like that from a CO. Throw acid in there on you, put a knife on the end of a broomstick and just stab you through the bars while you was asleep. All of this type of stuff was going on in the wall. So you talking about that type of elevation of violence, man, that, you know, you just literally was in the jungle. You had to be ready to survive at all costs and to do whatever it takes to survive. That's just how it was. So just imagine, man, him being locked in that cell and someone coming to that cell and just, you know, you look up and they try to throw acid on you. Acid, man. It's crazy, man. So, yeah, it said, he says here, in his letter, he says, soon after the sergeant and a couple of officers paid a 70-year-old white prisoner to throw acid on me while I was locked in my cell. They let the white prisoner out to come kill me. The acid would have blinded me, but my hair at the time, I had a big afro back then in the 70s, you know, dudes still wearing them super fly afros. So the afro might have literally saved his face and saved his blindness. He said that the afro was so long that the acid dripped off his head and onto his shoulders and burnt most of his right arm and his shoulder. He said the marks from the acid is still on me to this day. Still on me. The scars, the scar tissue and stuff from that incident is still on him to this day, man. You know, and that's just crazy in itself, man. That's crazy in itself. You know, just to imagine, you know, like I say, you in prison and you going through these type of things. These is the type of things that when you heard out here, people just out here in society, we hear these type of things, man. We see these type of things in movies. We see these type of things in the theaters. This is the type of lifestyle that was going on in prison. This is the type of survival that you had to go through to make it through prison. This is the type of stuff that I came into in the 80s that had already been happening in the 60s and in the 70s and stuff. And I'm coming in there and it's still, you know, ever present in prison at that time. Because in the wall, like I said, the wall was dangerous from probably from its inception until it ended up closing there. Period. You know what I'm saying? When I got there in the 80s, it was still super dangerous. You know, dudes, like I told y'all, when I got there a couple of days after I got there, I see somebody get killed. So you know, the violence never really stopped during that era, during that time that the wall was built, when the wall was up and running. So you got a young Bo in there at that time, a young lion. He living crazy, he doing crazy things. So he being faced with crazy obstacles at all times. You know, anytime he come out the cell, you got to understand he got to be war ready. He got to be war ready because he done created so much opposition and so many enemies that it can come to him at any time from anywhere. So just imagine living your life like that. Always on guard, always ready to go, always got to be prepared. You never get any rest, you never have any peace, you know, and that's a horrible way to live within itself. It's a horrible way to live within itself, man. I'm telling y'all, young fellas out there, man, y'all just don't know with the things that's out here, man, the way people living out here, and the way they living their life, man, or the chances that they taking, and the things that these young people out here doing now, man, you have no idea what awaits you. You have no idea what misery, pain, and suffering awaits you if you put yourself in that position to go to that foreign country, which is called prison. Trust me, man. Trust and believe. Just reading the stuff just brings all that stuff back up in me, the memories, the feelings, the smell, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, trust me. Let me see, yeah, he said now fast forward into the 80s, man, where he reached out to the Department for Support, Legal Assistance and Help. He said, man, I've been locked up, incarcerated for 48 years straight. So imagine that now. Imagine that anybody out there who hearing this right now and listening to this right now, just imagine being incarcerated in captivity for 48 years straight. That man was locked up since I was 7 years old. 7 years old. That's crazy. That's just crazy, you know. And yeah, 48 years straight doing unjust time, only because of my past. On April the 18th, 1985, there was an uprising in the penitentiary. Several guards were assaulted out on the yard. I was not even out on the yard, but I was sent 3 bogus warrants through the mail. He got served warrants through the mail, felony warrants through the prison mail. Oh man, you can't make this stuff up, man. I was served 3 bogus warrants through the mail, felony assaults. I was found guilty of 2 of them false charges, and 1 of them was dismissed. There was no evidence against me, only the lies from the drug dealing guards and the inmates that I had not been paying for their illegal drugs and they were bringing in and selling. So the community of guards and inmates was plotting to get rid of me, and this was part of their plot. The guards in the Commonwealth misled the jury to believe one of the guards' blood was on my bathrobe, which turned out to be inmate blood who was assaulted by these same drug-dealing guards and other inmates. The Commonwealth own forensic witness testified that was inmate P. I almost say his whole name, blood, and not a guard blood that was found on my robe. So another inmate blood was found on Bo Billy's robe after the investigation from, you know, this was a big incident back then. A whole lot of guards, you know, got stabbed up real bad, man. Some of them was, you know, almost lost their life. They got stabbed up real bad, you know, with some inmates back then. All of this occurred because of what he said was going on, drug dealing, money laundering, all types of stuff that was going on between convicts and prisoners at the time, and it all came to a head over money disputes, and some guards got stabbed up. Bo was given charges for that and was blamed as being the ring leader to that, and I think he acquired more time for that, which I explained to y'all in my earlier videos. When stuff like that happens and you get more time in prison, then the sentence that you're doing, at that time, you stop doing your sentence that you're doing and you start doing the sentence that you got the time for in prison. And that time is flat time. So, say for instance, I'm doing 20 years and 16, 14 years within my 20-year bit. If I turn around and catch a street charge and catch 30 years, my time stops from doing that 20 years and I start doing 30 years straight. 30 years. So I think, if I ain't mistaken, he ain't put it in here, but I think Bo received for these charges with the stabbings of the police stuff in excess of 30 to 40 years. So this is the time that he's been doing, you know, and will continue to do unless he can get some type of assistance, some type of legal assistance, some type of help, you know, because that's flat time before he get finished. He would have been finished his sentence already, you know, probably a couple of times over. But because coming in when he came in, it was a 65% law. So he went in initially from his account with 35 years. So he would have been finished his time. So anyway, he's saying that the evidence against me was lies and drug dealing guards, inmates that I had not been paying for illegal drugs to bring it in and sell it. And yeah, he said the last 30 years that he done did in prison with a total combined years of 48. So you're talking about 18 years. He probably would have been out of prison mandatory on his sentence, but he done did the last 30 for the charges that he received during this incident that he says that he was totally innocent of. But that's the way they put it on him because he was public enemy number one and they wanted to get rid of him by any means necessary. Then he also goes on to say that the guards lied on him because of, you know, the bad blood that they had between them. He said he was emotionally upset and wasn't articulate enough to express himself or to explain himself in a court of law, besides the fact that he was already strung out on drugs. So he said he was not mentally, physically, or articulate enough to express himself in the courtroom the way he should have, the way he feel like he is now. So he was convicted, you know, and ended up getting that time. He said, coincidentally, one of the officers, one of the main officers, the sergeant, who lied on him, was later caught, arrested, and sentenced to federal time in the penitentiary 5 years himself. He said he recently filed a actual innocence appeal in Supreme Court. He even has documentation that the state police and the institution investigators saying that he was clear of all involvement with these assaults. If he was clear of all these involvements of the assaults, why is he still locked up? This is his question. This is what I would question as well. If you got him doing all this time for these assaults that occurred while he was in prison and he was clear of all charges, why is he still doing that time? He said his rights was never read and he did all this time in segregation for these charges. And he said the warrants were served through an institutional mail. All of his rights was violated and he was given an unjust sentence and sent out of state. And this is where the legend grows of Bo Billy, because I remember this too. They sent him out of state a lot of times, man. He would go to another state, and to my understanding, when he go to another state and he get there, and you know, you're a new inmate, you coming from a whole nother state, don't nobody know you, and you don't know them. So automatically you can be looked at as a foreigner. So when he got to other places and other institutions, I heard he set it off on him. You know, he got busy, did what he had to do. First person got out of line, you know, Bo gave him the business. And Bo ended up going to 4, I see now, he said he's left 5 different states. You know, I just remember, I know the people said he was in Texas, he was in Florida. You know, they sent him one time, I think, to the feds. They might have even sent him up there to Lawton one time. But they were sending Bo everywhere. Now, I knew everywhere he went, they say he raised Cain just to get back to where he was and where he was more familiar, you know, on civil soil, you know, where everybody knew who he was and what he was. But when you go to another state and you go in another person's prison, they already got, you know, people that's established up there too as well, and don't nobody know who you are, so you will automatically have to set the pace. And that right there is just gonna keep bagging you up if you prevail, because you could get killed. You know, and I think that's what the intentions of them was, sending Bo in other states, hoping that somebody else deal with him and they wouldn't have to deal with him. But in his words, he was like, man, they sent him to all these different states and sent him to all these different prisons just so he couldn't appeal the situation that was going on with the case. And he said his attorneys was working with the Commonwealth and intentionally got him time barred from filing an appeal on time. That means you have a certain amount of time to file an appeal when you feel that it's been a misjustice in your case or a misjustice in your trial. You have a certain time to file an appeal. And if you don't file your appeal within a certain amount of time, you time barred. Meaning that if it didn't get in, it wasn't filed before this certain amount of time, then you will no longer have any legal rights to file any appeal or anything at all. So you get time barred. So he's saying that the lawyer that he had at the time was a court-appointed lawyer, and they was working with the Commonwealth, and they, was in cahoots to get him time barred. That's why they sent him out of state. He didn't know the law. He's a convict. How is he gonna know the law? This is why lawyers, I always say this. This is why lawyers go to school so long to know the law. They expect us to know the law. They expect us to know all of these little technicalities that can get us, make us or break us in any type of situation, which is crazy within itself. I feel like if it's law, if it's really about justice, you end up doing what is right for justice, not by no technicality, because the technicality ain't going to help you when you on the other end of the law. Oh, I did this, but the technicality excludes me for this. Nah, it ain't going to help you when you're on the other end of the law, so it should be applied both ways, man. The law should be the law. The law should be meant to get things right, to get things just, and by any means necessary to make sure you do the right thing. That's what the law should be about. But like I say, he says in here, man, they intentionally, messed him around, and I can believe that. I can believe it because of the things that I've experienced. But he ended up getting time barred, so he couldn't even do his appeal. So he goes on to write, man, he said, I'm in dire need of legal assistance or help to hire a qualified attorney. My personal health is in jeopardy now. I have glaucoma in both eyes, which will eventually lead to blindness. I had a blood clot that almost killed me in January of 2021, along with the COVID virus. Thank God I survived it. I'm on blood thinners for the rest of my life right now. I am constantly being denied medical treatment, and other things here at Wallace Real Estate Prison due to my reputation, due to my past, and I'm just in a bind right now where I can use any type of assistance or help that I can get. So if anybody's out here listening to my story, man, or feel like you can help me in any type of way by pointing a lawyer in my direction or any type of help, man, I would appreciate it. And this is what he's saying, and I'm gonna give y'all his address. Hopefully Hollywood Trail, shout out, will edit this and be able to post this stuff up there anyway, but I'm not sure. But if not, I'm gonna read it out, man. He said, Rollins Ridge State Prison, P.O. Box 759, Big Stone Gap, Virginia, 24219. And he said y'all can write letters on his behalf or ask the people to check into a situation. You can write the Department of Corrections, Mr. Harold Clark, that is the top supervisor in the DOC in Virginia, Harold Clark, with the Department of Corrections. And he said he needs medical care as well, man. So he's asking for any type of help or any type of assistance that anybody would like to give him, man. That is Bo Billy, in his own words, Portsmouth finest. Portsmouth stand up. If you out here from Portsmouth, your comrade, your brother, he needs some assistance or help. I do what I can do for him. I always answer his calls. I send him a little something every now and then. I feel for his pain. Like I say, I know I'm not sitting here trying to say that like he said, he a saint or anything like that. Bo got his demons, he got his problem like we all do. But I know a man that's been locked up 48 years, I can attest to what I know what he had to go through. I know what he had to go through to make it this far, and especially in the time in the era that he came up in prison, I know what he had to go through. So just for him to make it through that alone, man, it's a testament, man. And like I say, God don't make no mistakes, so he here for a reason, you know. And I don't never want to see a man in prison, perish in prison around all that hate and all that violence, and not around the people who love you and the people who actually care about you, you know. Like I said, man, there's a lot of things that goes on in prison that a lot of people don't know about. There's a lot of politics with it. Just like with Bo's story, he telling you there in the 70s, man, how much corruption and craziness and violence was going on. You got the guards being the main facilitator of the violence and the drugs. They perpetuated that by bringing the drugs into the prisons. You know, all for monetary gains, all for greed. You see what I'm saying? All for greed. And they don't care about the bodies that's dropping, the people that's getting stabbed, the people that's losing their eyes, that's getting, you know, colostomy bags. They don't care nothing about that because they was looking at the monetary value. You see what I'm saying? The monetary value. And then you had the female guards in there. They was looking at the monetary value as well, selling their body, doing this, doing that, just to get that financial upgrade. You know, so when it comes down to money, man, it's a lot of people, you know, do a lot of crazy things. And I don't think that people would look at it any different than dudes in prison because that's what they was doing it for. Everybody was in there doing it for the money. Dudes in the prison was doing it to get high. They catch habits in prisons that they can't support. It's just, it was a crazy lifestyle, man. And it's in a controlled environment. So that even makes it worse because you can't get away from it. You can't get around it. There's nowhere else you can go, you know? And, man, I know, like I say, man, I know Bowden went through some stuff. I know he also, in turn, put a whole lot of other people through some stuff and some misery and some families. Because, like I say, he went hard and he went real hard and he didn't care. But that was his mind frame. But I can almost assure you, had he not went as hard as he did, being who he was, he would not be here to tell his story today. He would already have been dead because somebody would have took his life. You know, and I'm quite sure it was several attempts on him, but they all failed. But that was you know, like I say, a testament to his will to live. He told you at the beginning of his story that even though he had all that amount of time, and even though what he was facing, he still wanted to live and get out one day, and he still do now at 66 years old. So, shout out to him, man, for being a warrior, man. Shout out for him for maintaining, man, the sanity to be able to write a letter like that to show you that he's still coherent after all the things he's seen, after all the things he done went through, after all the punishment that he done endured, you know, that he still got enough, you know, to put together a letter to write this comprehensible. So, man, you know, I don't even know what to say, man. If y'all want to know more about it, I'm trying to get him on the phone and do an interview with him, and I'm gonna tape it. You know, I'm just trying to sync the calls where I can be ready for him. I'm gonna keep y'all updated with this situation. Y'all let me know in the comments, write whatever you want to write, however you feel about it, and I will read them all. I usually try to read all my comments and just breeze through them and at least look at every one of them and check it and read it. So y'all let me know what y'all think about his story, what y'all think about his fight, man. And if anybody out there is willing to help him, the information will be available. Y'all can just rewind this or freeze frame it or whatever. And you can get his address. You got his whole real name. In case y'all want to write him and correspond with him. I told you his name is Henry Gorham, Gorham, and his number is 11-58-927. And the crazy part about it, you'll be able to find out where he at and correspond with him easy through his number than you will his real name, because it is like they say it is. In prison, you ain't even a human being no more. You're just a number. You just a number. So, yeah, man. So shout out to the soldier, man, for still being alive and still fighting, man, for his freedom. And everybody else that's in there still fighting for their freedom. Shout out to his homeboy, too, Spook Dust. Another one, top soldier. I may end up doing a story on him one day, too. That is also Portsmouth finest Spook Dust, and he's actually been locked up even longer than Bo, I believe, maybe one more year, maybe 49 or 50 years. I was actually in re-entry with him when he was just there to have an operation when I was going through re-entry. So shout out to Spook Dust as well. Shout out to everybody, man, who's still in that belly of that beast, who's still struggling, trying to get out, man, trying to get on this side. I know the fight. I feel your pain. To all the brothers that's out here right now, man, like I say, man, it's a blessing in every lesson, man. And the blessing is that you ain't Bo Billy. You know, you ain't Banky Pound. You ain't Spook Dust. You ain't never got to be. You ain't never got to be none of us, man. You need to stay out here in this free world. You need to get your mind right and don't let nothing put you in jeopardy where you gonna feel like something is greater than your life. It's just like all this stuff going on right now within the media. Just like yesterday, I seen they kill a little young rapper, Young Dolph, you know, in his own hometown. So if that person is ever caught and brought to justice, or if he gets street justice, either way, he has made the decision now that taking another person's life is worth more than your life, because that's essentially what he done gave up, his own life. So who life is worth your life? That's the way you look at them type of situations when you get ready to do something foolish or you got a foolish thought. I told you, anger is one letter away from danger, man. When you get angry, man, you in danger of making a bad decision. So, like I said, no one's life is worth your life. Your life should be your number one priority. You know, self-preservation is the first law of nature. So, be smart out here, man. Y'all make better decisions, man. You don't never want to live that life on the other side, man. And just know that you don't have to. Just make the right decisions when it's called for, and don't never lead with emotions, and don't never lead with anger, man. Stop, think, breathe, make a good decision. Man, in the meantime, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all keep on rocking with me, man. We got more stories coming. We got more interviews. I'm trying to get in some more HBCUs, so if you know some, put me on. If y'all see me in the streets, pull up on me, man. TBP in the streets. I love y'all out there. Check me out on Instagram. Go to my Instagram, Boxing Bank, man, and on Facebook, and get with me. In the meantime, y'all be safe, be smart, make good decisions. I'll see you next time.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know. And I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need a leave. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know. And I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
Man, shout out to everybody out there on YouTube, man. Everybody who's been rocking with me with these stories. I appreciate y'all. I got a lot of these stories, man, because I ran into a lot of characters, man. A lot of people that y'all out here will find very interesting if y'all got to know them, or just their stories and the way they live, man, and the way they carry their life. So yeah, I'm gonna keep them coming as long as y'all like them, and as long as y'all want to see them. I'm gonna keep bringing them to you. Today, y'all in for a treat today. I'm gonna give y'all a 3-part series on this guy right here because I was around this guy for a long time, and I just know a lot of stories about him. And shout out to the CO who hit me up in the comments too, who was on that institution and brought up his name and asked me was I gonna tell y'all about him, which prompt me to to do this, because like I said, there's so many different people that I ran into that some of them are not even coming in my mind unless it's brought up. So yeah, so shout out to that CO, you know who you are, who brought up the one and only crazy is all get out, man. Gangsta Slim. Petersburg finest, man. Petersburg stand up, man. Gangsta Slim, man. Oh my goodness, where do I start? This cat here, man, was different. I mean, when I say different, he was different, man. Like I say, and I'm gonna try to do part 2 to both Billy as well as Sam Pitts, because y'all have asked for it in the comments repeatedly. So I got some more stories about them too. So I will do a part 2 to both Billy and Sam Pitts in the future. But right now we're gonna talk about Gangsta Slim, man. I don't know another way to describe him besides just saying, man, that he was just straight crazy, man. Gangsta Slim was straight crazy. And I'm gonna paint the picture for y'all the best I can, man, to give you a description or the way this dude look. I wish I had some pictures for y'all, man, all these dudes to give y'all visuals, man, because I don't know if I'm painting a good enough picture. But Gangsta Slim was about maybe 6 feet, 6'1", between 5'10" and 6'1", somewhere up in there. I'm a short guy, so I can't really gauge, but I think he may be 6 feet, 6'1". And Slim cut up to the bone. I'm talking about he had no fat on him, worked out all the time. He had long dreads. This was before Virginia made you cut your hair. I never even ran. Matter of fact, did I run across Gangsta Slim after they made us cut our hair, when his hair was, he did not have the dreads? I can't even remember that. That's something for me to think about. But he had long dreads, man, all the way to his butt, man. Long dreads, nice dreads too. He had nice ones, They didn't they was well proportioned or whatever. But and a beard and stuff, and I'm talking about crazy, man. Crazy is what crazy does. And a lot of people tell me I can imitate him real good because I used to joke with him a lot, but the way he talked, he stuttered, and he had a deep voice, and the stutter was so crazy. Just when you looked at him and you heard the way he talked, it just all fit together, man. So I'm talking about this is the way I can imitate the way he talk. This is the way I envision that he talk. Like he might say, make a minute, come here, let me holler at you for a minute. Let me talk to you. That's how he talk, so just imagine that, seeing this dude, man, cut up, slim, muscular, but long dreads, beard, and he stutter, and he never, if he ain't had to, wear a shirt. Always walking around with no shirt on, dreads swinging. And the first thing when you meet him, if it ain't his voice, if it ain't his look, is his actions that's gonna get you to say, man, what is wrong with this dude? I mean, when you go out on the backyard, Gangsta Slim is notorious for being out there on that backyard. Everybody on the compound know who he is because they gonna look at him and say, what's wrong with the old boy right there? He get out on that backyard, man, and we had, back then we had steel horseshoes, right? That people could play horseshoes. It was dangerous, turned out to be real dangerous. But he might go grab all the horseshoes, two in this hand, and just grab them and hold them in his hand, start jogging in the yard. People can't even play horseshoes because he done took the horseshoes and won the job, you know. And he would do stuff like that. Then when he finished with them, he may put them down. They had a bench out there one time. He might pick the bench up, the whole long bench, and put it on his back and just start walking around the yard with it. Walking around the yard with the bench on his back. You can't miss it. You looking, and especially if you just get there, you like, but that ain't it. This was his favorite outside backyard activity. He would take off running across the yard, laterally, sideways, run from one point to the other point, but when he get to the fence, he would buckle his shoulder up and run full speed into the fence. Boom! And bounce up off of it. Then turn around and run back to the other side. Same thing. Boom! Bounce up off of it. Back and forth like a ping pong ball. And he might do that for 30, 40 minutes. He did it so much on the yard that each side of the fence had big dents in it from Gangsta Slim running back and forth every time we had wreck. I'm telling you, this is just real stuff. This is how this dude act. He always stayed active. He had a motor on him that was out of this world. He worked out, ran every rec period. Back then when we was on Mecklenburg back then. I'm talking like 90, early 90s, 91, 92, 93. Every time like back then when they call rec, you go out on the rec yard and you stay out on the rec yard. When you go out there, you locked out there. You can't come out off. You stay on there until rec is over, or they have a yard break. When they open the gate, that's when you got to go in. You got to use the bathroom, whatever you go in, but you ain't gonna be able to come back out. So if it started raining real bad back then, or snowing, if 80% of the people wanted to leave the yard, they would come open the yard and get everybody off. If everybody wanted to leave. But Gangsta Slim never, ever wanted to leave the yard. So if it's thundering, lightning, or rain, or whatever, they automatically come get you if it's thundering. Gangsta Slim would still buck on the yard, man. He would not leave. Everybody be off the yard, man. Dudes would go inside and then go to their window, look out their window, because Gangsta Slim will stay out there on the yard and make the police come get him. He'll fight, whatever. He just gonna stay out there. If it's raining real bad and everybody's in, he'll be the only one on the yard. He'll run and literally dive, boom, face first into the mud and just roll around, get up, run, do it again, boom, dive into the mud and just roll around. I mean, seriously, this dude was off the chain, man. And then when they call rec yard over, even like regular rec, when we out here and the yard is closing and everybody's fouling out and walking to their building, Gangsta Slim will come out of the gate, get on the ground, ball his body up like this in a straight line and fall and start rolling all the way to the building. He will roll on the ground to the building. The police knew all of this. They was hip to him. They would be like, they don't even say nothing to him because they know he's crazy and they know this is what he do. If he was a new officer, I'm assuming they told him that this is what he do. Leave him alone. The man is just a little off, and they didn't even mess with him, man. I think they was a little shook about him because he was just really a crazy dude, man. He did this every day. Bar none, this was his attitude. This is how he act, and man, I'm telling you, man, there's so many things I remember about this dude, man, because he was just, like I say, he was different, and he will fight. And I'm going to tell you right now, dudes will say, oh, man, you can beat him. Oh yeah, try, but I wouldn't advise it. I'm going to tell you right now, I wouldn't advise it because, listen, the thing about him was, even if you could whoop him, he's going to probably try to put that knife in you. That's number one. Number two, if you can whoop him, you better have some hell of an endurance. You better have some hell of an endurance because he ain't going to stop fighting. I have seen him in action. He's not going to stop fighting. If you get tired, it's over for you. Because if you get
time before the police come there to break it up, it's over for you. Because he ain't gonna stop fighting. Even when the police get there, you gonna have to stop. They gonna have to literally stop him, man. The man is Energizer Bunny. He ain't gonna stop. And he is a freak for pain. A freak for pain. I done seen him go through some stuff. He is a freak for pain. It don't faze him. He got a high level of tolerance for pain. So you messing with a crazy dude, man. You messing with a dangerous cat when you fooling with him. Cause you don't know how he coming, but you know for a fact he coming. You know what I'm saying? He is coming. And man, I just used to, when I first met him, man, I mean, my homeboy was telling me about him, man. He was like, man, he crazy, man. And then they would get people, new dudes, man. That's the cruelty of the penitentiary, man, because cats don't care, man. They go through something they want to see. They go through something, instead of guiding you away from it, they want to see you go through. So dudes used to come on the compound and act like they could play basketball or they was good or something. And Ganstas them used to always be out there on the basketball court. When wasn't nobody out there, he'd be out there shooting. Can't shoot a lick. I mean, can't shoot a lick, man. He's just basically slamming the ball up against the backboard. But people will tell dudes, oh, go play him in a one-on-one. Go play him in a one-on-one. He was known for that. He's known for that on Macon, but he's legendary for that. Playing dudes in one-on-one basketball. Because basically you playing basketball and Ganstas Slim playing rugby. He playing rugby. He trying to kill you out there and act like he ain't doing nothing wrong. He running into you, knocking you down, elbowing you, grabbing the ball, shooting, can't hit the side of a bar, and he basically killing you out there. So then as soon as the dude get mad, he'll be like, man, you fouled me, what up? Then he want to fight. You better play basketball, man, or what you want to do? You know, and he ready to go. You know, he ready to go, man. You know, I mean, like I say, man, you can't imagine the stuff, man, that I done seen with this dude. And you can't make this stuff up, man. People who've been on, shout out to everybody out there who've been on Mecklenburg, and you know what I'm talking about. Shout out to everybody who've been around Ganstas Slim. They know. This ain't, man, this is mild what I'm telling you right now. This dude, man, like I say, I have seen things him do things that would just boggle the mind, man. He used to try to make wine on there and sell wine. Wine is a big commodity in prison. Dudes ain't got no way to drink or whatever, get high. So they do anything or go through any extremes, pay any type of money to do the things, the habits that they have. But wine is like one of the things that it's an in-house thing that they can produce it inside. They ain't got to try to get no drugs from the outside. Drugs they got to try to get from the outside. They ain't got to do that with wine. They can make it themselves, so they can actually have alcohol themselves because they know how to produce it. So Ganstas Slim used to stay drunk. He used to stay drunk, and he used to. I mean, he had a low tolerance for alcohol because the stuff he used to make tastes like fruit cocktail, man. Man, it had like zero alcohol in it, but you couldn't tell him that. And he used to actually take it, make it, and bring it out on the yard and try to sell it to people. And people used to be laughing, man, but they didn't want to say it to him. But they used to be laughing like, man, he got this poop juice, man. He trying to tell me it's wine, man. Ain't nobody buying that stuff, man. But he'd come out there trying to sell it. I've seen him come out there, man, trying to smuggle a gallon or two of wine out there to the yard to sell. And when you come out, the police is patting you down and checking you most of the time when you coming out of the building. And man, they were so shook at this crazy cat, man. He used to come out there, man, and his pants is sticking out, man, and shirt, man. It's just it's obvious he got something on him, and they know, and they just let him go right on past, man, because they already know they gonna. What you got? What it look like I got, man? I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing, man. Man, get out my face. You know, leave me alone. So they just go ahead, man. Go ahead, Ganstas. Go ahead. They called him Ganstas. The police called him Ganstas. Ganstas Slim, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Because they know the dude is crazy. So he used to come out on the yard, man, trying to sell that stuff, man. And, man, it used to be so funny, man. I can see him there. Man, come get some of this wine, man. Taste this right here, man. You know, I give you a good deal. I'm like, I'm good, Ganstas. I'm good, man. It's good, man. I'm telling you, you want some of this. Man, this dude just wild, man. like I said, with all of that, to him, the element of danger was still there too, because he was fearless. He was fearless, man. I mean, and this was one of his bad habits here that he used to get into too. He used to gamble, and like I try to tell y'all, gambling in penitentiary, super dangerous. It's super dangerous because if you gambling, you better have that money, because that's where all the violence comes, when the gambling is over and people can't pay their debts. And he was notorious for that. He was notorious for coming to that game. They used to have, most of the time in prison, they used to try to have games they call cash and carry. That means you bring your cash with you. You know what I'm saying? You got to bring it to the game. You carry your cash away from the game. So it ain't nobody betting on credit or nothing like that. But it was kind of hard to do because of the conditions that we live in. We in prison. So you can't bring a whole lot of stuff out there. Money in prison is not money. Money in prison is items. You know, cosmetics, cigarettes, food, canteen. That's money in prison. So you couldn't actually come outside with a whole lot of money because you would actually have to have a whole big bag. And when you do that, the police want to know what you taking this out there for on the yard. So et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of hard to do. So you have to more or less take somebody's word in prison to say, I got the money upstairs. And then when you get upstairs, you're supposed to pay the money, you know what I'm saying, that you lost immediately. But it don't always go like that, i.e. the violence comes into play. So normally the dudes, like I say, running games and running poker games or dice games or skin games or whatever the gambling may be, they have to be, you know what I'm saying, willing to put that work in when it comes to collecting that money. People have to know and respect you and know that, look, on game over, such gonna want his money. Ain't gonna be no hands ifs to bust about it. If you don't have the money, it's gonna be some drama. I know, with that being said, this is the understanding in the penitentiary. This is how it goes. Gangsta Slim will come down there, man, and order. We call ordering money. Like you go to a drive-thru and you order your food. You order the money. Give me $10. Give me $15. Give me $20. When you do that, it's like you are automatically saying, I got it upstairs. When we get upstairs, I got you. But like I said in previous videos, people would do that in hopes that they win, and then they never had to produce the money. But if time run out on you and you don't win and you stop, and you got to produce the money, or you going to have to produce some violence because it's going down. You know what I'm saying? So Gangsta Slim was, like I said, notorious for coming in there, ordering that money, and they ain't got it up there at all. And he willing to fight and do whatever, to say, you ain't getting it. I ain't got it. Or you'll get it when I give it to you. I ain't got it right now. Why you order it then? Look, I ain't got it right now. You know what I'm saying? So he was notorious for that. So a lot of dudes didn't want to give him no money when he come to get in the game because they know this is probably going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? But he would do it anyway, man. And I've seen him get into some ruckuses over that same stuff, man. So normally when he come to the game, the dude will tell him all the time, no, you got to go get your money, man. And then sometimes he might have attitude about that. You know, I've seen him get to fighting before because of that. Everybody else can come get in the game and order money, and I can't. No, you can't. F this game then, man. What's up? And boop, 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 they run it. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, he ain't scared at all. He got zero fear. If you gonna kill him, you gonna have to kill him. Because he ain't running, he ain't backing down. You know, and I done seen him face off with some mean cats. I'm gonna tell y'all about that in another video. But yeah, man, he just was a wild one, man. He was a wild card, man. And like I said, he was odd. He was different, you know, because he walked to his own drum and he didn't care what nobody else think. Like I say, sometimes it be cold outside, man. Gangsta Slim out there, ain't got no shirt on. You know, he's sweating because he working out. You know what I'm saying? He working out all the time. If he ain't gambling, he ain't out there drinking and talking. He working out. You know, and he running in the fences, rolling on the ground. He do that in the building, man. He'll come in the building, and I have seen him. If you come in that building, sometimes we come in the building, it's lockup time. You know, because they give me the count. He coming there, he been rolling all on the ground, got mud and dirt falling all off of him. he'll take all his stuff off and go straight to the shop. He'll go straight to the shop. And people saying, it's count time, man, it's count time, man, go to your cell. Everybody in their cell but Gangsta Slim. I'm coming. I gotta get this dirt off me. He goes straight to the shower. Straight to the shower, man. I done seen him get locked up because he done messed the counter because he in the shower. And they tell him, well, go ahead, finish. Go ahead, because when you finish, you going to jail. I ain't got no problem with that. I ain't got no problem. I'm going to take the shower, though, and go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, he gonna do it. He just gonna do it, man. I mean...
Longing for lazy summer days in Santorini? Or a dreamy drive down the Blue Ridge Parkway in the fall? What about a spring stroll through stunning cherry blossoms in Kyoto? Or a winter ski trip to the snowy slopes of Jackson Hole? With the protection of an annual plan from Allianz Travel Insurance, you can be ready to go just about anywhere all year round, whenever wanderlust strikes.
He was a wild cat, man, and the things that he did with sale partners, oh my God, man. He couldn't keep it selling. He couldn't, it ain't nobody, I ain't never known nobody want to stay in the cell with him. Nobody. The man be in there, man, they say he be doing the weirdest things you ever seen. He got these crazy rituals. He be, man, the dude is off the chain, man. Petersburg had produced, and this is no lie. I'm just being honest, man. I don't want nobody to get offended. I'm just telling you the truth. I got family in Petersburg, so I know. In prison, Petersburg produced some of the crazy. I guarantee you meet anybody who did 20 years back, I guarantee you know somebody crazy from Petersburg. Crazy from Petersburg. Petersburg produced some of the craziest, most dangerous dudes in the penal system. They got some crazy ones, man. P-Thing, P-Thing popped in my mind, man. P-Thing too, I might tell you about P-Thing one day. They call him P-Thing, I guess the P stood for Petersburg. But man, oh yeah, he was one of them, you know. So, like I say, and you look at Petersburg now. Look how dangerous Petersburg is now out here in the street. I think Petersburg, they say, is the most dangerous place in Virginia. You know, dangerous place in Virginia. They popping pistols out there like it ain't nobody's business. You know, I think like 4 dudes got shot out there in their 20s like last week. So they you know, they breed them like that. And then in that prison, I'm telling you, man, this was way back in the late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, I'm talking about these cats that I ran across. So you talking about they been coming up out there like that's been their mentality. I can name several dudes from Petersburg. Every one of them was a little bit out there, man. And they ain't to be played with neither. They'll do something. You know, they would definitely do something. And Ganstas Slim was at the top of the heat, man. He was at the top of the heat, man. Yeah, they had some cats from out there, man, that I ran across. And yeah, I'm trying to think of my mind now. One that I ran across from out there, especially back then. I'm talking about not recently. I'm talking like back then in the 90s and 80s, it wasn't it was like halfway normal. Man, I'm trying to tell you, man. Petersburg, man, shout out to Petersburg, man. Y'all own Gangsta Slim, man. I'm gonna tell y'all some things about Gangsta Slim more, man. Y'all want to know about him, but I just wanted to paint the picture with y'all with him because he one of the most wildest cats I met in my bit, man. And I'm telling you right now, any person who ran across him would tell you the same. I don't even know if he's still locked up. I don't know if he got out or what. I hope he did. I hope he get a chance to get out. I hope everybody do to be with their families and loved ones and whatnot, man. But shout out to Gangsta Slim, man. He's a wild dude, man. And the stories I got to tell y'all about him, I don't even know where to stop at or to continue because it's a lot. I will give you a hint and let you know this though. He one time became my sale partner, man. So just imagine that. I'm gonna tell y'all about that one day soon too, man. And also some of the cats I seen him go up against, some of the big wigs, man, and he ain't back down and he ain't fold. And some of them is some of the dudes I previously told y'all about. So y'all stay tuned for that, man. Y'all want to know some more about Gangsta Slim, man. Petersburg, man. Shout out to Petersburg, man. I got a lot of dudes out there in Petersburg that I know, a lot of dudes I did time with, man. Dudes are style. and they'll hold their own, man. So Pittsburgh, stand up, man, for y'all do Ganstas Slim, man. But I'll tell y'all some more about him in future videos. I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. I appreciate y'all liking and enjoying these prison stories, man. There's a lot more to come. The page is going to have more stories. I got interviews coming up. If I can get some of these dudes that's out on some interviews, I plan on bringing them on interviews and put a face to some of these names y'all can see. And we're going to try to keep it moving over here, man. We'll get these numbers up, man. If you're watching this and you ain't subscribed, please go subscribe. Share this video. Talk about these things. Let these youngins out there see these videos so they can know what's going on inside the walls, so they don't think it's no cakewalk with the stuff they out here doing in the streets. It's some dangerous stuff waiting for you on the other side. Some stuff that you don't even want to be involved with. Ain't no pistols in there. It ain't none of that. So you on your own. You know, you own your own when you up in there. And it ain't pretty. So keep that in mind, man. With that being said, man, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all keep on supporting, man. It's very important. And we're going to move on and we're going to go upwards, man. All up. You know, shout out to everybody out there doing something positive. Feed the positive, stop the negative. And that's how we doing it over here on Team Make It Pound, man. I love y'all. Y'all keep on rocking with me, man. We're gonna keep this thing moving in 2021 and 2022. We coming, y'all. Peace and love. Be smart, be safe, make good decisions out there.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm gonna get some personality, you know. And I'm rich in love, my family love me, and that's really all that counts. I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm gonna get some personality, you know. And I'm rich in love, my family love me, and that's really all that counts.
What up? I'm back with y'all, man. I'm back with y'all with another crazy story. Y'all already know. Y'all can tell by what I got on. This is Ganstas Slim once again, part 3. Yeah, man. Believe it or not, that crazy dude that I've been telling y'all about, Ganstas Slim. I'm on Sussex 2. Feeling like a king, cause I'm in the cell by myself. When you get them single cells, man, they done move your celly out, and you ain't got no celly for a day or 2, a week. You lucky if you get a week. But when you ain't got no celly, man, you in there feeling like a king, man. You can walk around, do what you want, man, and, you know, just feel a little bit of freedom because you ain't cooped up with another man right there beside you. Right over top of you in the bunk, man, got to use the bathroom. Just all the foolishness that go with having a cell partner. So I didn't have one for a minute, maybe a week, maybe long, but whatever it was, it felt like paradise. It felt like paradise, and I think I was on the rec yard, and normally when you not in your cell, you get a cell partner, they'll call you and tell you, come back to the building or something because you're getting accepted. So that's what happened to me. So they called me, come back to the building, I go back to the building from the rec, I get in there and they like, you got a cell partner. I said, all right. So I go to my cell, and when I go to my cell and they open my door, I'll go to walk in and see anybody in there. I see some bags outside of the cell, but I don't see nobody. So when I go to walk in the cell, soon as I go in there, I look around, I don't see nobody. I step back out. I said, man, who is in here? So I'm looking around the park, looking for new faces, trying to figure out who it is.
And lo and behold, my eyes on settled down on the one and only Gangsta Slim. And the first thing came to my mind, oh God, I hope this dude ain't my sale partner. I said, no way they put this crazy cat in here with me, man. And sure as grits is groceries, man. They come down there, he come walking up to me, slow walking him. What's up, homeboy? What's up, Mike? What's up? I said, man, Gangsta, what's happening, man? He dapped each other up or whatever. He said, yeah, they put me in. I just got all segregation stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's all good, Gangsta, man, but we know each other for a long time. You know this ain't gonna work, man. This ain't gonna work. It ain't no way in the world. He said, yeah. I ain't gonna stay here long. I'm just coming out to say it, but I ain't trying to stay here. I'm trying to move down to the other building. I'm like, yeah, cause man, look, we cool, but we can't be sellers. And that's just how it is. Certain people you not gonna be sellers with, and they know that. I can be cool with you and we can be alright, we cordial, whatever. Me and Gangsta ain't never had no problem. But there's no way in the world we're gonna sleep together. I ain't sleeping in that cell with no certified nut. This dude crazy. And there's no doubt in my mind we gonna be in there, we gonna have confrontation. Because I know he crazy, and I ain't going for it. And my cell is my sanctuary. If I can't be peaceful in my cell, then my whole balance is off. I got to have some type of normalcy in my cell. That's automatic. Because when I walk out that cell, I'm dealing with the chaos. I'm dealing with the unknown. I'm dealing with the foolishness. I don't need that in my cell where I got to lay down and try to get the little bit of peace of mind that I can conjure up in prison. And I know I'm not gonna get that with a dude like him. Because number one, he could be in a conversation with somebody else at any time. So if you got a cell partner, then that's halfway your beef. So I ain't want no parts of that. I know I could be in a conversation with him at any time because he ain't gonna back down from nothing. And I'm definitely not going for nothing. So it's just an awkward situation. But the thing is that we supposed to be cool. We supposed to have mutual respect for each other because we ain't never had no confrontations and we ain't never had no problems, right? I always tripped off of him myself. I imitate him and I do that in front of him. So he used to get a little agitated about it, but he ain't never take it really personal because he already knew that I always was joking with him. So but now here we are. They done put this nut in my cell, man. I'm like, oh man. And I have heard so many things about him and his cell partners. I don't even think I know a cell partner he ever had that I knew of. Or when I was around there, he ain't get to rubbing with. Because he in there doing crazy stuff. It's legendary the stuff they say he do in the cell. Remember when I told y'all about how he runs into the fence out there and rolls on the ground in the rain and dives in mud puddles and carry stuff on his back out there. He do all of that and some more, and man, the dude is weird, man. I mean, he just a different type of cat, man. A different type of dude, man. So I started now going to experience this stuff because he in my cell. And I saw it off the rip. It wasn't even a good 2 hours he was in my cell when I was emphatic about, he got to go. He got to go. Now, you can't make this stuff up because it's some weird stuff, and I don't understand most of it to this day. But this is the first thing he did that just struck me the wrong way. I leave up out of the cell after I know he gonna be in there. So I let him go ahead and unpack his stuff and do what he got to do, get his stuff situated, whatever. That's common courtesy. That's what you do when somebody moving in your cell. So now that I know he moved in my cell, I go back to the rec yard. So let's let him go ahead and do what he got to do. So I'm out there in the rec yard, and then I stay out there till the rec is over. Dudes already know, and that see me, man, they put Gang Slim in your bill. I said, man, they put Gang Slim in my cell, man. They like, what? I'm like, yeah, Gang Slim in my cell, dog. He ain't standing there. So anyway, when I get back in, and
go to the when I get back in and go to my cell, I get the door open, and as soon as I walk in, I kick a cup of water over and waste the water on the floor. So I'm like, what in the world is a cup of water doing sitting at the entrance of the door? So I pick the stuff up, man, and start get a towel and getting the water up and everything. I step out the cell looking for him on the cell. So I put the cup on the zinc, and after I get the water up, and I'm in there messing around, getting myself together, whatever. So about 5-10 minutes later, he come to the cell, walk in the cell. He told me some, what's up, man? What happened to my water? I said, your water? He said, yeah, I had a cup of water right here. I said, what you got a cup of water sitting at the door for? He said, I leave it. I leave that right there. That's my personal water. I leave that to keep the spirits away. I said, what? He said, yeah. I said, man, you serious? He said, yeah, let me put that back right there. So he started filling the cup back up, and I said, Ganstas, hold up. You can't leave no cup of water in the entrance. The cell door ain't no wider than a regular door. This is how both of us got to come in and out the cell. He wanted to set a cup of water right in the middle of the entryway of the door. For what? I'm like, for what, man? He said, that's just my thing, man. I do that to all my cells. I said, Ganstas, man, you gonna have to go, bro. He said, I'm gonna go, but when the people move, I'm gonna leave. I ain't trying to stay here, but that's just what I do. I'm like, all right, bro. All right, look, we're gonna try to get along till they move you, but make sure we got this understood. You got to move, bro. I ain't trying to have no problem with you or nothing, but I'm not trying to be here going through all this type. So I ain't be walking around no cup of water, man, every time I come in the cell. You know, he told me, well, I'm just saying that's just my thing. That's my thing. So I went ahead and left that alone, because I can already see where it's going. But in my mind, I'm already like, this got more crazy than I thought he was. You know what I'm saying? So boom, we go to that night, right? We in the cell. He done climbed up on the bunk. He on the top bunk. He got, man, I really need a visual to show y'all this. I'm gonna try to paint this picture, but wait, the bunks that we got is probably a little bit wider than our own body. The beds we sleep in is very small. So, and it's up against the wall. He back all the way up to where the head part, where your pillow at, he's all the way at that part right there with his butt on the wall and his legs straight up in the air with the sheets wrapped around his feet, and it pulled down like this over top of his head, whereas it's like a little tent, and it's like he's sitting where the pillow is supposed to be, where your head is supposed to be. His legs are straight up the wall, with the back where your head is at, like right here. His head is straight up the wall, and he got the sheet pulled over. So I'm like, I get up to get some, and I look and I see, I'm like, man, you sleep up there, Ganstas? And the first thing he says to me is, no, I don't never sleep. I just rest a little bit. I don't sleep though. I said, okay, man. I said, all right. So I don't pay no mind. It's just I caught that up as some more of his witness. So anyway, the night go on. I get in bed. I fall asleep. I just go sleep early anyway. I wake up to probably the weirdest thing I ever woke up to, in the penitentiary. And I just heard this toilet keep flushing. And it wakes me up, right? And you usually don't want to look over there, because usually when people use the bathroom in prison, they flush the toilet a lot, especially when they're doing the number 2, they just flush. It's called courtesy flush to keep the smell out, supposedly, or keep it to a minimum. So I'm thinking to myself, this dude, it's like 3, 4 in the morning. I'm like, this dude used the bathroom like this 4 in the morning, man, waking me up. And that's all I hear is flushing. But it's a constant flush, more so than the way you do when you use the bathroom. So I'm like, I roll
over and I look, and I'm like, hey man, but Gangsta, what are you doing? This man, we got stainless steel toilets in prison connected to a sink. This man is literally standing in the toilet, flushing the toilet constantly with the cold water to flush the toilet is running over his feet, and he's just tapping it. I'm massaging my feet, man. This how I massage my feet. He's standing in the toilet, flushing the toilet. I mean, massaging his feet. I said, Gangsta, man, you is crazy as hell, man. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, man, and you standing in the toilet, man. Flushing the toilet, man. What's wrong with you, man? Man, this how I do me. You go ahead and sleep, man. I tell I'm asleep. How? You flushing the toilet and I roll over and you standing in the toilet, man. You a grown man standing in the toilet, flushing the toilet. Guess I said, man, you crazy, man. I ain't crazy, man. I told y'all about calling me crazy, man. It ain't nothing crazy about Gangsta Slim. It ain't nothing crazy about Gangsta Slim. I'm like, man, Jesus. I said, all right, go ahead, Gangsta. Do you. Go ahead, do you, man. I put a cover over me and roll over. I'm like, man, Lord, please get this cat up on my cell. Get him up out here for this go bad, man. Cause I was like, man, this is wild, man. So yeah, so I go on, lay there and try to go back to sleep, man. I wasn't even down, man, probably about 45 minutes, maybe an hour. And then all I heard, I rolled back over, look over here. This fool done got out of the toilet, put his shoes on, and now he's working out at 5 o'clock in the morning, middle of the cell. 8 by 10 cell, ain't number 2 dudes in there, he working out. I say to myself, nah, this is 24 hours of this here, this can't go on too much longer. I can't deal with this right here, man. You know, I ain't even say nothing. I looked at him, I just gave him that look, and I'm just looking at him like, man, you know you gonna get the heck up out of here. You know you gonna get the heck up out of here. Or we gonna turn this cell up, man, cause you is crazy. You think I'm gonna live with this foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Nah, ain't no way I could do it. I couldn't, man. So I woke up that next day, man, on a mission. I told him straight up, I said, look here, bro. You gotta go talk to the people, man. You gotta tell them something, dog. You gotta tell them something. I can't live like that, Gangsta. What? You can't live like what? I said, like that. Like that. I ain't gonna be walking around no water, man. Get this water up out of the way. I picked the cup up, poured the water. Hey, don't be messing with my cup, man. I said, Gangsta, I'm telling you, man, this ain't gonna work, bro. You not gonna subject me to doing what you do. This how you live. I'm not gonna be walking around no water. I'm not gonna be getting up at no 3, 4 o'clock in the morning because you standing in the toilet. Man, I said, man, you crazy, dog. I told you I ain't crazy. I said, man, all right, well, something wrong with you. Something wrong with you that I don't want to deal with. You know what I'm saying? I'm asking you because we done knew each other for a long time. I'm asking you out of respect, telling people get you up out of here, bro. I ain't going nowhere because I was already right here. I ain't going nowhere. I'm comfortable right here. You coming in here making me uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going nowhere, man. I'm asking you, telling people get you up out here, man. He said, man, I done told the people I want to move. They already know that. I said, okay, Gangsta. All right, man. All right. That's all I can tell you, man. This ain't gonna work. So, like I said, man, a lot of times in my journey during time, God has always intervened, man, and kind of like saved me, you know. You gotta look at it as that. You may not see it at the time. It just reminded me of that movie, The Pursuit of Happiness, man. When Will Smith's son told that story about, you know, the man was trapped in the river and he was drowning and stuff, and he was floating, and the boat came by, and the boat asked him, do you need help? He said, no, I'm waiting on God gonna save me. Then another boat came, he said, no, I'm waiting on God gonna save me. And then something happened, and in the end, he was like, well, God, why you ain't save me? So I sent you 2 or 3 boats. So Yeah, he sent me a lot of books in my lifetime, man. I just ain't recognize them when they came, but Gangsta Slim turned around that day, man. It just so happened, man. Like I say, God, man, it was raining. And I told y'all in previous videos, when it rains, man, that dude is like the rain, man. He love that stuff. He'd go out there and just roll around on the ground and run into the fences and dive on the mud puddles. He love it, you know. So it was raining out there, and he was out there on that yard cutting up, man, rolling around on the ground and rolling in the mud. And a lot of dudes who don't even know him weren't used to that, so they looking at him like the same, like this dude crazy, you know. So he doing all of that, and they closing the yard. When the yard is over, they closing the yard. He the last one to come out. All the police out there trying to get him off the yard. They finally get him off the yard. They threatening to lock him up. He don't care. They bring him in. When he get in, it's count time. So everybody going to their cell. You got to be in your cell at count time. Count time is non-negotiable. You know what I'm saying? They got the count. That's non-negotiable. You mess with that count, you going up out there. I don't care who you is. Because that goes off of the institution all the way to the administration somewhere in Richmond. They got to get that count to know that that prison is secure. So he comes in, so he late. So, you know, usually when dudes come in on workout, they run trying to jump in the shower, trying to get a quick shower before they had to get locked up. So all the showers is filled because dudes in there trying to get, you know, washed up before they can get for the count time. So now dudes, they done blew the whistle, whoop, whoop, it's count time. So everybody filing out, trying to go to their cell, you know, for count time. It's count. The people in there, the police is on the floor. Gangsta Slim come in and start taking off all this muddy stuff, throwing it on the floor right in front of our cell, throwing it all on the floor, pulling the boots, shoes, and everything off. He always have his shower equipment right there by the door on the outside for when he come in for rec. So he just grab his shower stuff, and he got a slow walk that I wish I could show y'all. And it matches his name, Gangsta Slim. He got a slow walk. So he walking, slippers and stuff, going to the shower. So the police holler, was, hey, you, what you doing? What you doing? It's count time. Go to your cell. Ain't no shower. Go to your cell. Gangsta Slim say, shh. You see all this mud on me? I'm taking a shower. They say, oh, no, you not. You better get to your cell. See, this why the young police don't know. Gangsta Slim say, shh. Yeah, all right. Went right, got in the shower. Pulled his stuff off, threw his little towel in there, cut the water on. They like, oh, blew the whistle, got on the radio, called the people. They come running in there. I'm like, oh, man. Now, I ain't wishing his demise. I'm not wishing on his demise. I never pray on a man down for him. But I'm saying to myself, if he go to jail, man, it's all my problems. You know what I'm saying? He out of my hair. But I ain't wishing on his demise at all. I definitely don't want to see him get hurt or nothing like that. They come running in there by about 12, 13 deep. And they, man, you get out the shower. Until somebody came in there who definitely knew him. Because by this time, Gangsta was locked up a long time. And Gangsta was locked up. He definitely locked up longer than me. Because when I got out, I think he was still in there. And he was locked up before I was. So, man, Gangsta might be up there now. He might be dead about 40 years if he's still locked up. He might be about 40 or better. So anyway, the major must have knew about him. He was like, man, look, I'll go ahead. I forget his last name, real last name. He was like, go ahead, man, go ahead, finish on up. Go ahead, finish on up, because you know you're going to jail. You're going to jail when you finish. Ain't nobody gonna jump on your number, but you're going to jail because you messed this count up. You're going to jail, you know. So he go. I think I remember his last name. That just popped in my head, but I ain't gonna say it because it's really not relevant. It's Slim. His last name is Slim, Gangsta Slim. But yeah, so they got him on up out the shower and walked him on up out the block and said, "Where you sell that? Where you sell that?" But right there, man. They said, came over to me, which they usually do when whoever somebody said probably is going, they said, pack his stuff up, man, he going to jail. You know, so I packed all his stuff up nice and neat, you know, set it at the door. They came and got his stuff. They locked him up, you know what I'm saying? So that was my one crazy night in the cell with Gangsta Slim, Pittsburgh finest. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I pity everybody who was in the cell with him. I feel all this self-minded, I feel your pain. If you standing there with him for more than a week, man, you are, shoo, man. And that's why I know every time Gangsta Slim got a cell partner, man, you will always hear, man, what was that? Oh, such don't got locked up at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Who? Gangsta Slim and his cell partner got locked up. They were fighting. Man, that man got, it's so many times I heard he got locked up late at night, you know what I'm saying, for fighting his cell partner. And I know what it's about now because I was in the cell with him. They probably woke up and he was standing in the toilet or he was in there working out. And people ain't going for that foolishness, man. Not in themselves, but he gonna do it. And you know, that's just how it's going down. And I can imagine him doing it every night. Nah. He couldn't stay with me. So anybody who know him, know what I'm talking about. Anybody who know him, know I'm telling the truth. So shout out to Gangsta Slim though, man. He is a thorough brother, man. He cut from a different cloth, but he don't mean no harm. He just walked to his own beat, man. But he is definitely a force to be reckoned with, though. You got something on your hands dealing with him, and I ain't want none of it. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I ain't want none of it. I was trying to be peaceful at that time. I'm trying to just get on through this bit and trying to, you know, see some freedom. But man, these are the things that you got to deal with. They come to you. You can be humble. You can be, you gonna be faced with these things, and you gonna have to know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Because like I say, I could have took the situation left because I could have got crazy in there. Then we would have been two crazy fools up in there. But it wouldn't behoove me. It wouldn't did me no good. See what I'm saying? So anyway, man, shout out to Gangsta Slim, man. Penitentiary legend, straight out of Petersburg, man. Salute Petersburg. Y'all got one of y'all hands right there, man, with Gangsta Slim, man. And y'all share this video. If you like this video, hit the thumbs up, man. Hit the likes, man. Get the likes up on this video. And like I say, if you ain't subscribed, please go subscribe. If you are, go get somebody to come over here and help you, man. Come over here with us and help this family grow. Because we trying to get these messages out, these type of messages to these youngsters out here, man, in the streets, acting crazy. Gangsta Slim homeboys out there in Petersburg, popping pistols like it ain't nothing. You don't want to get up in that prison, man, and get behind them bars, man, and be in no cell with nobody like Gangsta Slim. You don't want to be in the cell with nobody. You want to be able to be out here and get in your own bed, man, when you want to get in your own bed nice and comfortable, man. So keep that in mind, man, and share this with these young cats out here, man, so we can try to stop them from making these moves that's going to put them in these situations that I was in, that I was lucky and blessed to get out of. So that's the purpose, that's the point. You know, it's a lesson in every blessing, man. It's a blessing in every lesson. So, you know, the blessing is, man, that I came about in that situation, man, and I was able to think my way out of it instead of being violent and try to get, you know, force my way out of it. And the lesson is, man, that when you put yourself in some of these situations, you never know what's going to happen, man. You can only pray and hope for the best, man. So just try to make better decisions where you don't be in these positions, man. That's what we trying to do. So y'all be safe out there. Be smart. Make good decisions, man. I'll catch y'all next time, man. Thank you. I appreciate you 100.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm gonna get some personality, you know. And I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts. I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm gonna get some personality, you know. And I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts. All right. We back again. I appreciate y'all.
from Team Banky Pound. Much love. I appreciate all the support. All y'all rocking with me with these prison stories, man. I like to say these characters that I met, during my 33 years of incarceration. And I've been introducing y'all to them to try to give y'all some type of insight of the type of life that I had to live, the things that I went through, the people that I, encountered during these 33 years. And y'all been showing love, y'all been watching the videos, y'all been interested, y'all been hitting me in the comments. That's what I like. Get y'all opinion on these dudes and see what y'all think about them. So I appreciate the feedback. I try to look and read all my comments, so just know that I appreciate the love and I try to show it right back. I try to read all of them and either leave a comment back or either, let you know that I liked it by giving you a heart or something. But I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate the love. Now, with that being said, man, Richmond, stand up, Richmond, stand up, man. I got one for y'all, man. I know of you out there in Richmond, and if you any type of dude that's been out there on the streets or you been locked up, I know you know who I'm talking about. The one, the only, big, bad Lamont Kane, man. Big bad Lamont Kane. I had to stand up for this one, man, because Big Bad Lamont, man, me and Lamont was super cool, man. That was my dude. I'm super cool with his brother. Shout out Burley. Burley used to be my cell partner. I just talked to Burley about 2 weeks ago, which made me, think about the Lamont Kane. Plus, people hit me up in the comments asking about Lamont when I started telling the prison stories. Yes, I do know Lamont, man. Me and him was cool. We actually got locked up one time together. I'll tell y'all about that later on in the story. But the legend, the man, the myth, man, Big Lamont Kane, man. When I say big, y'all, I'm talking massive. I'm talking huge. He probably one of the biggest humans I've seen in real life, like in person. The man was massive, man. I mean, he like 6'3". At the time I was around him, probably like 310, 305, all muscle. I'm talking about this man arms, man's like part of this big. Man wore like 5'6" X shirt and it fit him like a second skin. That's just how big he was. He was massive. He had a six-pack that big. A six-pack and he was that big, man. And the thing about him, I just believe he was just like a freak of nature, man. Because being that big, he still was agile. He could play basketball. I mean, do spin moves. I mean, he was agile, man. He could kick his feet up high. The dude was a freak of nature. And when you talking about like the Sam Pierce and all the dudes I told you about, Lamont Kane is after them. He's a younger dude, a younger version. Lamont may be a couple of years older than me. These dudes, Sam Pierce and Bo Bill and all these dudes, they now in their 70s. Sam would have been in his 70s. Bo probably is in his 70s, early 70s. Ganstas Slim, he probably, Ganstas Slim might be 60 something. Or about, he was older than 60, I'm sure of that. Lamont probably in his late 50s, probably late 50s. I would guesstimate about 57, 58, something like that. But man, when you talking about fear of a human being, when you talking about fear of a human being, I never in my life seen so many dudes talk about the things that a human being did on the streets. These is gangsters. These is drug dealers. These is killers out there. And Lamont Kane was out there on the street, terrorizing them on the street. He put you in the frame of mind of, if y'all ever seen The Wire, and when they say Omar coming, and you see how people get off the streets, that's how it was in prison with Lamont. When they say Lamont was coming on the compound, dude was literally, when I was on Powhatan, dude was literally, some young dudes running around the block telling me, yeah, my big homeboy coming, Lamont Kane here, yeah. Y'all better get y'all stuff together, I'm telling you right now, my big homie coming. Man, dudes was terrified. Some of these dudes on the camp that was running around doing
doing their little thing, acting like they this person, they that person. They was scared now because this man was coming on the compound and he from their city and they know he know him. Or he possibly even robbed these dudes on the street. You know, the legend is he was robbing dudes on the street with no gun. They was just so terrified of him. If he asked for it, they gave it to him. You know, so they look like a robber because he asked it and you give it to him. But he asked him with the authority that if you don't give it to me, it's going down. You know what I'm saying? So it actually is a robbery. But it was just crazy, man. I heard so many stories about him, and then all of a sudden he pop up on the compound. When he pop up on the compound, man, I'm on the top tier, and I'm on power tank. I'm all the way in the back on the top tier in the corner. I got probably the best cell in the house. They try to trick me out that cell a lot of times too. That's another story. But I'm up there and it's high. I don't know what, I'm on the third tier. So I'm standing on the rail. When I heard that he's coming, I come out. I want to see him too. You know what I'm saying? I want to see him too. So I come out and I got a cup of coffee. So I'm drinking coffee and I prop myself up on the rail and I'm just leaning over the rail drinking coffee. Where I got a view of the whole block. The block is like, trying to explain it to you, it's like extra long, real long. And on Powhatan, we got bars as our doors. No real doors as bars. It's like an old prison. Like Shawshank Redemption. It's like the cells are like that. So I'm standing up there, man, on the third tier, and the tier is like super long. And I'm looking, and I'm waiting for this dude to come in because he's already been processed. So he's coming in. They say he's coming in our block. So I'm waiting. And as I'm sitting up there drinking this coffee and just thinking to myself, what I'm gonna encounter, what he gonna look like, what's, you know, how it's gonna act, because I see the people running around acting crazy, you know, like, you know, Jesus is coming on the campus up. So I'm wondering to myself what this dude is really gonna actually look like besides what I heard about him. And when I tell you that this tier is super long, it's like I don't want to say, I can't really guesstimate. I would say to put it in the frame of mind and make you understand, probably the tier is probably the length of maybe 20, 25 or 18 wheelers lined up. Probably that long, you know what I'm saying, or longer. So I'm sitting over at the end on the top, and I see this big dude come in, this silhouette, and I knew without a shadow of a doubt it had to be him, because the silhouette was so big and wide. I'm like, and I'm actually looking, trying not to stare. I'm like, is this dude got a coat on? This dude looks huge. And I knew it had to be him. And this was, he turned to the booth and was talking to the booth, so I got a side view of him, you know, and he still looked massive. But when he turned around and started walking towards, man, this dude was so massive, man, I was like, man, you know, so I knew it had to be him. I wanted to get up close to him and see him in person, but I just stood my ground, stayed on where I was. I see all these dudes running up to him, you know, and trying to talk to him, hollering at him. And coincidentally, his cell that they put him in was on the second tier and was like 5 cells away from mine. Mine's up here on the corner, his is down here on the second tier, 5 cells away from mine. So I could actually see him from my cell. So when he came up and went to go to his cell, I'm still standing on the rail, I could see him. And now I'm probably like 20, 25 feet away from him. I can actually see how big and massive he really is. And let me tell you something, man. Like I told you, if you ain't never seen a dude that big up close, like you see them dudes on TV or something like that, but when you ain't never seen a guy that big up close, man, it's just crazy when you see him, because you realize this is another human being that's just so big that it just freaks you out, you know. And like I say, the whole time I ended up being around him, I was always freaked out about his size. I was still like, God, I'd be right in his presence and be like talking and we kicking it or whatever. We played chess a lot, and I would just look at him and be like, man, big, you know, because it just freaks you out when you just ain't never seen a cat that big. But man, let me say, I know y'all probably gonna say this too, that when you find out, or I tell y'all about these dudes that's supposed to be so notorious in there and stuff, and then some of the things they did, y'all might view them as a bad person or whatever,
And then I keep telling y'all that some of these dudes, or most of these dudes that I knew like that, but they had a good heart. They were just good dudes, but it's just, I don't know how to explain it. It's like it's like a Jekyll and Hyde. They're good dudes if they know you. They're good dudes if you cool with them. But anything else outside that, you know, they I guess y'all reviewed that's the Hyde. You know what I'm saying, or the Jekyll, whichever one was the mean one. But Lamar was like that, man. And like I say, he was a good dude, man. He was cool, but he also was a bully. He gonna take his. He ain't asking for it, and he gonna take his, you know, and that's what he did. And that's why dudes were scared of him, you know, because of his size and because of his ability to create violence. And they know that he would. And let me tell you something, a lot of the things that I used to hear about him, once I got around him, I started seeing. You know, the dudes, man, when he got on the compound, man, he was in there, man, and like I said, we got bars, so you could hear people hollering and screaming at night, talking, you know, back and forth. I've seen some of the most tight, stingy dudes that you have ever met in your life. Wouldn't give you nothing, you know what I'm saying, wouldn't spit on you if you was on fire. Hey Lamont, you need anything? Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, whatever you need, I got you. You know, they wouldn't just give him stuff, but they wouldn't give you nothing. You know what I'm saying? Everything they own had a price to it. But with him there, man, they was offering them this, offering them that. Dudes was scared, man. One dude even yelled out, said, yeah, man, because he had Burley, that's his brother. He had a younger brother that came who was locked up too. So it was actually 3 brothers, you know what I'm saying, that was locked up. And Lamont was the oldest. And he actually had a younger brother, and they said he was in the jail. So one of the dudes even yelled out and said, yeah, I was in the jail with your brother. And some of these dudes that's in this block, they was trying to carry him too when he was in the jail. They was trying to, carry him, messing with him, trying to, extort him and stuff like that. And Lamont said, oh yeah, point him out to me when the door's open. Man, by the next morning, dudes done checked in, dudes done went to jail. 4, 5 cells is empty because dudes that went to jail, they scared that he gonna come get them. I mean, this is true stories, man. They terrified of this dude. And like I say, when he got out there, you start seeing the reason why, because he like I say, he was a bully. He don't take his. He go around talking to dudes and seeing who in there, whatever. Store they come, man. Lamont going around to everybody that he thinks, you know what I'm saying, that is a potential victim for him. And he goes right to him and tell him, man, you going to the store? Okay, get me this. Okay, yeah, you go get me this. And dudes is ordering him commissary. He ain't got to spend nail dime. He not nail dime. He's ordering, they ordering commissary for him just on the strength that they know him and know about him and they scared of him. You know, these is cats that won't give you nothing, but yet they giving him everything. You got dope dealers in there, drug dealers that used to be on the streets, you know what I'm saying, getting money. That's what they locked up for. And they having debates about, yeah, well, he robbed you too, you know, and you ain't do nothing. You know, he robbed you on the street too, and you ain't do nothing. Yeah, well, what you do? You know, they actually talking about this man that robbed him on the street, and he right here with him, and they won't do nothing.
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know. And I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts. Hey man, say man. Shout out to everybody out there on the team, baby. I appreciate the love. Hey. Even under the weather, I pump these missiles. You hear me? I appreciate the support, man. Big love to everybody out there on TV Nation, man. Big love to everybody who hold me down. Listen, man, I know I'm under the weather, but the show must go on, man. Y'all love me, and I love y'all right back. So I'm gonna push this content, you hear me? Yeah. And y'all gonna get a good one today because of the simple fact that I don't think I ever really spoke about this guy before. So I'm gonna speak about him briefly. and probably some more later on down the line. I'm definitely over in the membership where I can really talk. But coming in the Virginia penal system, man, you gonna hear a lot of legendary names, man. You know, the Bo Billies, the Sam Pitts, the Shorty Pimps, the Riverboats, the Cupcakes, the, you know what I'm saying, the Johnny Nelsons, you know, the Zach Ali's. You gonna hear all of these legendary names when you coming in to the Virginia penal system, man, because these dudes have made their name by, you know, the way they done their time, by the way they put in work, by the way people respect them. And I'm gonna tell you, this name right here ring bells in the Virginia penal system. Earl Jackson. Earl Jackson. I can remember being in the jail and being in Southampton receiving, and by the time I got to prison, hearing all of these names, and the one name with the Bo Billies and the Sam Pitts and stuff like that I always heard was Earl Jackson. Earl Jackson, you know, Mac Jefferson, dudes like that. I heard Earl Jackson's name all the time, right? So I can remember being on Greensville. And I was around Van. Shout out to Van, man. That was my old head right there, Van Burton. You know what I'm saying? I was around Van, and I can remember somebody was talking, Van and another old head, and I was just with him. We was just chopping it up. And we was talking about gambling and stuff, and I remember Earl name came up. And I was like, man, who talking about Earl Jackson? He was like, yeah, you know Earl. I said, nah, I ain't never met him. I said, I heard his name, you know what I'm saying, my whole bit, but I ain't never met him. He, oh, yeah, man, Earl, hell of a hustler, man. Hell of a hustler, man. Dangerous, though. He dangerous. He dangerous. You know what I'm saying? I said, yeah, that's what I heard. And the thing that you heard about him is he wasn't no big old muscle guy. He wasn't none of that. And contrary, he was a light-skinned, green-eyed, slim guy. But he was dangerous, you know what I'm saying? And he was a hell of a hustler, you know what I'm saying? Normally when he on the compound, he got the lion's share of the money because he be hustling, he be gambling, he be store boxing, he be doing his thing, you know what I'm saying? But he was a dangerous dude. Now, rumor is that, you know, he came in as a teenager. You know, by the time I ran into Earl probably had been there over 40 years. You know what I'm saying? 40, shorty. You know, so the rumor is that he done put much work in. I mean, inmates, police, whoever. And he also has supposed to have unalived somebody early in his bit. You know, so he allegedly got a body, you know, during this time. So when you coming in the system and you hear about dudes like this, anybody, I don't care who it is, even the newer generation, if you catch a body in that system, your name is gonna ring bells throughout that system because dudes know if they don't know nothing else about you, they know you will take life. You know what I'm saying? And that right there gonna carry a lot of weight. It's going to keep a lot of dudes at bay. It's going to make a lot of dudes pause. It's going to make a lot of dudes deal with you with white gloves, including the police. Now, the rumor is, you know, because like I said, I didn't do a lot of time with Earl. I know a lot of things that was said about Earl, but I did end up being around Earl, and I know Earl. I met him. But before I meet him, the rumors was just rampant, man. Man, Earl done stabbed this dude. He done stabbed up that dude. He done did this. He did that. He done won all the money on the compound. Man, he stabbed up the lieutenant for disrespecting him. Man, this is what everybody's saying about him, right? So when I finally meet him, in my mind, even though people have said these things and said these things, I've heard all these things about him, I'm expecting to meet this big, great, big, you know, like my man Shirt, man. Shout out to him, like big gorilla. You know what I'm saying? Same thing like I told y'all when I first heard all this stuff about Cupcake, and I'm in the hole with Cupcake before I ever even see Cupcake, and I heard his voice. Yeah, come on, son. I'm gonna dip you up. And I'm like, man, I'm thinking this joker big as a bull. I get out there, this is slim, blacker than midnight dude with a bald head and look menacing, but when he smiled, he got a little baby smile with little baby teeth. And I'm like, this guy? You know, and that's how I was with Earl, because when you meet Earl in real life, and I met him in real life, slim, small, green eyes. I'm going to tell you who Earl put you in the mind of. You ever seen the movie Life, and you remember when Goldmouth was beating up Eddie Murphy, and the dude say, all right, Goldmouth, I think the man had enough beating. Take him on in. That's what Earl looked like. He got real good hair. He got green eyes. He light-skinned, about dude complexion. But he's small. And when I ran into him, he was working out. He work out. He run the yard like a marathon runner. And he was an older guy. He was an older guy. He had already been there about 40. But even though he had been in his teenage years, he had still been there about 40 or putting up on 40 years. And he used to go out there and run that track and run that track and run that track and just be running. I'm talking about at a good pace. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, boom, okay, this Earl. So at the time that I met him, he had some type of issue going on the other side of the yard. We on the other side. We on C unit. This is when Greensville got the 3 units. So we on C unit. Me, Van, Sim Wilson, Stacy Perry, all the gamblers. It's big gambling going on over here. Red, it's big gambling going on over here. We going in that gym every day, and we playing poker, we playing skin, we shooting dice. It's big gambling going on over because dudes is getting money on Greensville in the 90s. I'm talking about they get money. I'm talking about hand over fist. You did. They getting money on there, so the gambling is good. So rumors was that Earl was on the other side, and he got into some issues over there, and he ended up being in the hole for a long time. When they let him out on our side. Then the issues on the other side, that's a whole nother story. Remember I told y'all about they had that Spanish boy on there that supposed to had the people that you know his people was into that cocaine. So everybody wanted the boy, and they say Earl is in that game. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say. But they say he run that junk with an iron fist, and if he see one of them, he want him, he gonna go get him. He don't care who they peoples is. And it supposed to been a big old melee over there with woo. Cause like I told you, one thing about the thorough and the legendary dudes in VA penal system, a lot of them dudes came up together. A lot of them dudes changed the system. A lot of them dudes made the system what they was. They booked, they fought, they went up against the police, they went up against the powers that be, so we can have the things that we had by the time I came in, so that we can have a bigger TV, so we can have rec all day, so we can, you know what I'm saying? They fought for those things, man. A lot of them dudes, some of them dudes lost their life behind that. Some of them dudes caught life behind that. Some of them dudes came in with 3 years, ended up with 40, 50, 60 years. I.e. Bo Billy, you know what I'm saying? I.e. Sam Pitts, i.e. Earl Jackson. These dudes fought for this. So we owe these dudes, you know what I'm saying, homage, to pay homage to these dudes, because the things when I came in and we reaped the benefits from was because the way they fought and sacrificed to get these things. Earl is one of the pioneers of that. You know what I'm saying? To my understanding. So dudes like him, you respect them. I don't judge them. If that's what he into, that's what he into. He also like to get high. That ain't no secret. Anything I'm telling you is already public knowledge in the penitentiary, anybody who know him. So it ain't like I'm saying nothing about him that he wouldn't say about himself. Because one thing was certain, two things to show. After I met him, he ain't no bite the tongue dude. He ain't no gonna shy away from nothing he do. He gonna let, yeah, this me. You got a problem with it, woo. And the crazy part about that is he's soft spoken. He ain't one of them hoop like, I can't knock you out. He ain't none of that. Yeah, light skin, good old hair, green eye. He gonna tell you, man, straight up, hey, look, man, get that straight, man. Nah, you got to get that straight right now. Get that straight. In that tone. But please believe, he means, you know what I'm saying? He means what he say and say what he mean. You know what I'm saying? Now see, young dudes will get it twisted and look at him and see what he doing, what he into, see that when that dope on there, he gonna get high, but he ain't asking nobody for nothing because he got all the money on the compound. So any dope come on there, dude get the dope sack, Earl might buy the whole sack. Dude can't get none. Dudes might be mad. And they like, man, whoever I heard you had it with, nah, it's gone. Man, what? You know, he got it all. Because that's what he like to do. But he got the money to pay for it. You see what I'm saying?
But like I said, when you got these old timers that put work in like that, when they go to war, if it's a lot of dudes trying to gang, like when I told you, like when the thing with Bo Billy, man, them dudes gonna ride with him, man. George Lee Flight, George McGee, Sam Pitts, Shorty Pimp, Wink, them Pinky, them dudes gonna move when he move. And the same thing with Earl. If an old timers on that compound and Earl got beef with an issue with some rocket jokers, whether he want them or not, they gonna move with him. They gonna move in unison. So I heard it was a big melee over there with the Columbia boy type thing, and Earl ended up getting locked up because, you know what I'm saying, they say he was, you know, focused on the issue, and he ended up coming on our side, right? So when he get over there, I can remember Van telling me, he said, oh man, shoot, we going there in the gym, man, at lunchtime, we going there again. I said, yeah, what's going on? He said, man, shoot, Earl over here in there. I said, Earl? He said, yeah, Earl Jackson, he over here in there. You know, he got that bag, he got that money, man. He love the game. I said, oh yeah, Earl Jackson over here. He said, yeah, he came over here, somebody said he came over here this morning. He be in that gym at lunchtime. If he over here, he be in that gym. He heard me gamble. I said, oh yeah. So I was going there just so I could put eyes on him. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, you know what I'm saying? I done heard his name so much, I would put eyes on him. So I go over to the gym. They got the whole little poker table set up, man. They over there playing, man. No, they skinning. They playing skin. Man, the skin money goes so fast, man. You get in the game with 2 cottons of cigarettes, man. You can hit up for 30, 40 cottons of cigarettes in 10 minutes if you're lucky. Or you can lose that much if you're unlucky. You dig? So I go over the joint. I'm over there hitting the bag, man. Van and all them over there gambling. Slim Wilson, Stacey Perry, Red, Cal Boo, all of them over there gambling, right? Couple of youngins, you know. So I see old Joker come up in the joint, light-skinned dude, fit the bill. He fit the vision in my mind, except for I thought he would be bigger. But I see him when he come in, and I see everybody, you know what I'm saying, looking over there at him. He walk over there to the table. I see everybody dapping him up, hollering at him, and everything. I said, oh yeah, that must be Earl right there. You know what I'm saying? That must be Earl right there. So I finished working out, boom. Look, now Earl came up in this joint during this time on Greensville, man. Dudes was literally doing this. I don't know what was going on with the administration. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. Dudes was taking old towels like that you order. We could order at one time. During this time, we could order towels from J.C. Penney's and stuff like that, so you can have your own distinctive towel set, the color, so you'll know your stuff when you put it in the laundry or whatever. You get a towel, you get 2 towels, a hand towel, and 2 washcloths. So dudes was ordering all these pretty old sets from J.C. Penney's. I ain't gonna hold you, I had some too. You know what I'm saying? With a different color scheme, so you'll know your stuff, right? So at this time, dudes, like the dudes on there that know how to sew and all this, they was taking these personal towels when they got older stuff. Dudes could sew these joints up and make a big old bag that you could tote stuff in. They can sew them all up together, make a bag out of zip on it and everything. So jokers like Stacey Perry and a couple other dudes was walking around with the big old bag, you know what I'm saying, with cards, decks of cards in there, chips, everything, about 7, 8, 10 kinds of cigarettes. It could hold all that. And they was letting dudes walk around with that stuff. At the time, man, they was greedy. I guess they, you know what I'm saying? But jokers was walking around with this for a long time, and that alone is contraband because you have altered what they sold you, but it was going on during this time. So Earl come up in this joint with 2 of them bags, right? And they say he came up in this joint with 30 boxes of cigarettes, man. 15 in each bag. You did 30 kinds of cigarettes. I know y'all saying, man, 30 kinds of cigarettes. That's a lot of money in the penitentiary. In the 90s, man, that's a rock of money. You know what I'm saying? And he goes over there, I can say everybody dabbing him up. He kicking it with them, man, in third, and then he throws the bag on the joint to get some money, right? Man, the first time Earl played, I ended up finishing hitting the bag. I go over there just sitting around, you know what I'm saying, holler at bang. I ain't get in and then, you know, technically I'm out of pocket because they call that swallowing bets. But us sweating and everything, I ain't trying to lose no money with these bets over here. I just came over there to kick it. You know what I'm saying? So I see him, I see how he talking, I see how he operating, I see how he dealing with people. Man, that joker lost about 10 kinds of cigarettes in about maybe 30 minutes. And said, man, that's it for me. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. And peeled out. Bro, that's when I knew right then and there he was a boss. But in the penitentiary, you use 10 kinds of cigarettes, bro. You there all day. You there the next count. You there to count out today. You trying to get that money back. And you can't stand to lose 10 kinds of cigarettes in the penitentiary, bro. I don't care how much money you got. Unless you got, you know what I'm saying? Oh, what's my man name from Richmond? Frank Clark. Frank Clark was like that too. Early Frank Clark. Who else? Is there anybody else? Maybe Johnny Nelson. And Johnny ain't gamble, but he would let other people gamble, and he'd just shut it down after, you know what I'm saying, even he done took a L. Them probably the only jokers I know that lose money like that, man. He just like, all right, let's go. I'll catch you on another time. Because Frank Clark had money long as train smoke. You know what I'm saying? And Earl had money long as train smoke. You know what I'm saying? John Nelson had money long as train smoke. But normally the average dude lose that type of money, player. You gonna see them at every count, and they gonna get mad if you don't open the game up after count. But he just walked away, right? So I was like, oh yeah, okay, that's some ball stuff there in the penitentiary. But like I said, man, he was known for a silent, a quiet demeanor of vicious violence, because they say once he go, he gone. Once he put his final word on what he's saying and what he gonna do, or what you gonna do, or what you supposed to do, or if you don't do it, man, they said next time he talk to you, it's gonna be like this. It's gonna be like that, man. And I'm inclined to believe him because, like I said, this is not just rumor. This is what everybody is saying. Oh man, that Earl Jackson. All the people was getting caught up was the youngest, because they don't know no better. They don't know who he is. They looking at him like an older, you know what I'm saying, dude that probably he in shape because he look like he in shape. He's slim, but you can tell he in shape because he run a yard all day. But they looking at him like, oh, light skin, green eye, curly hair, man, what he gonna do? Everything. Everything. He gonna do everything to you. He gonna do everything to you, man. But you know, I chopped it up with him a couple times because I ended up getting in a couple of the games or whatnot. Man, he wasn't no bad dude. He wasn't no bad dude at all, man. And I know that's a contradiction to what I'm telling y'all. Y'all think that anyway because y'all ain't never been in the penitentiary and you ain't never dealt with nobody who you heard they done did all these violent and crazy things, and then you say to yourself, that's the perception that you have on, but you never dealt with them personally, and you'll know that this is in them, but this is not them. It's a difference. You know what I'm saying? When you with somebody, that's a difference when you know that person versus you know what that person will do. And see, the thing is a lot of people in the penitentiary, they would do a lot of crazy stuff, but if you actually knew them, they got a principle and a moral compass that they go by, and if you outside of that compass, then it's all bets are off. And that's how Earl was, man. But he wanted to be played with under no circumstances, man, by nobody. I have never, in the whole time I've been locked up, heard of nobody playing with Earl Jackson, man. Never. You know what I'm saying? And everybody that I heard that opposed him ended up on the bad end of the stick, man. He was just a dude that had been doing time so long that he had mastered the art of doing time, or how he gonna do his time. What he wanted to do, whether he wanted to mess with the boys, gamble, get high, or shoot at the female CO, because he had a couple of them too. He had more than a couple. You know what I'm saying? He just knew how to do time the way that he wanted to do it, and he did it, and he ain't let nobody get in his way from him doing what he wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? Earl was getting major money on that joint, dog. I'm telling you, I ain't never seen him come out on the yard. The time that I was around him, I ain't had 2 bags full of cigarettes. Full of cigarettes. I ain't never been on the joint with him when dudes had that dope, that missile or something. He ain't had his lion's share of it. He gonna get it. He gonna get the weed. He gonna get all of that. And that's how he was able to cut into other people too, because he got that money. Dudes borrowing from him. He got a big stove box. He doing this, he doing that. He shaking and he baking. All the time, all on the compound. You know what I'm saying? And this after he done been down 40 years. You know? And yeah, man, Earl is a legendary name in the penitentiary, man. Earl Jackson That's his legendary name in the Virginia penal system. And I think he ended up doing over 50-some years before he got out. And I heard he got out. Then I heard he got locked back up too. Got caught up in the situation out here on the street. And the reason why I was speaking about Earl, because I just ran into somebody that I did time with and did 28 years. I just ran into him the other day and they brought Earl's name up. And I was like, oh yeah, and I heard he got, and he was like, yeah, some foolish stuff out here with some other stuff that I ain't gonna get into those legal issues. And I ain't got nothing to do with that information. But I know in that penitentiary, amongst the elite, amongst the names of the people that is known not to play with, known that you gonna have an issue, known that you may not come out this issue alive or as good as you was when you went into it, his name is in that circle, man. Is in that real small pinhole circle. Earl Jackson, man. Is in it. And I had thought about Earl many times when I did some of these videos because his name was incorporated with some of these stories that I said I couldn't remember. I kept seeing his face, but the name was not popping in my head. It was Earl, and it won't pop it. I kept saying Earl Johnson, Earl Jenkins. Who was that old head that everybody knew, that everybody was scared? And that's what it was. It just popped, it just clicked. Because some things you will have a mental block on. But at the same time, I only was around Earl, personally around him for probably like 3 to 4 years. You know what I'm saying? Out of all the time that I did and out of all the time that he did. And it can be like that in VA. Dudes can be locked up 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and you can be locked up 30, 20 years, and you'll never run into these dudes. But if their name is clicking and their name is legendary, you will hear about these dudes. And I'm telling you, I heard about Earl Jackson my whole bit. From before I met him to even after I met him. Oh, Earl went up on this joint, man, had all the money, man, he ended up standing, and he was still pushing that. Even in his late stages, that's what you gonna get. Playing with him, that's what you gonna get. Straight up. And he was still doing it, you know what I'm saying? And I think he ended up, if I'm not mistaken, took all his time to the door. And that's 50-some years he took it to the door. Because you gotta think he was locked up when they still had parole. You know what I'm saying? So, and they still doing like whatever percentage, you ain't had to do that much of your time. And for him to be locked up 50-some years before he got out, he brought it all to the door. You know what I'm saying? He had to bring it all to the door to get out. That was the only way he could get out. You know what I'm saying? Because of the way he was living when he was in there. But I tell this to say to you all out here, to the listeners, don't think the biggest, the most brutal looking, the most is the most dangerous in the penitentiary. Oh no, contraire, my friend. You know what I'm saying? If you saw Earl, I'm telling you, you'll be looking at a guy just like that dude on Life, in the movie Life. That's how he looked. You know what I'm saying? Good old wavy hair going. Curly wavy hair, green eyes, light skin, high yellow light skin. Dangerous. Straight dangerous. Straight dangerous. And they ain't on that barking stuff. Nah, he gonna bite. He gonna bite for sure. And you mess around and get up in his trap or get up in his owing him some money or playing with him, and you gonna find that out the hard way. You know what I'm saying? And you might not survive that joint because he ain't give 2 F's about it. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, man, I'm gonna go in my archives, man, and talk to a couple more people, man, and, you know, see if I can give y'all some more about Earl, man. But I do know his name is legendary in the Virginia penal system. Anybody who did any significant amount of time would tell you that they have run across him or they have heard his name and they have heard the rumors about him. And yeah, Earl Jackson, man, shout out to him, man. Hopefully somewhere he doing good, he doing well. Blessings to him, blessings to his family. But I don't know what he got going on the street, if he's still on there or whatever. I know for a fact in that Virginia penal system, he ain't to be played with, and he legendary. And that's a fact. And anybody say anything different, they just snatching ham pots. You dig? But anyway, y'all talk to me in the comments. I talk back. Big love, TBP Nation. Stand up. Get at me, holler at me. Big love to all my members. Big love to all my membership gifters. Man, y'all solid as a rock. You hear me? That's what the spirit is all about, man. You know what I'm saying? Supporting is important, man. Helping somebody out, man, that might need a little help, man. That's what it's about, man. Salute y'all. Be safe, be smart, make good decisions, man. Hey, duck them hooks and duck the penitentiary. Cause I'm ready to whoop this allergies. I'm ready to whoop it good. You heard me?
I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know, and I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts. I'm coming out here after 30 years. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know, and I'm rich in love. My family love me, and that's really all that counts.
As soon as he said something, I just launched into him. Bam, 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 bam. And I caught him. And he pulled his hand back, but he could never even swing because I just caught him. And I drove him back up against the door. When he drive back up against the door, I kicked him. And when I kicked him, he just slid down. And when he slid down, I'm looking straight for his hand first because I don't know what he got in his hand. So I grab his hand, and I'm down on him, and I lean in on him. I try to get his hand. So I see what's in his hand. I jerk his hand. I jerk first. He didn't move. I didn't come out his hand. So I started twisting his wrist. And he tried to get up, and I'm twisting his wrist, and he let it go. And what he had was, man, he had a small piece about this big, but it was a piece that has been broken off of the fence outside on the yard. So he done broke it off, but it ain't sharpened. It's just a hard, thick piece of steel, right? So, boom, I twist and get up, slide out the way, and man, I try to stand up, and when I try to stand up, he grabbed me and hold me, and I just started kneeing him in his face. And man, I had almost lost control. I almost lost control and man, he contemplated I contemplated just kneeing him and just keep on doing it until somebody stopped me. But I was kneeing him and kneeing him. And then I seen his body wouldn't limp. And I slammed him down on the ground. I kicked him 2 or 3 times. And I go pick the thing up and I'm looking at it like, boom, this joint, you know what I'm saying? So now I got it in my hand and I'm like, all these crazy thoughts go through my mind, man. Like, you know, I could take him up out of here, you know what I'm saying, and say he attacked me and handle the weapon and, you know, or just stomp him. I mean, this is what you be going through when you in these moments. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and then the fear came in, like, because I see him down there slumped and he groggy and he bleeding. And I'm saying to myself, man, I'm late. I'm super late. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, these people gonna come, you know, it's gonna look like it's me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just all, you just can't, you know what I'm saying? You trying to micromanage all these thoughts going in your head. What should I do? I ain't gonna let him up, that's for sure. If he gets started, act like he get me get up, I'm gonna punish him some more because I didn't want him to get up because I don't know what's gonna happen. And now I'm in a state of, you know, discombobulation. So, man, I was just in a situation, and I'm looking at him, and then he getting himself up, and he's setting up, and he up against the door, and I'm looking at him, and he look at me, and he's like, yeah, you got it. You got it. He said, you knocked my teeth out. You knocked my teeth out. Where my teeth at? You knocked my teeth out. I said, man, I should kill you in here, boy. I should kill you. You know what I'm saying? He said, go ahead. Go ahead, kill me. Go ahead, kill me. I see his nose crooked, so I know his nose broke because I've been boxed. I know what it looked like. You know what I'm saying? His nose broke. I done knocked his teeth out, and he bleeding down all on his coat and stuff. And I'm looking at him, man. I got the joint in my hand, and I'm like, man, what do you do now, Bank, man? What do you do now, man? So I'm like, man, what's up? You know what I'm saying? What's up? He said, go ahead. Go ahead, kill me then. Go ahead. I said, what's up? What's up, man? What do you want to do? What you want to do? You want to die? You want me to kill you? Huh? You want me to kill you? And I get up on him. He said, hey, no, you got it. You got it. You got it. I said, man, you a sucker. You a coward, man. You tried to get me when I was asleep. You a coward. You know what I'm saying? He said, yeah, I know. But now I'm just looking at him, man, and I really don't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm like stuck. What do I do? But I know I gotta do something because he bleeding. Ain't no telling when they gonna come make a round. Ain't no telling when they coming around. I don't know what's going on. They got the joint in my hand and I done touched the joint. You know, he can easily say I mean, it's just so many ways that this situation can go. And we in the cell by ourselves. We stuck. We just stuck. You know what I'm saying? So I just looked at him, man. I said, man, get up, man. Clean yourself up, man. Get yourself together. Get yourself together. He said, yeah. He said, you got the weapon, what you gonna do? I said, I ain't gonna do nothing to you. I done did what I wanted to do to you. I said, but you going up out of here. I said, I promise you that. You going up out here. You ain't staying in here one more day, bro. You going up out of here. He said, all right, let me get up. I said, I ain't touching you. Get up yourself. He said, nah, I can't get up. I said, yeah, well, I ain't helping you. Get up on yourself. Just like you attacked me by yourself. When I was asleep, you coward. You know what I'm saying? He said, yeah, okay. He said, where my teeth at? I said, I don't care where they at. They should be down your throat. You know what I'm saying? So he's struggling. He get himself up. I bag up. I let him get to the zinc. He said, I'm washing, wiping the stuff up. And I'm just looking at him, man, and I'm trying to think about a way like, man, Bank, how can you get up out of this joint? Yeah, I just wanted to get up out of it, man, but I couldn't. At the time, like I said, my adrenaline's still flowing. I can't really think. I can't think of a way out of it because I know like if they come around and they see him like that, it's a wrap. It's over. You know what I'm saying? They're going to say, hey, what, hey? And they're going to call the people. So then I'm thinking, my adrenaline flowing, he washing himself up. He's keep on hollering about his teeth. Where my teeth at? I don't know where your teeth at. I hope you swallowed them. You know what I'm saying? And then I feel the pain in my joint. And I start thinking, then I look at the joint that I got from him. It ain't got no blood on it, so I don't know if I'm bleeding, but I know that little bone you got in the back right there, like your collar, your backbone thing. That joint was hurting, so I don't know if that joint broke or whether I'm bleeding or what. But I got to keep my eye on him because I don't know what he might do. If he turn around and want to, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to do him in. I'm just going to do him. It ain't nothing else I can do. So he get himself together. He washed his face. So I said, man, get all that stuff up off the floor, man, for the police come around here. So he said, he looked down, he see the blood, man. So I said, get it with your coat. Get it with your coat. Get it up with your coat. So he take his coat off and he wiping the blood up. He get the blood and stuff up. He said, I still don't see my teeth, man. I don't see my teeth. I said, I don't care. I don't care, man. If you know what I'm saying? The people won't come around here with now you snitching. You a coward. You trying to sneak me when I'm sleeping. Then you snitching. You gonna tell? He said, oh, we don't tell you. We don't tell where I come from. We don't tell where I come from. I said, you don't tell anyway if you a soldier. Yeah, I said, you made the move. You should have had something better. You should have had a better plan. Yeah, you made the move. So he said, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I said, yeah, all right. So he get the blood up. He's standing up there. He's standing by the door. He looking at me. His lips fat. I can see his nose bent. He keep on hucking snot out his nose. Blood come out his nose with the snot. So I'm looking at this Joker, man, and I'm like, man, I can't get out of this. I can't get out of this, man. It's crazy. And I ain't asked to be in it, and I ain't do nothing to be in it. I came in the cell humble. I won't bother nobody, nothing. But this prison, this the type of situations you might be in. You know, now had he had the Bethlehem, had he had a point on that joint, I'm late. I'm super late. Ain't no telling what could happen. He could have hit me in my neck. He could have hit me on the side of my face. He could have hit me in my temple. Anything, you know, but he was a coward. You know what I'm saying? And he thought he could shake me up with what he did, and I was going to wake up and be scared, and you know, whatever his plan was, it ain't work. You know what I'm saying? It ain't work, so I don't know what he was thinking. I'm just thinking in my mind what he could have been thinking because he was ill prepared. You got a piece of steel, you ain't even got it sharpened. You know what I'm saying? And you not even prepared to really rumble. It looked like you couldn't rumble, you know? So I'm sitting in there and I'm thinking, man, and I'm thinking like, what can I do? What can I do? Is it the way out this joint? So he's saying he ain't telling, definitely ain't gonna say nothing. You know what I'm saying? So boom, but we gotta go. The worst part about it is we gotta go through the night. You know what I'm saying? We gotta go through the night. Now I can guarantee you I ain't going to sleep. That's a lock. This is all-nighter. It's a lock. It's a no-brainer. I ain't gonna close my eyes around this couch. You know what I'm saying? So he's sitting up there and I said, yeah, I said, look, this is what we gonna do, right? I said, this is what we gonna do. I said, man, you gotta stay the way out where the police, when they come make their round, don't face the door or nothing, turn around, act like you're doing something or whatever. I say, then we wait for breakfast. When they bring the breakfast and they finish, then they let us out for rec. They call a rec call. I said, when we go to rec, you know what I'm saying? You throw your scully on, you throw your coat on, you put your collar up, and you know what I'm saying? We go on out, put your shades on, we go on out the rec, right? We go out the rec, when we out the rec, and you can take your stuff off then. Whenever you get out there out the wreck, when you take that stuff off, because soon the police see you, they gonna get you. Because what happens on Wallace Ridge, they got all them gangs out there, and it ain't nothing. It's almost like a daily occurrence. Somebody get bust up out there on their yard. Somebody get jumped, they get stomped, they get beat up, they leave them over there in the corner, or they just make them just go on about their business, and then when the wreck be going in, and you coming in, they gonna check you. They gonna check you, they gonna shake you down. If they see you bust up, they gonna pull you to the side, they gonna lock you up. You gonna have to tell on somebody or they gonna lock you up, period. That's what they do. So I know this, and this is what I'm telling him. We go to rec. You know what I'm saying? We go to rec. When we go to rec, because they ain't doing all that before you go out. You know what I'm saying? They letting you out. They let you go out for rec. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they line you up, or they line you up, and then when they line you up, they just taking you out in the line. And you get them lazy ones, they ain't doing all that. They ain't gonna make you take your head off of them. But when you coming back in, that's what they gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time. But sometimes they do it when you going out. But you gotta play the field. You gotta look at it and see how they gonna carry. If you got them ones down there that's gonna make you do all that before you go out, it's already done. You know what I'm saying? I'm done. He done. It's a wrap. But it all depends on who out there and how they carrying it. Because they just be trying, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Or they hit a couple of them, then they'll tell a couple of more, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Then they hit a couple of them, go ahead. And it's just the luck of the draw. So boom. He said, yeah, all right, that cool. That cool. He said, I don't want to be in here with you here with. I said, yeah, you ain't going to be in here with me. You ain't. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we go on through the little situation. I stayed up all night. I'm telling you, I ain't closed my eyes not one time. You know what I'm saying? I took the little joint he had. I wrapped it all up in a whole bunch of toilet paper. And I kept the joint on me. You know what I'm saying? To make sure that they came in or whatever. I just want to throw it over in the corner or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And act like I ain't never see it. Whatever they do, they do. But that ain't happen, man. We get up, we get the breakfast. You know what I'm saying? I'm up already. He get up. He went to sleep. He actually went to sleep. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't sleep all night, but he would sleep sometime for probably about a couple of hours. Anywhere between 1, 2 o'clock in the morning to about 4 in the morning, he would sleep. You know what I'm saying? I could have did anything to him. You know what I'm saying? So that told me right there, his mental won't even right. You know what I'm saying? You done just attack me in my sleep, and then you gonna go to sleep around me. Man, you got to be a fool. You got to be a super fool, you know. But the time that I was on, I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about getting out of the situation that I was in, period. That's all I wanted to do was get out of the situation. So the breakfast, we eat the breakfast, man. The breakfast over, whatever. Boom, we waiting for the red call. He done got up. He done put his coat on, put his scully on, threw his little shades on. Boom, they started calling the wreck. Boom, I'm watching them. I'm still on. And I got the thing on. I got to hide that. You know what I'm saying? Try to get it out the cell. So we go out, man. We trying to judge the line. They lining everybody up. We judging them. We watching how they do. We get it all in close to the back. They hitting 3, 5, 6 people. Then they tell them about 4, 5 of them to go. All right, y'all go ahead. Then they hit about 5, 6, go. So we trying to time it when we could be in the part where they ain't gonna take your head off, take this off, do this. You know, we want to be where they gonna let you go. So we timing it, we moving in line, go up, man, go up. We get it, and boom, we get it. We get out. We get outside. once I got outside, man, I felt like so much release because I felt like truly in my heart he won't go tell the police. I just felt like that he was an old timer. I felt like he won't gonna do that. But I know he not getting back in that building without them taking it. They doing everybody when you come back because they want to make sure you ain't bring nothing off the yard. You ain't break nothing off the fence like he did or something like that. So boom. Man, we get out there for rec. I just go on over there by myself, man. I start doing my little pull-ups, start doing my little push-ups, and I'm minding my business, and I'm looking around, I'm watching him, see who he talk to, see if he talk to some of the other Philly dudes. Is he trying to, put me in the mix? Is they getting ready to try to come at me? I'm watching all of this, because I don't know. He might go talk to some Philly dudes like, yeah, look, man, look what he did to me, man, woo, woo, woo. And they might want to try to come get me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing but a little fake piece of steel. But I'm out here. What can I do? I can't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Whatever happens, gonna happen. I'm gonna be ready. I am. One thing for sure, my hands ain't gonna be in my pocket. That's for sure. You know what I'm saying? So we get through the whole wreck. I'm watching him. He don't even really socialize with none of the dudes. I don't know if he was embarrassed because he was bust up. He don't really socialize with none of them. So boom, they blow the whistle. They start saying, all right, let's go wreck over, wreck over, wreck over. So I'm trying to get somewhere close to the back. I want to watch him, see what happened. I see how he go. We going up. It's getting closer to him, getting closer to him. When it get to him, now they taking everything off. They taking your coat off, they taking your head off, they checking in your heads. They doing all that, make you take your glasses off. So when they get up there to him, he bust up. You know what I'm saying? His teeth gone. His lips big. You know what I'm saying? His nose crooked. So, you know what I'm saying? His eye done start turning black. So when he get up there to him, they said, take your head off, man. Take his head off. He take his coat off first. He turned his back to him, take his coat off. He said, take your head off, take the glass, take all that stuff off, man. Take it off, boom, boom, boom. They hit him, boom. But his back turned to him. I'm like, man. So then when he turned around to get his coat, the CO that's right here, you got one on the side, one on the side. He said, oh, man, what happened to you? What happened to you? He said, ain't nothing happened to me. Ain't nothing. He said, oh, no, get over there, get over there. Pull him straight on out. He said, get over there, get on your knees. They make you get on your knees. They degrade you like, get on your knees, put your hands behind your back. You think something that just happened to him, but this is how they gonna treat you, even if you the one who's been victimized, in their eyes. You know what I'm saying? Oh, who did that? He said, ain't nobody do nothing to me, man. Ain't nobody do nothing to me. Cuffed him up, you know what I'm saying? Jerked him on up. Boom, take him on up out there. I'm in the back. I'm like, about 12, 13 more people before me. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Boom. Only thing I gotta worry about now, they gonna come to my cell to get his property, and when they come to my cell, they gonna be trying to question me. Oh, what happened to your cellie? Oh, what? But I'm not a suspect because they gonna feel like if it was his cellie, it would have happened in the cell. You see what I'm saying? This was the purpose of going out the wreck. So, sure enough, when they come to get his property and stuff, they tell me, such a here. Yeah, he was here. Where he at? You don't know where he at? Nah, I don't know where he at. You know what I'm saying? Go and get his property together. What happened to him? Who he got a problem with somebody? He in the gang? I said, man, I don't know nothing about the dude, dog. I said, I just moved in yesterday, man. I just came from downstairs. I said, yeah, all right, okay, I don't care anyway. Pack his stuff up. You know what I'm saying? Pack this stuff up, man. Got him on up out of there, Yeah, when he was out of there, man, I was relieved. I was really relieved. I was like, boom, I escaped this one. I got away. But it was always a chance that when he got back there, he could have said, yeah, it was my cellie, woo, woo, woo. So I was nervous for a while, you know what I'm saying? A day or two thinking they gonna come back and, man, pack your stuff up, man. Going to SEG. I'm in that partial SEG, but they back to regular SEG. And then you had to start the whole process over again. Go back on the bottom tier, work your way to and work back. And I'm like, man, but he ain't do it, man. He ain't do it, you know what I'm saying? And, that's karma. That was karma for him. You know what I'm saying? That was karma for him. So I stay in the cell, man. I'm in the cell by myself for like 6 days. And lo and behold, they come bust the door and bring somebody in there. Guess where he from? Philly. It's another Philly inmate. He was an older dude. He had been locked up even longer than me. And he turned out to be a good dude, man. Me and him got along. He knew the dude. He said in his mind, man, I knew he was in here. I knew you was the one who did. I knew. He said, because I know him in Philly. He's sneaky, man. He's sneaky. I've been locked up with him for years. Yeah, he stabbed a couple of dudes, so he think he bad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I knew it. I knew it was you. He deserved it, though. He deserved it. And we got along cool, man. That was the dude who ended up trying to teach, or did teach me how to play pinochle. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, man, those things happen, man. They happen, man. And like I say, those ain't things that I like to really talk about because, like I said, I don't want to promote, violence. But I do know for a fact, violence is the only language that they understand in prison. I know that. You know what I'm saying? And you're not gonna survive in prison without being violent. You just not for no decades. You just not going to. You know what I'm saying? Either you gonna produce it or it's gonna be produced on you. It's just that simple, you know what I'm saying? So this was like one of the, my brutal moments, you know what I'm saying, what I like to say, but it was necessary. To me, it was necessary from you know what I'm saying, to preserve myself, you know what I'm saying? And like I say, out of all the things that I've really been in prison, man, it was really violent. I can honestly say that, I can't say that I started, you know what I'm saying? In the beginning of my bit, I was on some foolishness, some flammery for sure, until I got my head straight. But for the most part, man, everything that I was involved in, it was either in protection, disrespect, debts owed, or somebody coming at me the way they shouldn't have came at me. And there's certain things that I won't gonna tolerate, and I would never tolerate. And that's just the way it had to be. But to be honest with you, man, and I don't want to sound heartless, but in some of those moments, I feel that way. I think he deserved what he got, and I really think he deserved more. You know what I'm saying? He really did, but he caught me at a time where I knew, and I was mature enough to know what the consequences was. I was mature enough to know what I had to lose. And I had to get from up there, man, because I'm telling you, it was just brutal up there, period. And from both sides, the population and the administration. And it won't know where to be, man. So, thank God, by the grace of God, man, I came through that situation, man. But, yeah, I've had some of those moments in my sentence, man, and in my bit, man, that, it got real ugly. You know what I'm saying? It got real ugly. And, like I said, it always can go either way. It ain't nothing guaranteed in there, not nothing. So, by the grace of God, man, I came through that. But I still got a scar on my shoulder, man. And it ain't penetrate me, but the force of it hurt, it bruised my bone, and it scratched my back to so far, how you get scratched real bad where you can see like pink. That's how my back was when I looked at it, and the scar is actually still on my back, man. So, but wherever he is, if he out and is he free, or if any dude from Philly that was in there with me, and who I'm talking about, ask him how his smile is. That's that. He got away lucky. But man, those are things that happen in the penitentiary, man. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with y'all, man. And it's really, man, like I said, it's a blessing in every lesson, man. And the blessing is, man, that I came through that, because I didn't have to come through it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't, and I didn't even have to duck getting in trouble for it. So all of that was blessing. And the lesson is, man, young fellas, man, this is definitely not a life you want to live, man. Trust and believe me, I say that with every fiber in my being, man. It ain't a life that you want to live, man. So enjoy this freedom, man, and try to get into something productive, man. And anything that's illegal, duck it. If it's legal, man, put your heart in it, man, and get out of it what you can get up out of it, man. But just stay free. In the meantime, man, I see y'all in 24, man. Y'all be safe, be smart, make good decisions, man. Like this video, share this video, man. Subscribe if you ain't subscribed, man. Send this video to somebody you might need to know that might need to hear this, man. And hopefully they'll get something out of it, man. Y'all be safe, be smart, make good decisions, man, and duck them hooks.
coming out here after 30 years, yeah, I ain't got nothing, but I'm gonna have something because I'm rich in personality, you know, and I'm rich in love, my family love me, and that's really all that counts.